Hey guys, it's one of those weeks where I'm going to be very busy, so we're going to do a series of short reviews this week. I decided I'm going to take them all from the Atari Anthology on PS2, which means we are essentially playing Atari games and some arcade games on an emulator. This one here happens to be Centipede on the Atari 2600 via the PS2, but there are some fantastic games on here. We don't often cover Atari. We should cover Atari more on GameHammer, but we haven't, so let's get straight into it. We're starting with Centipede. Centipede is one of those early arcade games, and one of the few at the time that were developed by a woman for women players, so it's one that has a little bit of a different look to it compared to a lot of other games at the time. It's also got an advantage over something like Space Invaders. By the way, you can move around the playing field to a certain extent. You can go up and down anyway, and it doesn't always help, like you've just seen there. Controls are fairly simple, left and right, yep. Instead of fighting off aliens, you're essentially defending your garden from marauding insects. The idea, of course, is to just kill the centipede before it gets down to the bottom and kills you. It's one of those games where you either like it or you don't, and I'm one of those that likes it. I really, really like it a lot. It has an awful lot of Space Invaders to it, but at the same time it has its own feel, which really makes it stand out. Okay, the spider is annoying. It's really fast-paced, my goodness. I just love it. It's good, easy to play, good gameplay, and there's nothing more you can ask for. One of those early, really good classics that still holds its own today. That spider is annoying me. It's killing me more than everything else is. Whoa, that came straight from... That was targeted. A targeted spider. This is one of the best games I ever played on arcade. It is so good. I remember playing a very basic... well, pun intended, it was a basic game. On the Amstrad basic version of this. I can't remember where I got it from. I think it was a type-in from Amstrad Computer User or something similar like that. And I loved it. It was great. But it's nothing compared to this. The arcade version is superb. Let's see how it works on the Atari. The spirit of the game is still here. I mean, okay, it's blocky, it's a little jerky. In fact, it looks a little bit like if you'd seen it on a computer, you'd have thought it was a basic game, but of course it's not, it's Atari. It's a little jerky, isn't it? The movement is not as smooth, but it still has the charm of Centipede. I actually like this. Yeah, sure, it's very simple and it's an awful lot easier. As you can see, I've just gone through one entire level there. But if you look at it, it is still there. It's still Centipede. It's still the same charm. I love it. The spider just jumps rather than moves smoothly around the screen. The centipede doesn't move anywhere near as quick. What difficulty level have we got this on, I wonder? Yeah, it's simple, it's blocky, it's Atari. Of course it's going to be simple and blocky, but the game is the game, and despite its lack of looks, it's still got a lot of charm. I'm still not very good at it, but it's a good game. Yeah. I'm actually finding that very good. Oh my goodness, what can I say? Centipede on the arcade is one of those games where I adored it as a kid. It was fast-paced, it was fun, it was very easy to get into, but very hard to master, which is exactly what you want from an arcade game. The home computer version for the Atari 2600, not as good. I remember playing it on a few 8-bit systems, my Amstrad especially, and I loved it, but you can't beat the arcade original, so I recommend you grab a copy of this, or grab a copy of the arcade ROM if you can find it, and play it. It is fantastic, good, high quality, old school style gaming. See you later. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer, and this week we're trying to do 5 episodes in 1 week, which I hope will work out well, and to do that we're doing a lot of shorter videos with the main one on Friday. Now today we're having a look at Atari Anthology because it's Atari week for these 4 mini episodes. We're having a look at Tempest, the arcade game that's on the Atari Anthology on the PS2, so we're doing an arcade emulated on a PS2. It's as close as we're going to get. We're doing Tempest. It looks pretty good. Let's see how it works out. Tempest is one of those arcade games which essentially gave you a continue. It's one of the first that allowed you a level select. I don't actually know what to do with Tempest. I believe you just spin around and kill everything that comes out. When it was released in 1981, it was one of the earliest games to use an essentially pseudo 3D graphic style, and it really works. Whoa, whoa! Okay, this is interesting. The plot is basic. You've got a lot of aliens coming towards you, and you spin around whatever designs on the screen, killing as many as you can for points. The controls are actually surprisingly difficult. I like the effect where you zoom in. The odd forced 3D perspective gives you some nice visual effects like that zoom there, but it also means that it's got interesting level design for the different shapes, and that allows you to do an awful lot with the game visually. This is one of those games where I think you're going to need an awful lot of practice to really get good at it, but you can pick it up fairly quick. This is actually my first time ever playing Tempest. I've had Atari Anthology for quite a while now, but this is my first time playing this particular game on the Anthology, and I am impressed. I heard a lot about Tempest over the years, especially Tempest 2000 on Jaguar, and never actually had a look at it. It's one of those arcade games I never saw as a kid. It just wasn't around in my area. But when you see it now, it's clear why people rave about it so much. The varied designs of the enemies, the varied designs of the levels, the colour scheme, it's really, really good. It pulls you into the game. A little bit like the Star Wars Force 3D vector graphic thing, but this has its own style, and it really, really works. Avoid spikes. Oh, right, okay, so don't make your way toward the spikes. I definitely like the different shapes. It adds a bit of variety to what could become a very linear game otherwise. I don't know what the bright lights are about. I don't even know what I'm doing really. Just flying around and zapping a lot of things. Oh. Did I just... Yeah, I just died. Well, that's a really good arcade game. I'm really impressed. Okay, guys, I really, really enjoyed that. That is a really good game. It's fun, it's fluid, it keeps changing things up with different things to do, different enemies, different shapes to try and move around. It is a very, very interesting game. I love it. It is actually the first time I played it. I didn't even know it was on the Atari Anthology. It's one of those things, you've got like 80 odd games on here or something like that. And I haven't played through them all yet, so it's well worth having a look. If you get a chance, pick up a copy of this, or find the main ROM, or whatever you want to do. Just give it a try, because this game is well worth playing. I can see now why people go on about the Atari Jaguar version, Tempest 2000. If it's anything like that, it's going to be good. So, one for us to track down later on, I think. Anyway, that's all we've got time for today, so thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow for another review. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This week we're doing 4 of the Atari games from the Atari Anthology, because we're doing Atari Week, and now on Friday we'll have our regular full-length review, but today we're going to try an absolute classic. It's Breakout from the Atari Anthology. We're going to be looking at the arcade version that's on here, and also the home computer version for, well, I say home computer, actually a home console, you know, because Atari did have a home computer, but we don't have one of those here to test. We do, however, have the Atari Anthology, so we're going to do that. Let's get straight to it. We're going to start with the Atari Breakout on the 2600. Let's see how this goes. Oh my goodness, this looks great. The control is fluid. It moves really well. It's a bit of ghosting, but the ghosting is actually quite a concern. What we've got here is a paddle that moves very, very smoothly, but on each end is a ghost of the actual paddle. And I'm one of those people that ends up trying to bounce the ball with the side of the paddle, but you can't do that here because the sides are ghosts of where it actually was or where it's going to be. So you have to try and hit in the middle. I've got to try and work that out. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, if you hit in the middle, it's okay. But if you hit on the sides and your paddle's been moving, it's not going to work. So we're going to have to be very careful here. It's very easy to overshoot as well. It's a tricky game. I think with a bit of practice, it would be very, very much fun to play. But wow, tough. It's so tough. Oh, it's frustrating. It's a fun game. It really is good fun. But oh my goodness, it's frustrating. Okay, we haven't got Breakout on the arcade collection, which is a bit of an oversight. My goodness. So we're going to try Super Breakout instead. Let's do it. Super Breakout. Does it have a cape? Does the little paddle have a cape? And go. Oh my goodness, this looks fun. So let's get straight in there. I suck at this game. I always did. First time I played a Breakout game was on my cousin's Amiga 500, and it was basically there to teach you how to use the mouse. Well, I wasn't very good at using the mouse back then, so I sucked at that game, and I suck at this one too. We're going to run out of balls very quickly here. It's fast, it's very quick, and surprisingly fluid. It's one of those things, you practice and you practice and then you get good. That's the kind of game that Breakout is. I haven't practiced. I'm not very good. As you can see, just lost again and again and again. So, we've seen Breakout. We've seen the arcade version of Super Breakout. And I think Super Breakout is more enjoyable. It's a better game. It's developed more. Let's put it that way. So, let's see how the home console version of Super Breakout works out. Here we go to try some games. Right, first off, we can see that there are more lines to deal with. It's a smaller play area. The resolution appears to be attempting to be sharper by being smaller. Oh, yeah, the sound is better. The ball moves better, and I think the bat is slightly more responsive. This is a very polished game. I like this. The layout of the game doesn't appear to be anything like the arcade version, mind. And yeah, the sounds are very different, but this is oh, I like this. This is good. Very smooth controls. Much easier to control. Okay, out of Breakout and Super Breakout, I think Super Breakout is definitely the superior game. It's the one to definitely pick up. If you're into Atari and you want to collect, I would recommend this one. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Now it's gone super fast. Wow, I did not expect that. What did I do to deserve that? It just went really fast. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. Oh my goodness, wow. That is great. That is good, solid fun. Out of Breakout and Super Breakout, I think we have to say Super Breakout is the more polished game. It's got better playability. It's just better. So out of the two, I would definitely recommend, if you're going to go for only one of them, go for Super Breakout. Do you want the arcade version? Do you want the Atari version? The Atari version is fantastic. I like the arcade version. It was good fun, but the arcade doesn't really give you as many lives per go as the 2600 one. I think you get one more life on 2600. It's different level layout, so it's plus and minuses on both sides, but I really, really like Super Breakout on the 2600. If you're going to collect, I would get that one. Okay, Breakout is one of those games that everyone has to have played at least once. It is simple, but really, really good fun, so I recommend you give it a try on whatever version you've got. It's out for pretty much everything. You can probably find it on your toaster these days. If it's got a display, it's probably played Breakout. Anyway, I'm waffling now, so I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button. Share it too so that your friends will know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you next time.
Whoa, not flashing lights, lots of bugs to shoot, and appears to be a spider. What's going on here? This is a very strange game and I'm a little bit scared. It's very, very bright and active. Oh my goodness, great fun. Arcade game, why am I spinning?
Hey guys, and welcome to the final, fourth episode of this four-part Atari week, because tomorrow we're getting back to our regular GameHammer review. It's GameHammer. We're doing the Atari Anthology, picking out some classic games, either on the original arcade versions emulated onto the PS2, or in some cases comparing the arcade to the Atari 2600 version. Today we're going to play Black Widow off the Atari Anthology. I recommend you get a copy of Atari Anthology, it's great. This is a fun arcade game that's replicated with the two thumbsticks, and it works really well, so we're going to get straight into it and have a look. Black Widow is one of those odd arcade games that hasn't really made that much of an impact, but which is great fun and really should have been more popular than it was. It was actually built in a way that it could replace Gravatar, which was also not a very popular game, by just replacing Gravatar's ROM chips and a few little extras that needed to be modified on the original box. In fact, a lot of the arcade cabinets for Black Widow were just modified Gravatar cabinets that were unsold at the time. So even the new versions, even the new cabinets were modified Gravatar in a lot of cases. Using the right stick to fire in different directions, left stick to move. It starts off fairly simple with slow moving enemies, and it is a lot of fun. Quickly speeds up though, my goodness, look at that. You've got a lot of enemies here, and you're a Black Widow spider trying to defend your web, and you're just getting swarmed basically. Am I supposed to deal with that bug before it gets too big to shoot? I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing. It's one of those games where you don't really have to, as long as you're having fun. I think that's the best way of describing an awful lot of Atari, actually. This is one of those games that I didn't even know existed until I had a look on the Atari Anthology. So, one of those fun things. Different enemies all the time on different waves. It is so good. I'm really loving this. Like I said, it feels like a variant on Tempest, and that's no bad thing, because, wow. Oh, hang on. I just noticed that I moved that one. So, maybe those ones that burst into bigger things I should be pushing onto the rung of the colour there it is. I think that's what we're supposed to be doing. It's very fast-paced, very colourful, and wonderful to play. I highly recommend you give it a try. No copy on the 2600, but I can kind of see why. I don't think it would port well to the home console, given that it's only got one joystick and one button, but maybe you could use two joysticks and do it that way. And there you are. As you see, it is a very good, very fast-paced game. I think it's one of those where you really, really need to play it, because I didn't even know it existed. It appears to be some variant on Tempest, and it works really, really well. So, there you are. Black Widow on the Atari, fantastic, great game. I recommend you grab a copy. It's on Atari Anthology, so you can pick it up for fairly cheap these days, and it's well worth having a look. Anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. If you did, remember to click the like button, share it with your friends so they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Not Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. Hello guys and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This time I don't have a box to show you and throw at you. We're playing The House Abandoned. It's part 1 of Stories Untold. I just downloaded it for the Mac, but it's on PC too. Let's take a look at the first episode. Oh my goodness. A ZX Spectrum Plus 2. Oh my goodness. Just seeing this and hearing those noises, it's bringing it all back. That's not actually a Spectrum Plus 2, of course, because it's slightly modified. It doesn't quite look right. And, of course, the design is copyright. Okay, we've got here. You pull up to the driveway of the family holiday home and park the car. It's dark, but it's as idyllic as you remember from all that time ago. Okay. Now, this is one of those games where it's trying to ape the atmosphere of an old computer system as well as the atmosphere of a horror film, and it really is quite an unnerving experience at times. It's got a lot of jump scares. It relies heavily on sound effects, and that's pretty much how it gets its horror across. So put the cassette in the computer. Here we go. Now the horror starts, because, yeah. Oh my goodness. It's one of those games that's very much about the presentation. The actual game system itself, I found quite annoying at times, because the game it's replicating on the computer screen, it's one of those very, very early ZX Spectrum style text adventures where the parser, the amount of commands that it understands, was very, very limited. So you're limited to look, use, read, things like that, go. It's very annoying. Well, we're going to have to look in the glove box, aren't we? Right, normally on an adventure game it would be exam for examine, but apparently we use look. What are the exits? Okay, this is taken being an old adventure game a bit too literally. There are certain conventions that developed from the adventure genre that this is not emulating. Stuff like I or in for inventory, or using the inventory system at all. Telling you what exits there are by typing exits. Using exam for examine. It's not right. It's like it's one of the first ever games, and it's not very good. Because I come from an era of text adventures, and I was there in the 80s, wrote my own ones, but the parsers developed very, very quickly. So it wouldn't be a case of go X, go Y. It would be north, south, east, west, going in those directions, or go north and pick up book, that kind of thing. So I was trying a lot of that, and I was struggling at first because I felt like the game was actually fighting against me rather than helping me to enjoy it. But once you get past that, once you realise that it is replicating the oldest style of game, then it becomes very, very interesting. My only other gripe would be the speed that the text comes up on the screen. I'm sorry guys, but that is a ZX Spectrum Plus 2. It's one of the most graphically capable in terms of speed computer systems that was out at the time. It wouldn't sit there and go tap, 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 tap of all the letters on the screen. It would just go thump, and they would be there. It was a very fast thing for throwing around text. So that annoyed me. It didn't pull me out of the game too much, but it did annoy me. Right, all that we're getting is make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. Am I doing something wrong? But apart from that, it's a very good game. I'm not going to spoil the resolution for you. I'm not going to do a full walkthrough or anything like that. There is a twist ending. It's very interesting. It's very well done. And it's very atmospheric. I enjoyed it. I recommend you give it a try. I haven't looked at the other episodes. There are 4 episodes in the thing. And I haven't looked at the rest. Just that first one so far, because I haven't got a huge amount of time at the moment. But I think I definitely will be coming back and playing through the rest, because it was very good fun. I really enjoyed it. I loved the way that everything fell together and everything ends up resolving itself. The twist ending I saw coming a mile off, but then again, I am a horror writer, so I kind of know these tropes, but I really enjoyed it. Recommend it, give it a try. Even if you don't want to try the rest of them, get the demo and see how you go, because it's well worth it. Okay, that's all we got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. Hope you liked it, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends, so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer, and I'll see you later.
It's a hat trick. Apparently he's stocking up on goals for the winter. That was his 3rd goal of the game, Jim, or as they say in Canada, his 3rd goal of the game.
This guy can unload the big shot when given the chance, Don.
Well, tickle me pink.
Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This time we're looking at a sports game. Now, I know what you're thinking. I don't normally do sports games because I don't seem like a very sporting person, do I? But I love ice hockey. Always have. Got into it back when I was a kid with NHLPA hockey on the Mega Drive, which we'll have a review of some point. But not today, because today we are talking about EA Sports' NHL 2002. Now, I have the whole set of these from the PlayStation 2 era, and I think I even have one from the... Yes, I even have one from the PlayStation 1 era, NHL 2000. And out of all of them, 2002 is my favourite, because it's not quite as blocky and jerky as the PlayStation 1 versions. Of course it's not PlayStation 2, but it's also not quite as fixated on stats and moves and things like that as it got later on. Also, it's an awful lot faster than some of the later ones. EA Sports, it went for realism and depth, and I can't blame them for that, because a lot of people love that. But because the PlayStation 2 can only handle so much, I mean, it was getting on by the end of the sports era, it slowed down an awful lot. So I like this one because it's quick, it's still got a bit of the arcade feel to it from the NHLPA sports era, which I always loved, and it's got enough depth to play the game properly. So I love it. Let's take a look. I'm playing here as the St. Louis Blues, who are my favourite team from the American leagues, and it's just such a good, fun game. Not the best at it, as you can see. As you can see, the Senators, they scored against me quite quickly, but I played and I loved it, and I'm getting very much used to it. This is one of the games from the season, which is one of the different gameplay styles that the game has. It has season, it has tournament, it has just standard quick play. It also has shootouts, which are just penalty shootouts. If you aren't familiar with how to score goals in hockey, or you really just need some practice with goal scoring against the goalkeepers, because they are very difficult at times, then I recommend giving shootouts a try, because all it is goal after goal after goal, and it's very, very good. So, my favourite style is, of course, the season. I want to be able to see whether I can get my team to the top of the league, and that's what I'm aiming for at the moment. This is one of the plays that I was just talking about, the Blues against the Senators. Good fun game. I've put it onto my new GameHammer Facebook page, by the way. If you want to see the entire game, it's on the Facebook page. I'll put a link in the description bar. So have a look there, because we're going to be putting up gameplays and clips from the show to show you what's coming up and things like that. So it's going to be worth subscribing to. Now, that's not the end of it. With EA Sports games, they always try to put in extras. And the thing that we got this time is cards. Not much use here on the whole. They're just little extras, like they're just basically trading cards. Gives you stats and a few pictures. I personally found them interesting for a couple of minutes to have a look through. But one of the things that does happen is when you get these cards, you unlock things. such as extra celebration moves after you scored a goal, or Easter eggs, which are basically just like the skull system from Halo. They changed the game mechanics. One of them was topsy-turvy, things like that. It's the only one I've unlocked so far. I'm not really interested that much, but when I'm playing a game, if I manage to hit on some of the tasks, as they call it, which are just manage to get 5 goals in a game, or get your team to the top of the league, stuff like that. If you get them, you get extra points, and the points can be used to buy card packs, which can unlock extra things, like I said. It's a nice little novelty. It adds a little bit of extension to the game and keeps you playing if you're into that kind of thing. Personally, I'm just in for the gaming. I love it. I play this hockey game every now and again just to wind down after a long day at work, or a bit of de-stressing, things like that. I love it. It's my go-to game, let's put it that way, so I cannot recommend it enough. And if you give it a try, if you're into hockey, I think you'll like it too. It has a bit of the Mega Drive feel to it, but it's on a more modern console, so it's got extras, it's got bigger teams, the graphics are slightly enhanced. It just looks pretty good and it plays amazingly. The floor is superb, so can't recommend it enough. I wouldn't recommend the other ones in the series because, as I say, as it goes on, the game gets a bit slower, a bit more clunky. If you're on a more powerful system like the 360 or PS3, maybe it's better, but I wasn't. So for this one, I'm going to go for 2002. Anyway, that's enough of me gushing at this game. I do recommend it. I think you'll like it too. But either way, thanks for watching. I hope you liked this. And if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it. And do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel. And I'll see you later.
Take you all on, come on, I can beat you all, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, oh, I'm dead.
Hello again and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Today, again, I don't have a box to show you because it's a digital download, it's Desktop Dungeons, and it's one of those games where you're not expected to play the whole thing through and complete a storyline in a couple of hours. It's one of those games that's designed specifically for you to dip in and have a bit of fun for like 5 or 10 minutes, maybe half an hour if you want to play that long, and then dip back out. It's a bit like Solitaire on the role-playing instead. Now, you start out with a ragtag bunch of misfits. You've been thrown out of other kingdoms, or you're just travelling or whatever. You get ambushed by monsters and end up having to solve all of the problems of this little group because, for some reason, they've decided that you're going to be their leader. So, you end up with a new kingdom, essentially, and you've got to try and make the best of it by stabbing monsters in the face, or, as is best, grabbing the fireball and setting fire to everyone that you can find. It is very, very simple. The game mechanics are all about resource management, be it your mana, your health, your money, or, and this is where it gets interesting, and a little bit unique to a certain extent, the unused tiles on the game board. Now, what I mean by that is if you move next to a tile that hasn't yet been shown, you get health and mana back, which means that your movement in the game changes the outcome of the game. But as you're moving around and regenerating your health and mana, just remember that your enemies are also doing the same thing. So it's very much a balancing act of, can you get enough mana and health to be able to take on that boss, or generally just that enemy, before they regenerate enough to be able to defeat you. It's very much a balancing act. There's a lot of risk and reward in this game, which is great. Whether you can win or lose is down to how well you manage the unused space on the board. So, given that every single board is randomized and you have certain tasks such as find a monster or get a certain amount of money, if you're just in there basically to try and get the cash to upgrade your settlement, because we'll come back to that in a moment, you have a certain amount of movement that you can do in order to achieve that goal. On the earliest levels, it's pretty easy to win, even if you're not really great at this resource management. And that's to be expected, because I want to try and ease you into the game and show you how it works. But the moment it starts to get a little bit tricky, you've got to think about every single aspect of this game. Do you have the mana to defeat that enemy? If you defeat that enemy, will it give you enough XP to move on to the next enemy? Do you have enough health left when you finish that enemy to be able to fight the next enemy, and if you don't, do you have enough free undisclosed spaces that you can move next to get the health and mana back that you will need to continue. Because if you don't, and you accidentally click on a monster, or you just decide to try and wing it and see what happens, and you die, you lose everything from that game. Now, that won't stop you. Don't worry about that, because every single person you play in this game, if they die, that's not a problem. If they win, that's not a problem, because they're just randomly generated along with the game board. And you go back to your settlement, you get another person, you go in and try again. Don't worry about it. Like I said, it's designed for you to drop in and drop out. You win, you get on to the next stage, and it's got more areas with the chance to unlock new races or unlock new classes or build a bigger part of your settlement, which gives you extra abilities. The ability to take items with you into the dungeon, which makes the game easier sometimes, but they all cost gold. If you haven't got the gold, you can't do it. It's all about resource management. It's a very intricate game, but it's very simple as well. Like the old arcade games that we all loved as kids, simple to get into, hard to master. And that's why I love it so much. I keep coming back to this game. I picked it up at Christmas. It's one of those things I do as a tradition. I pick up a cheap game or two from the Steam sales just to give me something to do to time me over during the holiday season. And this is the one I picked up this year that I've been playing ever since. I love it. It's fantastic. So much fun. The graphics are very simple. It works on a wide range of computers. I've got it on my laptop. I've got it on my desktop. Just fun to play. And you can't get enough of it once you start playing, because it is the one that you'll come to. Like, I've got 10 minutes, I haven't got anything to do. I'll play a level on Desktop Dungeons. That's what it's for. And it's really good fun. So the races that you've got are standard. You've got the humans, the elves, dwarfs, the halflings, and then if you've got the extended version, you get goat men, but not straight away. You have to find them and unlock them. The same way that you had to do with the dwarfs, the elves, and the halflings. The classes are interesting as well, because you start off just with a fighter, and then once you've upgraded your settlement a little bit, you get the chance to upgrade a tower that gives you wizards, a Stonehenge that gives you priests, things like that. And then once those are there, you can upgrade them. So the wizards become sorcerers, the fighters can become berserkers, things like that. It's all, each stage builds onto the next. It's quite intricate, like I say, and it's a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. Give it a try. It's fairly cheap, and if it's not fairly cheap by your standards, then wait for it to come up on a sale, because it comes up on a sale pretty regularly. But give it a try, because I think you'll like it. Anyway, that's all we've got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later.
I think that's enough of that for now.
Ha 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 ha! Hey guys, and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Now, I was going to record individual GameHammer reviews for every part of Stories Untold because it's an episodic game, but I managed to do the first part review that because it's pretty much standalone. But there's the problem. The rest of them aren't. They build and build and build to the final part. So I decided that the best thing to do is just cover the whole thing in one go. So here we go. Start to plug in the various cables and leads. Computer is all set up and ready to go. Part 1, it's pretty much a standalone thing, which is why it's the demo. I believe it's possible to play that and enjoy it and not have to do the rest. It's really good. I enjoy it. It's got a clunky interface for its motif of an adventure game. And yeah, you get used to it, but it's a bit clunky at the start. What are the exits? Okay, this is taken being an old adventure game a bit too literally. There are certain conventions that developed from the adventure genre that this is not emulating. Stuff like I or in for inventory, or using the inventory system at all. Telling you what exits there are by typing exits. Using exam for examine. It's not right. This It's like it's one of the first ever games, and it's not very good. Part 2, and this appears to be a majority opinion amongst people because I've read through the comments on Steam and things like that. Part 2, Episode 2, is not good. I'm sorry guys, it's not good. It demonstrates every single thing that's wrong with this game. This is the most boring horror game I have ever played. And I played that Slender thing and it was boring as hell. There's nothing here of interest. It's got a clunky interface. It doesn't seem to go anywhere. It meanders. It repeats things a lot, and what gameplay is there is quite dull and ineffective. There's a part where you have to turn a dial, and that's the main part of the game. You turn a dial, which means you hold down the mouse button and push upward on the screen. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's all you have to do. And it gets annoying very quickly. Then it moves on to another text adventure thing, but the interface is just as clunky as before, and it got me annoyed. It seems to, I don't know whether I'm playing it wrong, but it doesn't seem to give you all the information that you need to actually be able to solve it. So I ended up using the walkthrough for this and part 3. It's just a bit annoying, a little bit clunky, and it could have done with a bit more play testing, let's put it that way. But it's a cheap game, I can understand that. They're doing it on the budget, yeah, budget games, production values. Well, it's certainly the most tricky of puzzles here. The only puzzle is getting the interface to do anything, because it's not written by someone who actually played these kind of games, is it? It's not written by someone who actually played adventure games. It's like you've had adventure games described to you by someone who didn't play adventure games. So, Episode 2, I recommend you get through it as quickly as you can. Use a walkthrough if need be, because it's not good. It has information that's used in later on, but it's not good itself. So, move on to Episode 3. Episode 3 was very interesting. I kind of liked it. Yes, some of the information requires you to try and read something that isn't easy to read. It's really, really not easy to read. But if you can get through that and use a walkthrough if you can't read it properly, I had a bit of a problem. And also, turn on subtitles. I cannot stress this enough. Episode 2, Episode 3, and Episode 4, turn on subtitles. Because if you have hearing problems like I do, you will not understand what's going on in this game. The sound that's used doesn't work very well. It's and I won't say it's not recorded well, because I think it is recorded well. It's just the effects that I put on it for radio noise and coming through speakers, things like that. It doesn't work for me. So turn on subtitles. You'll need them.
Take that as a yes.
Calm and flight. You should be able to hear you though. You can see activity registering, so your voice is definitely going through.
The information that's given out is very interesting. The way Episode 3 puts the story together is very interesting, except for the final part where, and this will come up in Episode 4 as well, it's not immediately obvious what you're supposed to do, and the interface isn't very good. Okay, we can't go up there, so let's go back. Oh, now we can go up here! Oh, for goodness sake. You're walking around, you have to try and solve, I'm not going to spoil it, but you're trying to solve a problem by clicking on things. It's not obvious what you're clicking on or how far away from it you have to be in order to make it work. So, trial and error, I just end up wandering around and click on pretty much everything in order to make it work. So, yeah. Episode 4. This is a good one. Starts off with a nice twist. I enjoyed it. Very well done. It moves through the various episodes and retreads them, and you get an idea of why the information you were presented before is presented the way it is. Gives you a lot of good feeling on what was actually going on that you didn't get before. It's very good. It fills in some of the blanks and actually puts the story together very well. I really, really felt it when it went all in on the punch to the gut for the resolution of the story, and my goodness, I will not spoil it. It's lots of twists and turns. I will not spoil it, but my goodness, that game, it really goes all in, 100%. Oh my goodness. It's a story that I'm going to have with me for quite a while, I'm pretty sure of that. Because, oh my goodness, that resolution, well, but it has the same interface problems as Episode 3. the wandering around parts and trying to click on things. It's not always obvious whether something's going to work or whether it's background stuff and is not supposed to be interacted with. It's also not obvious whether you're clicking on the right part of things that you're supposed to be clicking on. Several times I had to click and click and click, and I ended up looking at the walkthrough for something that should have been very easy. But the walkthrough didn't help either, because you have to click on a specific part of a certain object in order to finish the game. And I'm not going to... And to be honest with you, that doesn't spoil anything, because I haven't told you where it is or anything like that. But there's a specific part of the specific object you have to click on, and I just ended up, like with episode 3, just wandering around clicking on everything, frustrated as hell, because I was enjoying the game. It was good, the story was good, but the interface kills it. So I'm left with a problem here, because I want to recommend this game. The story is really good, but the way they've produced it, with the interface they've got, it's not good enough. Not by a long shot. The game itself kills its own story. It stops you enjoying it by just frustrating you with obnoxious controls. So I really want to recommend it, but at the end of the day, I'm going to have to give it mixed score, because, yeah, it hampers itself. And that's an annoyance. It's one of those things. I want to say it's good, but yeah, the story's good, the interface isn't. That's all I can say about that. Give it a try, especially if you liked episode 1, which is a free demo, so go and try it. And that's all I can say about it. Okay, guys, sorry that I couldn't be on a positive, because I like to show you games that are really great. And this one, I think, really could be if they could just fix some of those interface issues. But anyway, that's a budget game. You end up with budget production values, like I said. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this. And if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel, and I'll see you later.
Don't come! Thank you. Please take this.
Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Sorry we haven't had a few reviews for a while. I have been very ill, and unfortunately it wasn't one of those diseases that turns you into some sort of superpowered zombie like in today's game. Let's have a look at House of the Dead 2. We're going to start with the Dreamcast version. Now, this is an amazing game. I think we've all played it in the arcades. It's the light gun thing where you just fire at zombies willy-nilly and hope for the best, because that's how I play it. I mean, you might actually aim. I just sort of go at it. It's one of those things.
Gee!
You have a load of monsters rampaging around a city, and you're a government agent who's come in to help out by killing everything in sight.
Don't kill me!
Well, not necessarily everything. I have a tendency to accidentally shoot the people I'm supposed to save. I am so sorry about that. Imaginary people who exist only in this game. I try my best. What can I say? I do. I try my best. I'm just not a very good aim.
There was nothing we could do.
Especially when it comes down to the Dreamcast. Trying to aim with this little thing and firing with these. It has triggers. Why can't I aim like that with the little thing and fire like that? But no, can't have that. My goodness. That would be putting some logic into things. And we can't have logic in a game about zombies. But my goodness, this game is fantastic. I picked it up earlier today and had to immediately play it. Now, you might think it's a bit odd to be able to review a game that you've literally just picked up, but I haven't only just picked it up. Like I said, I've been playing this in arcades for years, and I adore it. It is one of the best games ever. It's got the standard Sega shine to it. It's just so good fun. But I've also been playing it for years on the Wii. The Wii version is, of course, in the House of the Dead 2 and 3 combined together in one game. Well, on one disc. It's still two separate games. And it is fantastic. It's perfect, arcade perfect in my view. You use the Wii controller and you fire at it and it looks great, or stick it in one of these. It's Competition Pro, you can get other types, but it makes it much, much better. I love this thing, it's great. And of course, with the Wii version, you don't just press a button on the control pad to reload or anything like that. You shake the Wii remote as if you're cocking a shotgun. It's great. Doesn't really work from an immersion point of view on the second game. I was going to say the first game, but of course it's not the first game. It's the second. I don't have the first game, so I can't review it. But it works so well in the third game, which we'll get to in another review. But I think to an extent we're getting ahead of ourselves here. So what's the game about? Well, like I said, you're a government agent. You've come into the city to find G, your colleague, I think, and he's been hurt. So you've got to go and sort this problem out yourself. Oh my goodness, you do have some help from a couple of other people, and they kind of turn up every now and again, and you go through just attacking wave after wave of weird creatures, trying to save as many people from the city as possible, and then fighting giant monsters, like the big guy with no real head and the flying guy that's around him who directs his movement. Or the weird deep one from Lovecraft who decides to dance and throw fish at you. I don't know why. It's just standard Sega weirdness. It's great though. Each of them has a unique weakness for these bad guys, and it works perfectly. It is such a good game. But the best part is the way the game plays out depends on whether you've saved certain people in the game. So you'll go along and then the game will split into different paths. Did you save that person? Then you go one path. Did you not save them? Then you go the other path. And then later on, did you save them or not save them? And you'll move paths again. So every time you go through this, it's potentially a different game. The storyline plays out differently. And as a result, there is so much replay value. Now, I know what you're going to say. Because the Dreamcast version has a zapper function, and you can use a standard light gun, is it okay to play on just the controller? Because when you plug a Dreamcast into a modern TV, the LCD TV, you can't of course use the light gun because they don't work on modern TVs. So, is it any good playing it with a controller? Well, funnily enough, yes, it works really well. Most of the time, if you're starting the game, it will focus your reticule onto the first enemy you're going to fight. So, when you start after a cutscene, it's straight onto that enemy. You can just start shooting. The Wii version, it is, of course, light gun compatible right from the outset. The Wii is basically built from the ground up to be an arcade shooter of this style. So it's different. It works so well. It's just intuitive how it works in the Wii. But the Dreamcast version, it is great whether you're using the light gun or the controller. But here's the weirdest thing. I thought, I'll give it a try on the Dreamcast, see how well I do. I got 50% accuracy on the first level. So I thought, well, I must be able to do better than that on the Wii because I can just aim straight at it and fire. And I've also been practicing, I've been playing this for ages. So I put it in, and yeah, no. I am less accurate on the Wii with the light gun than I am using the controller on a game designed for light guns. Oh, I think that says more about me than the game, however. Right, that's really all I've got time for. I've been gushing about this game, and it is such a fantastic game. I recommend you play it. I don't care which version you get. I don't care whether you got the arcade and play it. Just play this game. It is great. It fits with the Halloween theme for the month, and I love it. I'll be playing it even though it's not Halloween. I will still be playing it because it is so much good fun. Anyway, that's all we've got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later.
It looks like it'll open if we shoot it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. My gun is my door key. Hey guys, and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Today we're looking at The House of the Dead 3. It's out on original Xbox and on the Wii. So of course you have to give it a try because it is one of the best arcade games that I've played in a long time. Is it better than House of the Dead 2? Ooh, it's a toss-up. I actually think they're about equal in terms of quality. I really, really like it. So the basic premise of the game is that you are looking for your lost father, your Lisa, a shotgun-toting badass who always has a good quip for when she's killed a boss.
When a lady says no, she means it.
And your friend G, who appears to be some kind of government guy who's traded in his name for more badassness. He's got a shotgun too, and both of you know how to use them. Going through this old facility trying to destroy all of the undead, because you can't go around without killing all the undead, can you? That would just be wrong. That's not how things work in these games. Shooting as many things as you can. The variety of monsters is quite lower, actually. Most of them are pretty similar. You'll have seen them, most of them before, at least if you've seen The House of the Dead 2. It's quite repetitive in that respect, but it doesn't matter, because it doesn't really matter what you're shooting at. All you're interested in is shooting them. I love it. It's great fun. It's got a decent storyline. It gives a lot of information and backstory. It's fun. If you're into backstory, it's good. It's got a good plot. But if you're into shooting things, there's a lot to shoot here. It's action-packed. It's fast-paced. To an extent, I think it's actually more fast-paced than the previous one. So that's pretty good. But I don't know. I think it just doesn't quite have the same feel to it as the open area nature of the House of the Dead 2. This one, it feels an awful lot like you're stuck in a corridor for quite a lot of the game, which kind of you are, kind of you aren't. It's just one of those things. It's indoor a lot, let's put it that way. So it has its plus and minuses. It's good in some respects. It's not quite as good as the other one in some respects. It's better than the other one in some respects. It's one of those things. I personally find it an awful lot of fun. I love it on the Xbox. The Xbox version is very good. I can't say how good it is with a light gun because I don't have an Xbox light gun, but it works really well with the controller. And regardless of which style controller you're using, the original or the slimline one, it's pretty good. You aim using the left thumbstick, shoot with the right trigger. Very, very cool. Now this is one of those situations where the Xbox shows its graphical prowess and the Wii shows that it wasn't at the forefront of graphics for that generation, because both games look pretty much the same to me. I can't really tell a difference, but that doesn't matter because it's all about the gameplay. Graphically, it's good. It's not brilliant, it's not realistic, but you don't want it to be realistic. You want it to be fun, and it is fun. It's fast-paced, it's great. I've been playing it with the Wii Zapper, and I love this thing. It's so good. My accuracy is definitely better with this. I think it's because you can use two hands to steady yourself while shooting. I like it. It's great fun. But what else can I say aside from go and play this game? Like with House of the Dead 2, House of the Dead 3 is fast-paced, good fun shooter. Play it on your own, play it with friends. I recommend it with friends because it's a lot of fun, but it's equally just as good fun playing it on your own. So either way, play the game. It is great fun. I love it. I can't recommend it highly enough. And that's all I've got to say on it. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this. If you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel, and I'll see you later. It's alive! It's alive! It's trying to kill me! It's trying to kill me with my own barrels! Why do I have barrels on top of my castle again? Ah! No time to think about that. I'm gonna get out of here! Now you may be wondering how I got myself into this situation. Well, it all started a few days ago. Get out the way, get out the way, can't you see I'm trying to work? Oh, as you can see, my lab is chaotic, like all the best labs are. My equipment regularly tries to murder me, but I'm sure every scientist has a similar story. The layout of my lab changes from day to day, as is normal for a lab. I've seen 25 different variations so far, which covers the whole spectrum of lab layouts. Well, in this wing anyhow. In the other wing, built by Lord Sugar, the layouts are mostly different once again, and in sharper resolution, with more interesting colours. I actually prefer the other lab, to be honest with you. I mean, sure, the sharpness isn't there, and the colours aren't quite as stark, but the equipment moves around far less quickly, and there's an auto-sodding tank in the middle of the lab, which I can assure you is quite a benefit. In fact, let's go there right now. I've been trying to assemble a human from various body parts I've found strewn here and there in the lab. I don't know where they came from, but they're there, so I thought why not put them to good use. Eventually I worked out that the parts need to be assembled in a specific order if I'm to make any progress. Through painstaking scientific research, I have found the correct order to put the parts together in. I had to do this while avoiding my lab equipment, because for some reason all my equipment really didn't like the idea of me tampering with the forces of nature to create an undead monster. At first that might seem annoying, and yes, it can be quite irksome, but with the lab constantly changing layout, it keeps things interesting, and once you know the patterns of these things, it's fairly simple to deal with. Couldn't they see what I was trying to do here? I'm trying to conquer death. Imagine the possibility. Well, imagine the possibility. It's found me. I've got to go. Run away! Anyway, I managed to use lightning to resurrect the dead creature, which was really cool and all, especially the way that the electricity rebuilt both its clothes and its flesh. That was a real good bonus. Apparently the creature did not agree. Gotta go. So anyway, the monster started throwing barrels at me like an ungrateful wretch, so I had to use all the skills I'd learned from my days playing Donkey Kong to climb up my own castle and flip a switch on the roof that let me use lightning to blast the creature to smithereens! Like this. Haha! It's the simple things in life that make it worth living. Look, I get that this seems quite simple and repetitive, because yes, you're right, it is, but that's part of the joy of it. You see, the work I'm doing here is simple to learn, but really difficult to master, and that's part of its appeal. I've been doing it for many years, and I'll be doing it for many years to come. Right, let's get these parts back to the lab. You know, I'm sure if I keep trying, I'll get there eventually, and that's really the appeal of this, because after all, it is for science! You know, sometimes I think I'm going a bit peculiar. Maybe I need a holiday. I hear Silent Hill's quite good this time of year. I'm here in a seemingly deserted town, surrounded by fog and what's either snow or falling ash. Doesn't really matter which it actually is, none of it ever seems to land on me. I'm looking for my daughter, Cheryl, who disappeared after we were in a car accident, but I don't seem to have been hurt in that accident, so at least I've got that going for me. I can't see very far because the draw distance on a PlayStation 1 game is quite short, so we'll just have to take this a step at a time. Oh, there's a convenience store over there. That seems like a kind of place a kid would wander into. Let's go and check. Oh, no, we can't. The game will force us to hear footsteps that I sure as hell can't hear. I don't know about you. Now we're going to have to follow them, even though we don't want to. We've got to keep on that linear story path. So anyway, we think Cheryl is leading us somewhere, because if that's not Cheryl, we are definitely getting into trouble later for chasing a child around like a maniac. But holy crap, there's a skinned creature here. This place likes to get down to the horror aspect straight away, doesn't it? My goodness, this is grieving. Hey, where did that kid go? Is this skinned thing the kid that we were chasing? I don't know, but we better get out of here because we don't want to get caught with this thing and get blamed for skinning whatever it is. Let's go! I always loved the way the camera moves in these claustrophobic alleyways. It feels like something is here, watching us as we make our way around this game. It's creepy, and the set design only helps to increase the creepiness factor, with its closed-in feeling and not quite realness. Then we get the first glimpses of dark Silent Hill, with a light going out and Harry having to use a match to see. The creepy factor ramps up so high it breaks the dial at this point, and even though I've played this before, even though the graphics are ropey by today's standards, and even though I'm pushing 40 years old, I'm still just as unnerved by this game as I was when I first played it back at university in 2001. It's incredible. This game is as good now as it was then. The eerie sounds are the icing on a fantastically atmospheric cake. It's amazing. Oh no, they're supposed to lose fight. I'd better run away impotently. I'm not kidding about how atmospheric this game is. I've played it before. I know I'm supposed to get mauled by these creatures, but even so, the instinct is to run away from them and to try to escape. It's still scary. In fact, it's one of only a handful of games that has ever managed to creep me out, because despite all its flaws, it's still unnerving to this day, and it's still creepy as hell when the monsters eventually get you. Speaking of creepy, these stilted dialogue pieces are definitely Uncanny Valley territory. The voice actors don't sound like they're in the same room together. It's all stilted dialogue that even the lowest budget B-movie would balk at.
What's that? Huh. Radio. What's going on with that radio?
See what I mean? Even the lowest budget film is still better than this. And as a result, the actual story of Silent Hill detracts you from the experience of Silent Hill. Try to overcome that assault on your suspension of disbelief though, because the actual game is fantastic. Now it's here in the diner that you'll get the main equipment for the game. A broken radio, which will warn you when monsters are coming in and is really creepy. A torch that will become your best friend. And a pistol. But don't get your hopes up, because the weapon combat system in this game is terrible. But I'll tell you what isn't terrible, the radio. It will unnerve you immensely with its weird collection of trills and static. It's all a collection of white noise and radio chatter, basically. And it is the most memorable part of the game. It still creeps me out, and I still think about it years after first playing the game. No, oh no! Like I said, combat is sluggish and inaccurate. You're best off running away as often as you can, because you'll die very quickly in Silent Hill. This isn't a game about being a badass hero who can clear an army out on his own. It's a game about a dad looking for his kid, and you have the combat experience of the average parent. Having said that, when you get the pipe, the game becomes a hell of a lot easier, because mastering that thing makes you a one-dad army, but only once you get the hang of it. Anyway, once you get away from that thing, it's onto the game proper. It's back to trying to find your kid. And this involves wandering around the worst tourist destination this side of North Korea. You'll solve some truly ridiculous puzzles along the way, and genuinely get scared half to death, because this is a horror game that doesn't skimp on the horror. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a very succinct summary of the game, and it doesn't really do it justice. Well, to be honest with you, you're right. But here's the thing though, it really is all that there is to Silent Hill. Because this game is a masterpiece in saying more with less. Imagine a puddle, a small body of water, it's not very wide, you can probably step over it, or at the very least, hop over it. Well, that's Silent Hill. It's got some crude design, it's got simple 3D structures, it's basic dialogue. That's pretty much all a certain person, if they haven't played it much, would think Silent Hill was composed of. But if you play it for a while, or step into the puddle, continue metaphor, then you'll find the surface masks a very deep, very intricate game, and this was a bad idea. How do I get it out? Silent Hill tells its story as much through the creepiness of its locations and its excellent soundscape as it does its action and dialogue. Even the way the camera drunkenly swings around as Harry moves through the game helps to propel the story along. Take a look at this shot. The camera doesn't move like you would normally expect in a game. It swings and changes direction strangely, as if it's not a camera at all. It acts like some kind of inhuman observer, and its motion helps to set you ill at ease. This is game design at an expert level, where the mechanics of the game are actually being used against you to propel the tension. That's why things that work in Silent Hill don't work in other games of a similar genre. Take this scene, for example. Would an empty locker full of blood ever be creepy on its own? No. As countless other games have shown, this isn't scary, it's just gross. But here, after the tension is already high and you're already unnerved by the game, it works. It has to be used as part of a whole package. That's why Silent Hill is so effective. Because the things that are working here work because every single part is helping to build the tension, build the creepiness, make the entire game feel weird because nothing works quite as you expect a game to be. When the game works differently and the tension is already high, all these extra little bits increase the creepiness factor. Now, as I mentioned before, there's not a huge amount here in terms of locations. You've got a church, a creepy hospital, a few houses, that's pretty much it. And yeah, sure, there are streets, but that's pretty much it. It's not a big game, but what it lacks in locations, it makes up for in obnoxious puzzles. This is LucasArts and Sierra point-and-click adventure territory that we're getting into here. Some of these puzzles are just weird. Now, some of these puzzles are actually quite straightforward. For example, you unlock a door with a key, for example, while others are a bit more stupid. Silent Hill likes to give you odd clues as well. Why? Because everything is done for a reason. It helps build the tension. This is an excellently produced, tightly focused production. The puzzles don't quite work the way we would logically expect, because the world of Silent Hill is not logical by our standards. It's off-kilter, it's illogical, and all of that helps build the atmosphere and show you that the world of Silent Hill is not like our real world. Huh? Hey Joe? What's wrong with that radio? I really should conserve ammo in a game like this, but I have a feeling that this review is coming to an end. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the combat in this game is not great, but that's kind of the point. You're not playing John Rambo here, you're playing Harry Mason, a dad who's just lost his daughter and is just trying to get her back. You're not meant to be a combat expert, and let's face it, when was a game creepy if you knew you could handle everything that was going to throw at you? Was Castlevania all that creepy? Was Contra? I mean, sure, they had some horror elements, but it wasn't scary. A game can't really be scary if you know that you can handle anything that it can throw at you. And that's why the combat in this game works, because, yeah, in those games, you can handle anything that comes at you, but in Silent Hill, there's a very good chance that you can't. The game is built to distort what you expect from it, and that's why it keeps the tension high, even in combat. See what I mean? I didn't even look, because I knew I could handle it. Is that scary? Of course it's not. If I know I can handle everything that's coming at me, there is no tension. It's just mindless shoot, 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 and that's not what you want from a horror game. Are you scared of House of the Dead or games like that? No, but I'm scared of Silent Hill because at every single turn it creeps me out. The way it's produced, the way it looks, the way it feels, everything. Even though I've played it multiple times, even though I know what's coming, I'm still creeped by it. Right, let's get out of here. Let's finish this. Silent Hill has multiple endings, some good, some bad, but all effective at putting the finishing touches to the story of the game. Now, I've played it a couple of times, I've had the good ending and I've had the bad ending, not in that order. I prefer the good ending because it rounds off the game experience better in my view. Now, I'm not going to spoil the endings because, let's face it, there are YouTube walkthroughs where you can see all of the cutscenes from the endings if that's what you want. I'm not going to do that here because that's not what this is about. What I will say is that once you get to the ending, I think you'll be satisfied with how it finishes off the story. It's a brilliant game that holds its own, even despite all the clunkiness of its interface and the way it looks and things like that. Unless, of course, you're talking about the UFO ending, but let's not dwell on that because we don't want to summon its awesome power by mentioning it. Oh no. I've said too much. I've got to get away. I've got to get out of here. Oh no. Help, save me. What? Where am I? Oh no. Oh no. It's Mars. I thought I got away from this. I thought I was free. But no. You can never stop the power of a reboot. It's cold outside. And there's no kind of atmosphere. I'm all alone. More or less. I want to fly far away from here. But until then, I'm going to have fun with my guns. Yeehaw! Personal log, day, who knows at this point. I've lost count of how long I've been here, on my own, battling the hordes of the undead. I still can't find a light switch or a working lamp, so I'm just reliant on this torch. It's a bit annoying because I can't attach it to my gun, so I have to make a choice between seeing and shooting. I know a lot of people were peeved at that, but in my view it actually works well to increase the tension and fear factor of the game. There are very few games I have ever found scary, and Doom 3 is one of them. It's pretty much this, Aliens vs Predator on PC, and Silent Hill, the unnerving trilogy, if you will. And even now, after replaying it for this review, I still find it creepy. The monsters don't stick around anymore when you kill them, they just dissolve. I understand that it's to conserve processor cycles and memory overheads because the game doesn't have to keep track of where corpse objects are. And sure, I understand that it gives an extra level of demonic creepiness to the creatures because they are literally burning up with hellfire or whatever, but there's still a big problem with all this. If you're a veteran of the older Doom games, then I guarantee that at some point you've used the corpses of your enemies as a way of marking which parts of the zone you've already gone through. You notice when you go around, you often get lost in these games because, like it or not, some of the level designs are a bit like mazes. So what happens is, you walk into a room and you see, oh, lots of dead bodies, and they're bodies of enemies, so I must have already been through here. I'll turn back and go the other way. You can't do that in Doom 3. You end up wandering around, looking at places and thinking, have I been here before, or does it just look a bit familiar because it's the same sort of set design? Several times in this game I found myself wandering through areas that I had already cleared, unsure of whether I'd already been through here, or whether it was just a similar looking area that I needed to pass through in order to get to my objective. It didn't help that near the start of the game there is literal backtracking as I made my way back, looking for a scientist to meet up with the other Marines. So I was backtracking through an area I'd already backtracked through, searching for an objective that required me to backtrack. But now there were no enemies, and I couldn't work out whether there were just no enemies because I already shot them, or whether I hadn't spawned them yet. It gets quite annoying. Triggering monsters is a staple of the Doom series. The games are littered with monster closets, and have been since the very first game, where picking up a health pack was almost guaranteed to cause a war to open and monsters to bite your backside. Doom 3 continues that tradition, which means you end up being ambushed by monsters without any chance of outwitting them. Personally, I got quite sick of all the jump scare horror tactics rather quickly. But thankfully, the game is still an enjoyable experience. It's very tense despite all the jump scare tactics. It's really tense, it's enjoyable, and I really had a good time playing it. The Martian base that we're exploring looks better than it ever did in the original games, and even though Doom 3 is nowhere near as action intensive as its predecessors, it more than makes up for it in the intense horror scale. The story is also enjoyable, far more so than the Doom film was. It's hardly a cinematic masterpiece, but then again, it's Doom 3, it's not supposed to be a cinematic masterpiece. I won't spoil the story here, but suffice to say, it's a fun run with some decent voice acting, and all the bad guys might as well be called Evil Von Bastard because you know them straight away. It's one of those games. It wears its cliches on its sleeve, and it's proud of it. So what more is there to say? It's Doom. It's a Doom game. If you played a Doom game before, you pretty much know what to expect. Kill the monsters. Find some more monsters. Open some doors so that you can get to kill some more monsters, and then rinse and repeat until you get to the end of the level. Keep going like that until you finish the game. That's Doom for you. That's what you want from a Doom game. I mean, sure, the zones change, but the monsters generally don't. But then again, the monsters are classic archetypes. You've got your imps, your demons, your fallen soldiers, your undead hordes, everything you want from a Doom game. It's great. I mean, what else is there to say from this? It's a Doom game. So I'm not going to say much more. Let's try and find a way out. I think it's a teleport around here somewhere. Let's go. Ah. Aha, here we are. I don't know which one to press. I'm in hell. Oh, hang on, no, I'm in Croydon. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Oh, at least we're back in Earth anyway. Taxi! Press start to continue. I certainly will. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This time we're looking at 1945, the amazing arcade game, which is ported to the PlayStation 2 in two parts, all on one disc, 1945 Part 1 and Part 2. It's also known as Strikers 1945, I'm not sure why. It's set in an alternate history where the villains really could have been the heroes because, let's face it, if you've got this tech and you didn't step in to save the world in World War II, automatic bad guy territory there just by holding out on the rest of the world. So, let's take a look at 1945. Okay, we've got three versions, original, 2 and arcade. The arcade is great because it turns the screen on the side, so if you've got one of those tall widescreen things, you can play it very well. But here we're looking at the original version, which is the version that I play the most, just because it's the standard style of scrolling. It goes very nicely. I mean, look at this, it's great. The original 2 is interesting because as you move up and down the screen scrolls a little bit, so you have a bit of push scrolling there to keep you going, which is great. You've got 6 different types of aircraft, and of course, being British, I chose to fly the Spitfire, because you would. It's great. I love it. So let's have a look at the game itself. Like I say, standard vertical scrolling shooter, one of the best styles of game in my opinion. I much prefer this style of game over pretty much everything else because it's so much fun. It's very simple mechanics. You shoot a lot, you've got to power up if things get too bad, and you've got various different kinds of bad guy to fight. Now we've got here several of them. Every time you start a new level you get told what your target is, but really you don't need to know because it's going to be the big thing at the end, and after a point the game knows that you're not caring, so it just gives up giving you names. I mean, what? Why not? We're going to fight a scorpion at one point. So here we are, and look at it. It is beautifully done. Every single set of enemies on every wave, on every level is different. The backgrounds are different. Everything is beautifully drawn, beautifully animated. There isn't anything to complain about on this game. Look at it, it's amazing stuff. It's very hard though. At some point it becomes kind of a bullet hell, but you'll get through it. And then you fight these massive bad guys, which usually turn into a giant robot or something weird, like here, an alien and 2 guys in flasher mags. What's going on there? But here's the thing, you only have to fight one of the guys in flasher mags once you've got past the disco dancing alien baby thing, which is fairly easy to do. And then the 2 guys turn into 1 guy who decides to flash you. See? What's going on here? I don't get it, but I don't need to get it because it's just great. However, I did notice that the game gets significantly harder after about wave 3 or wave 4, I can't remember which, where if you die you have to start the entire level again, and that it is a bit annoying to me, but what can you do? You just play through it. It's more of the game, what can I say? I love playing it. Right guys, that is an amazing game. I recommend you give it a try. Either play the arcade original, which is fantastic by the way, or go for it on the PlayStation where you can just fire off continue after continue if you want to sit there all day and play. I mean, I didn't, but I could have. Very easily could have, in fact. It's a very good game. I really enjoy it. Can't recommend it enough. So I recommend you do give this a try if you get the chance. Anyway, that's all we got time for today, so thanks for watching GameHammer. I hope you enjoyed the game because I certainly did. And if you did, remember to click that like button, share this video so your friends will know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel, and I'll see you later. Oh, come on, guys. I know people were certifiable badasses back in the 40s, but one plane against a giant robot, it just doesn't seem fair. It's certainly not cricket. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Today we're having a look at 1945 Part 2. It's the sequel to Strikers 1945, or just 1945 as I know it. And it is another of those classic style vertically scrolling shooters. Fantastic game, lots of good fun, so let's take a look straight away. So we've got the same original 2, which is a push scroller or sideways arcade mode as the original game, so it's exactly what you'd be expecting. We've got 6 aircraft, and one of them is a flying pancake, so of course we're going to have to play as the flying pancake. You can't have a game with an option of a flying pancake and not use the flying pancake. You just have to do it. It's the law, you know? Then we get into the standard, what you'd expect from 1945. We've got all these missions with a big target at the end. It doesn't really need to tell you what the target is, in my view, because it's the big thing at the end that's probably going to turn into a giant robot and is definitely going to outgun you. So aim for everything, that's all you need to do, and just keep attacking until they've gone away. Now look at these graphics, I mean, that is just fantastic. It really is a case that every single good thing in 1945 has been enhanced for Part 2, and you can see it straight away. When you first get into it, there's very little difference between this and 1945-1. But when you get further in, the bosses, some of the stage layouts, things like that, it becomes obvious that this is more of an enhancement than a full sequel. It's smooth movement. The enemies fly in noticeable formations like you'd expect, but the detail is much greater, the firepower is often greater, and look at that, moving around left, right, up, down, whatever you need to avoid the bullets. It's a hail of bullets, it will take some of your power off. We now have some power to take off, rather than just being a case of one-hit kills, but you still will die very, very quickly because there's a lot of stuff on screen there that just exploded. A lot of stuff on screen that will kill you really, really quickly. Now here's one of the first big bosses. You can tell it's a boss because it turned into a giant robot and it's filling the screen with enemy firepower. It's not hard to beat if you know the pattern. All of these games are about learning the pattern, but not necessarily the pattern of the movement of the enemies. It's more a case of learning the pattern of the movement of the bullets. It's moved more into bullet hell than the original did, and I think it's made for a more strategic game because of it. You've got to have skill now. It's not a case of just pumping your money into the machine and hoping for the best, or in this case, on the PlayStation 2 version, punching the continue button whenever you die. You have to learn. You have to learn the movement, you have to learn the patterns, otherwise you won't progress far in the game, even if you are hammering continue. Now, what I want to talk about with this bit is this piece here. We don't have a big bomb that destroys everything on the screen anymore. What we have instead is a shield. It's two very large aircraft that fly in and act as a shield for you. It won't act for a shield for anything behind them, for anything in front, they will block the firepower, but you can still fire through. So it adds more of a strategic element. But the game itself, aside from this, is very much unchanged. If you like the original, you'll like this one as well. I love these old style shooters. Get the power-ups as soon as you can, and then try and avoid all the problems after that. That's basically how this works. And I think because all they've done is enhance the game rather than change it, they've made it much better and much more enjoyable as a result. So if you like the first one, you will like the second one because it's like the best of, essentially. Whereas if you weren't a fan before, give it a try because they've changed a few things and you might like it now. Well, there you are. It's one of those fantastic, classic, old school style games with old school style difficulty, and I can't get enough of it. I love playing it. It's one I come back to time and time again. It's also very, very cheap at the moment on PlayStation 2, so I recommend you get a copy while you can, because I think this one is one of those that collectors are going to want when they start collecting for PS2. Now, that's all I've really got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like it as much as I did, because this is a classic game. And if you did like it, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later.
River Raid for the Atari video computer system, designed by Carol Shaw for Activision.
Can you think of any other time where the developer of a game was actually credited in the advert? That's pretty good for old Activision. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Today we're taking a look at one of the greatest vertically scrolling shooters from the early 80s. It is of course River Raid on the Atari 2600 and some others. We're going to first have a look at the 2600 version, which is being played, as you can see here, via Activision Anthology on the PlayStation 2, so it's kind of a twofer. So let's have a look at a brilliant shooter. So we've got the classic River Raid, and it's got no soundtrack, but the sounds that you do get, the shooting, the blur of the jet gun past, it's not bad. It's reasonable for an old Atari game, and graphically this is pretty competent. Everything's clear, everything's colourful, I really like it. You can tell exactly what everything is, and that's what you want from these old Atari games. It's difficult at times, as you see. I've just accidentally died there, and it's not too difficult, that's the thing. When I died there, I knew exactly why I died. I knew it was my fault, and that I could do better. So that's what you want. Everything's clear, everything is in the right place. It's not too crowded, it's not too empty. But, well, aside from that fuel tank there, no one's going to go for that. It's not going to work, is it? But also, the other thing that you have to remember with this game is the control system is really, really good. And it's just intuitive. You push forward to speed up, you pull back to slow down. which means you have a lot of control over where you are on the screen and how fast the game progresses. The only thing that I think is missing from this version that's in a lot of the other versions is the tank on the bridge. It's in the 5200 version, but it's not here in the 2600 version, and that's really the only thing that's missing. I would have liked that in here, but I can understand that it may be something that turned up later when they did some revisions to the game. So we'll let that slide. But aside from that, what's there to not like? This is good, really fun gameplay, and that's what you want from a game. I don't spend a huge amount of time playing old Atari games because a lot of them you put in, you play it 5-10 minutes and you switch them out for something else. For River Raid, I could play it for hours, literally hours, and I would not be unhappy with doing that because there's a lot here that makes it an awful lot of good, honest, clean fun. And that's what you want from these games. It's arcade style, arcade quality, good fun, and I really like it. So what's the actual game about? Well, you're the aircraft that roams across the river. You can't go into the land, you'll crash, so you must be going down some kind of canyon, really, because the sides must be higher than they seem. And you're trying to destroy the enemy. It's enemy forces, I don't know. You may be invading, you may be defending, I don't know. But all I can tell you is, you have to go down here and destroy as many as you can. So shoot the ships, shoot the aircraft, shoot the fuel if you want extra points, or if you're low on fuel, actually go over it and then you'll refuel yourself. I don't know how that works. We're not going to get into logistics of mid-air refueling here. This is an Atari game after all, so we'll leave that be. And then you shoot the bridges to go on to the next level. The bridge, I think, just represents a barrier, but in terms of what's going on in the game, I don't know whether you're stopping enemy forces getting in or disrupting their resupply lines or whatever, but either way, shoot the bridges, get everything out of the way, and keep going. I assume there's an end in sight, but I've never reached it because I'm not that good at the game, even though I do love it and play it a lot. But it's just one of those things. Okay, as you can see, this is one of those games that when you play it, you lose track of time because it gets you straight into it. It's very responsive, it's very simple to pick up, but very hard to master, which is of course what you want from an arcade-style game, which this definitely is. I love it to bits. It's one of those games that I never played as a kid because it wasn't one of the games that my friend who had an Atari 2600 had, so we never played it, but I'm very, very glad I've got it on the Atari Anthology because I adore it and play it as often as I can, really, because it is one of those you can just pick up, play for 5-10 minutes, maybe a couple of hours, it depends how much you get into it, and then put it down and go and do something else. No harm, no foul on that. You don't have to try and get back into the story or anything like that. It is a lot of good fun. However, I don't think it is the best version. Funnily enough, it is the original, it is the classic as everyone knows, but it's not the only one and it's not the best. So let's have a look at some of the others. Let's start with the ZX Spectrum. Okay, here we are on the ZX Spectrum, and what can I say? It's not good. I really do think this is programmed in BASIC. I mean, look at how it's juddering. The Spectrum is better than this. We've had lots of good shooters on the Spectrum, had lots of very good scrolling games on the Spectrum, and this is not one of them. The aircraft that you're playing as is tiny, unnecessarily tiny, as if it's a character instead of a sprite. So someone's just redefined a character from the Spectrum's symbol list, and I think the same has happened with the helicopters, although I think they've done two different characters on that one because it is rotating its blades a little bit. The rest of it, what can I say? The ships, yeah, they look like ships. The planes look like planes. The helicopters look like helicopters. That's as good as you get. It does have the tanks on the bridge, though. That's pretty good. But it doesn't feel like River Raid. It's not fast enough. It doesn't feel like you're really playing River Raid. It feels like a very cheap port. But this cost £8 when it first came out. I mean, sure, for a $1.99 budget game when it was re-released, yeah, I'd have gone with it and thought, yeah, it's alright. I mean, we've played worse. And we certainly have played worse. But for £8, it's not worth it. It really isn't. So, yeah, you can play it, and it's kind of River Raid, but I don't really rate it as a game. There are much better shooters on the Spectrum, so I'd recommend you go and play them instead. And if you want proper River Raid, well, we've already seen a very good version, and we'll see some more. Yeah, okay, as you can see from that, the ZX Spectrum version is well, it's not great, is it? It's very slow. I would be very surprised if this wasn't coded in BASIC. I mean, sure, it may have been recompiled so that it doesn't look like it's in BASIC, but I'm pretty sure it is BASIC. It's slow, it's responsive, I'll give it that. It seems to be feature complete, but it's not a patch on the original. So, if that's what the Spectrum has to offer, and I really wish it was better because the Spectrum can do better. I mean, look at Arte. The Spectrum can definitely do shooters much better than this. So, if that's what the Spectrum can do, what are the other home computer versions like? Let's take a look at the Commodore 64. Oh my goodness, look at that. What can I say? The first thing I've got to say, of course, that there is sound on the Commodore 64 version, and it sounds pretty damn good. I don't have any sound on the Commodore 64 version. For some reason, I haven't been able to record that. I don't know what's wrong with my Commodore. This is the second time that's happened. When we played Shockwave Rider, I had to pull in the sound from a separate recording just to get it. I don't know why I can't get both the sound and the video at the same time, but that's just how it is at the moment. But look at this. It is smooth. It is responsive. It looks fantastic. This is basically an enhanced version of the Atari 5200 version of River Raid, which is why you've now got the interestingly different coloured edges to the sides on the canyon. You've got multicoloured enemies. It just looks great, and we'll eventually see the tanks on the bridges, which means you can get extra points. If you wait until the tank is on the bridge and then shoot the bridge out, you get extra points for killing the tank as well. So it's always worth doing that. But I love this. This looks fantastic. It's probably one of the better ports that I've seen on the Commodore 64 for a while now. I mean, the last time we looked at a port, it was Dizzy, and it wasn't great, but this is just perfect. I mean, how can you fault it? It's great. I loved playing this one. One of my favourite games on the C64 at the moment. The controls are pretty standard. Left, right, moves left and right. Forward increases speed, back decreases speed. Exactly like on the Atari, and then you press fire to shoot. It's exactly as the Atari one was, and it's very good because of it. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. That is a brilliant version of the game. I love this. It's fast. It's brilliant. It has the addition of being able to shoot tanks on the bridges as you go through, which I kind of like. It's much, much better than the Spectrum version, and I really love it. I thought for a long time when I was playing this that this was probably the pinnacle of River Raid, that it was the best version you could get, and nothing could top it. And then I found the MSX version, so let's have a look at that one. The MSX is one of those computers that, when I played on my friends as a kid, it always felt not quite right, because we played an awful lot of games on tape, which really felt like they were just cut down Spectrum versions. But the MSX version of River Raid is on cartridge. That's what we're playing from here, the ROM file of the cartridge. And you can tell they have gone all out to make sure this is right. I love it. Everything looks like a refinement of the original version of the game. Although I think it's actually a refinement of the 5200 version, because there's a tank on the bridge, and the tanks are noticeably tanks, and the bridges even have numbers for the levels on them now, which is great. What can I say about this that we haven't already said? Well, not a lot, because there's not a lot else to say about River Raid. It's a very simple game when you get down to it, but it is so good that you really do want to keep going and playing and playing and playing until your fingers bleed. I may be going a bit overboard there, but it is one of those games that you can pick up and play regardless of which system it is. And the MSX is probably the best version that I've seen, so I highly recommend it. Okay, there. That, I think you'll agree, that is the pinnacle of River Raid. The MSX version is fantastic. It's on cartridge, so you'll be able to download a ROM if you want to give it a try, or hunt it down. Hunt down a copy and plug it into your MSX. It is brilliant. I love it. This is the version that I think really refined the idea. It's got everything here. It's feature complete. It's got the tanks on the bridges. It's got the balloons. It's got the helicopters. It's got the boats and everything like that. But it's really crisp. It looks great. It's very, very functional. And I just love it. It's fantastic. So, yeah, I think out of all of them, yeah, the Atari 2600 version is a classic. And I do adore it. The Spectrum version, I'll put that aside. Sorry, guys. the Spectrum was let down very, very seriously here. And if you've ever played the Spectrum version, you know how Amstrad CPC fans feel when you've played the Spectrum version after seeing the Atari version, or the Commodore's version, or the MSX version. Because that's how we felt when we all got Spectrum ports that weren't refined and didn't take advantage of the CPC's hardware. So now you know how an Amstrad fan feels in general, just by having a look and playing the ZX Spectrum version of River Raid. I may be going a bit off topic here. Now, yeah, the Atari 2600 version is classic. We'll leave the Spectrum version aside. The Commodore 64 version, oh my goodness, I love it. But the crown prince of River Raid is definitely the MSX version. Okay, anyway, that's really all we've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later.
Did you find the guy? I'll finish you today for sure.
Are these guys allies or enemies? You can't tell from the intro. They seem to be talking about each other as if they're about to have a fight. It's weird. Oh, so they are allies. They just don't seem to be acknowledging each other's presence. That's very strange. They're not talking to each other. They're talking as if they're the only ones there. Weird. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Today, on our 50th video, we're going to look at a classic that I adored as a kid, playing it on my Amstrad CPC. But we're not just going to look at the CPC, we're going to look at a range of different versions because it's a special game. It ends Shooter Week in style, I believe, and I think it is such a good game, we should get straight to it. It's Forgotten Worlds. It was out in the arcades, and it was one of those coin-grabbing, oh my goodness, you shovel so many coins into this game kind of affairs. But it had a very, very good version on the PlayStation 2 on the Capcom Classics Collection Volume 1. So that's the version we're going to take a look at first. So, PlayStation 2 has a very, very good version of the arcade classic. As you can see, it's mostly a side-scrolling shooter. You can change direction of where you're firing using the right analog stick, or the right stick as it would have been on the original arcade. You move with the left and then you've got a fire button as well. It's pretty simple and it's very good fun to play. It's very, very difficult though. This was one of those Capcom coin grabbers, and you get one life, and if you lose all of your health, that's it. You have to put more money in to continue, or hammer the continue button as it is. As you go through the game, the majority of it is these side-scrolling areas, and it's a variety of backgrounds, but the enemies, although they change in shape and sprites, it's pretty much the same all the way through. You fly around, you shoot. Why you can fly when you don't appear to have a jetpack or anything, I don't know. It's just arcade logic, what can I say? So you go through a variety of areas, like a ruined city, some space base, a weird area with lots of spikes, I don't know what that is. Ancient Egypt for some reason, which is also apparently in space. What appears to be the Egyptian version of hell, I don't know. Then you have a strange vertically scrolling section with a lot of spikes. Is this some sort of organic thing? Are you flying through a rib cage? It looks like a rib cage, I don't know. But when you get to the top, you fight a guy, and then you turn up on an ice world with lots of flying oriental looking people. Are they traditional Chinese outfits? I don't know. And then you go to some sort of space hell. It's an odd game, but finally, once you've got through all of that, you get to go up this vertically scrolling section again, which is actually really hard. You would expect that's the final area of the game, where you get to fight a guy and all of his weird spiky technology. But we'll come to him in a moment, because I want to talk about the bad guys. The ruined city has a dragon in it. I'm assuming that's who's ruined it. Shoot him in the heart and he'll die, as you would expect from being shot in the heart. It's a pretty simple one, but he's got a lot of spikes that come out of him to stop you from being able to shoot, so just be careful with that because they'll kill you easily. Then you fight a giant robot, a suit of armour guy, and there appears to be a guy in it, so it's just some sort of giant, I think. and he'll punch you a lot, so just keep shooting him in the face. Next you get the Ancient Egypt area where you fight, I think it's Horus, on some kind of flying raft thing. After that, on the same level, is something that's come straight out of Nibbles or Snake, and it really wants revenge for you crashing it into walls and things like that. So shoot that a lot and it'll die. Shooting things is the way that you basically get through everything. Your gun is your entire skill set. Then finally on the Ancient Egypt section you fight a sarcophagus that has some sort of nerve ending in it. Shoot the sarcophagus until it opens and then shoot the nerve ending inside. It's weird. It's like, look at it. It's some sort of ganglion. It's weird. Anyway, it explodes, so move on. On the area with the flying Chinese dudes is the embodiment of ice. I don't know, is he the god of weather? I have no idea, but anyway, shoot him because he's made of crystals and they'll shatter, and then shoot his head and he'll explode, and that's it. That's all you're going to do there, because after that you're going to be confronted by the gods of wind and lightning. Just shoot one of them. Keep focused on one of them alone, because they're twins. They seem to be linked by their souls, so if you kill one of them, the other one explodes. So basically just focus your fire on one guy and you'll win. And then we get back to the guy we were talking about earlier on. He's got odd things from the side of the screen that will fly out and attack you, and then once you've killed enough of them and shot enough of him, he'll get annoyed, throw them away, and then he'll come and attack you himself. So just keep attacking him until he dies, and then you are finished. You get to see a nice little cutscene at the end where both guys finally acknowledge each other's presence, and then a woman turns up and says thanks very much, and she's going to restore peace to the village. That's great. But here's the thing about this woman, it's not the first time we've seen her, because she keeps popping up. She's the weird arms dealer in the little shop that keeps arriving. So there you go. She has been there all along, you just didn't notice. So there you see. The PlayStation 2 version is basically the arcade. It's arcade perfect as far as I'm concerned, and I adored playing it. It's one that I come back to every now and again, because you can finish it in 40 minutes, so for just putting the disc in and giving it a good blast, that's pretty good in my opinion. But it's not the only version we want to talk about, so let's have a look at how the 16-bit systems work this out. It is one of those with the two controllers as well, so it's going to be quite tricky to implement. But let's have a look at how the Amiga worked out with it. You'd expect the 16 bits to be pretty good with the arcade classics, but Forgotten Worlds was a powerful arcade system, so the Amiga version is cut down, and of course it has the problem that we'll see on all of the systems where you have one joystick or one directional control, but you need two to play Forgotten Worlds. So how does it solve this problem? Simple. If you're firing, you can't move left and right, because left and right get taken up on the firing by turning your gun left and right. So you will rotate the gun while firing, and that takes a lot of getting used to. It's very, very annoying. And it means that the game is severely restricted in what you can do. If there's a lot of enemies on screen, you can choose the way you fire and then move up and down, and that's fine. So you get to still dodge their weapons, but it severely restricts how you play. And actually I don't like that. The arcade version and the PlayStation version implement the controls far better. Graphically, the Amiga version is pretty good. It's a decent shooter. Once you get over the awful control decision, it's a really good shooter, and I kind of like it. But it's so hard because of that control choice. Okay, that's not brilliant, is it? The Amiga can do better in terms of graphical quality, in my opinion. I mean, it was a pretty good rendition, and it's fun to play, but it has its limitations. And I think we're going to see that a lot. In fact, I know we're going to see that a lot, because two-stick affairs on something that's got one stick, you're going to have concessions. Let's have a look at how the Mega Drive worked that out, though. It's a similar problem on the Mega Drive, but not quite, because the Mega Drive has 3 buttons rather than the Amiga's 1. Well, the Amiga's 2, but the Mega Drive allows you to move left and move right on your weapons with the A and B buttons and fire with C. I think that was how I did it. There are 3 buttons anyway. And that means you can move left, right, up and down and fire at the same time. That makes the game far better. It does, however, have the problem of the controls for moving your weapon are somewhat slower than they would be in the arcade, but oh well, at least you've got that. Graphically, the Mega Drive is pretty good. It looks nice, it moves really well, and the sound is decent. The Amiga had good graphics and reasonable sound as well, but I think the Mega Drive just tops it with its clarity. The Mega Drive was actually surprisingly good with this game. It works well, the music's good, the graphics are good, and the control system was quite interesting. We're using the buttons to change your direction of fire and using the button to fire, which makes it a bit difficult to play. But I suppose if you're using the action stick, the arcade stick for the Mega Drive, that would actually work out really nicely. So I was really impressed with that. But here's the question. How does the Mega Drive's younger brother hold up with this one? Because the Master System did get a version of it. So let's have a look at that now. The Master System has a different approach again, and this is one that you won't see replicated at all on the other versions. Because the Master System only has 2 buttons, it has you firing constantly. I don't mind that because I was going to do that anyway. So instead of having a button to shoot, you just shoot all the time. You move up, down, left and right with the D-pad, and you turn your gun using the 2 buttons on the Master System controller. That's pretty good. I actually like that implementation. It works rather well. Graphically, it's not as good as the Mega Drive, but it is the best of the 8-bits as far as I've seen. So it's a pretty good game, and I enjoyed playing it. Not as good as the PS2 implementation or the arcade, but really, really well done. Okay, the Master System actually held its own quite well with that. By having a continuous fire thing, instead of having to press a button, it takes away one of the issues that the Master System wouldn't be able to get over otherwise, because it only has 2 buttons, so you can't use the Mega Drive system. But it kind of found a way, didn't it? So you've got left and right movement of the fire by pressing the 2 buttons on the Master System controller, and it just fires automatically all the time. So that's a pretty interesting way of doing it. The sprites are a little small for me, but that is typical of the Master System because it didn't do the big chunky sprites. So all in all, I think it actually worked out quite well. I'm quite impressed by that one. Let's have a look at how the other 8-bit systems worked out. Now, I couldn't do the Commodore 64, it just wouldn't work out for me. There was a version on the Commodore 64, but I couldn't get it to work, so we're going to have to leave that one out. Sorry, guys. But let's have a look at how the Spectrum held up. Now, when you look at the Spectrum, you always know it's going to have a downgrade in terms of graphical quality. But the thing about the Spectrum is, it works out quite well. I actually enjoyed playing this version. Yes, it's cut down. Yes, you have the problem from the Amiga where you hold the fire button and turn left and right to decide which way you're going to shoot, which means you can only move up and down while firing, otherwise you get problems. And yes, it is, of course, a multi-loader, but it works out really well for the Spectrum, and given the limitations of the hardware, I think they actually did this rather well, so I'm happy with it, and I enjoyed playing it. The only issue I have with the Spectrum is, of course, the shop here, where you don't get any of the background, you just get 4 options and then leave. So it's not great, but oh well. There are always limits, what can you do? Okay, as it stands, that's not a bad Spectrum game. I played a lot worse, and I actually enjoyed playing this one. It's not one I played as a kid, because my friends didn't have Forgotten Worlds on the Spectrum, but we played it a lot in the Amstrad. So we kind of got the same thing, because basically the Spectrum is a cut down graphically version of the Amstrad game. It's the same thing. The same problems with the controls are there from the Amiga, and it will stick with the other 8-bits. So under the circumstances, I think the Spectrum held its own and did very well. I actually enjoyed that one. So let's have a look at the final version that we're going to have a look at. Let's have a look at the Amstrad CPC port that I played as a kid. Now, the Amstrad version is basically a high-colour version of the Spectrum. The sprites are tiny and it always annoyed me. I had this game back when I was a kid, and it always annoyed me with how small everything looked. But it's still Forgotten Worlds. It's still good, high-paced fun, and I played it all the time. I loved playing this game. It was hard as hell because you have 1 life, but I loved it. And I remember getting to level 2, maybe even level 3 at one point, and being really pleased with getting that far because it was exceptionally difficult. But again, like the Spectrum, like the Amiga, you hold down fire to move the direction of fire, and that results in only being able to go up and down while firing, which is a problem. It makes the game really hard, and I wish they'd had a different way of doing that, but oh well, that's how it is. Anyway, the game itself works really well on the CPC. It's one of the better sideways scrollers because the pace is actually held up quite well. It is noticeably slower than you would expect it to be on the arcade, but that's the Amstrad for you, and under the circumstances, it handled itself really well. Again, the shop is just symbols. It's not great, but at least you had something. Okay, there you are. As I said before, it is just a graphically enhanced version of the Spectrum, but it's not just graphically enhanced. It's actually been enhanced for the CPC. It works properly. It's not a specky port, it's an actual implementation that takes account of the CPC's hardware, so it scrolls quite well. It looks reasonably good. I remember being very impressed graphically with how this looked on the CPC when I was a kid, and it's a decent shooter. The CPC doesn't get an awful lot of decent shooters because the CPC has a problem with scrolling screens. Basically, the video takes far too much of the RAM up, so you have limitations there, and if you get around it, it causes issues. But this one did it quite well, and I was very impressed. And as a result, I actually really, really like this version. As I said, I used to play this all the time. I used to get to level 3 was probably the furthest I ever got. I would have loved to have been able to say I'd finished it, but I never could because it's so hard. But overall, I really enjoyed playing this game, and I recommend you give it a try. Which version would I recommend the best? Well, it's got to be the PlayStation 2, because like I say, it's arcade perfect, it's got the 2 sticks, which means it can implement it properly, and it's just really, really good. So if you get a chance to play it on the Capcom Classics Collection, I recommend you do that, because it is really, really good. But of the 8-bits, the Amstrad held its own, but so did the Master System, and so did the Spectrum. So go with whichever version suits you. Which computer do you like? Which console do you like? Go with that version, because they're all pretty good, and under the circumstances, I think they all held their own very nicely. But anyway, that's all we've got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this, which was our 50th video, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel, and I'll see you next week. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. Today we're looking at what is universally regarded as a classic. It's Sonic the Hedgehog on the Mega Drive, but we're not actually going to be looking at the Mega Drive version too much because the quality that I can pull off the Mega Drive isn't great, and I don't want to use an emulator when I've got the original game here, plus I've got it on the Sonic Mega Collection Plus, which is a very useful set of games that came out on PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube, so it's basically all of the good Sonic games plus some of the not so good Sonic games in one box for your gaming pleasure, and I actually quite like that compilation. So we're going to have a look at the game on that because graphically it's a little bit better to get the quality off the recordings, so we're going to do it that way. Sorry guys, sorry for all you purists who want to see the Mega Drive version. Here's a bit of the Mega Drive version, and here's a comparison with the Xbox compilation. As you can see, it is graphically better, and I think you can all agree, for the purposes of reviewing this on YouTube, it looks a little bit better if we use the newer version. So, let's stop beating around the bush and actually get to the game. Sonic the Hedgehog. How can we not cover this game? It is one of Sega's best. The bright blue hedgehog who just knows how to kick some butts, and his companions later on that showed that Sega really didn't know how to catch lightning in a bottle twice, did they? But let's talk about that for now. Let's get straight in with the original game. So we're starting out on the Green Hill Zone, which is of course the one that everyone remembers. It's also the one that most of us played through and actually enjoyed. I think we can all agree that once we get past the first few, it's not quite the same, is it? We've got Marble Zone, Spring Yard Zone. Spring Yard, I find, is not bad, but then we get on to like Labyrinth and we get stuck in water and everyone hates these levels. Starlight Zone, I think, really feels more like a later Sonic game. I'm always reminded of the casino area in Sonic 2 when I see the Starlight Zone. I think it's just the background, because Spring Yard is more like the casino area if you think about it. Then of course we get to Scrap Brain Zone, which is essentially the final area. I mean, we have a zone called Final Zone, but Scrap Brain Zone is pretty much the last one that you play through, and it's also, in my view, the worst. It feels like an area that has really run out of ideas, but we'll come back to that because I want to talk also about the bonus stages. I think we all know the bonus stages is where you get immensely dizzy and it looks like someone took an awful lot of LSD before they started programming it. We've got blocks that turn into birds in the background, basically here to show off the Mega Drive's prowess, and it does it really well. I mean, look And all the colours on screen and the fine movement, which is all flowing so nicely. It's just an amazing feat of technology at the time to get this flowing so well with that good music and all the colours and spins and turns. It's a powerhouse of gaming, and I believe that we all recognise it very nicely. It does, of course, get progressively harder in this zone because the shapes change. Every time you go into it, all the shapes are changing and it gets more and more difficult, which of course you would expect because that's how games progress. You want harder and harder as you go on, otherwise where's the challenge? So yeah, I really like this, and this is of course how you get the Chaos Emeralds, which are the point of the game. And I think when you see the end that I managed to get, you'll realise I didn't get all the Chaos Emeralds because I'm not good enough at these particular zones. It's one of those things where you really have to memorise them by playing and playing again, otherwise you're not going to be able to do it. And unfortunately I haven't memorised them. I used to know these off quite well because I played Sonic all the time. It was one of the few games on the Mega Drive that I actually could afford to get because everyone had it, so it was cheap, and that's how I got my copy second hand. And as a result I played it a lot, knew the levels, and now I can't remember them. Just one of those things, isn't it? So let's talk about the actual zones again. So we've got the first one, the most famous with the loops. It is of course Green Hill Zone, and I think we all know and love this one. It is the best of the zones. The starting one, they put an awful lot of effort in. It shows off the Mega Drive's graphics and sound and gameplay abilities quite well. I really like this one. So I think you probably like it too, and I don't really want to spend too much time covering something that we all know is good. So let's move on to the one that no one likes. The Marble Zone with all the lava and the falling blocks and just getting stuck. Basically, it's not great. It's got second level syndrome. You've gone through the first area, which everyone can agree they spent a lot of time on there. It's like, what do we do now? Let's just throw something together. That's what it feels like. It's not good, but let's move on to something better. I love the springs and the next zones, and it's just so much fun to go through this. Yeah, you get lost sometimes. Yeah, you end up getting stuck on these bouncy bits, but it's all in good fun, and I really like it, so can't say bad about it. And of course Sega liked it as well, because it's basically this casino zone from Sonic 2. It's the first draft of that. So yeah, I love it. I think you'll like it, and the music's great too. Then we come on to the labyrinth that no one likes. No one in their right mind wants to get stuck underwater where Sonic's slowed down. Who puts that into a game? It's a game about going fast, and now you've got 3 levels where you can't go fast? No one wants that. Come on, Sega. Plus, of course, there's this awful bit where you're sliding down some slopes, and you've got to jump at the right point, at exactly the right point as well. Otherwise, you can't get through it. You just keep going round and round and round until you finally manage to fluke your way onto a separate area that isn't covered in water, and you get to press a button to go on with the rest of the game. It's not great. It's actually quite poor design, and it's a bad way of making sure your game lasts a bit longer. I really don't like this, and unfortunately that's what really sums up the later part of this game. It's just pulling it out longer than it needs to, and as a result it mars the feeling that you have. There you are, I finally got to it. That's actually not far down those slopes, but you keep going round and round until you get to it. Can someone remind me why this is a classic? Because I remember it being better than this, and certainly less frustrating. So yeah, it mars the end of the game, and it really sums up the end part of Sonic. And then finally, once you get past it, you get to Starlight Zone, which is a little bit of a brief reprieve. It's not as bad as the Labyrinth, but it's not as good as the earlier levels. So yeah, we just go through this, and now by this point, I was essentially just waiting for the game to end, which is not good. Not for a game that I adored as a kid. And then we come on to the final areas. We've got Scrap Brain Zone, which is just awful, and you end up just going round and round and round, literally, on these things, trying to get through the game. I really didn't like this zone. The entire zone just feels like it's just pulling the game out just a little bit longer, just to keep you going a little bit further, making you feel like you've got your money's worth, even though, to be honest with you, if they left this out and just gone straight to the final act, I wouldn't have minded. It's just one of those things. You have to time these jumps perfectly, which, I'll say this straight off, is a good representation of how difficulty gets harder on a game as it goes along. I'll grant you that. It's meant to get harder and more challenging, but this felt so obnoxious to me that you've got to try and time everything right, or you have to do it all over again. I mean all of it. You don't go back a little bit, you go right to the bottom of these things again with these running round, going on, going and going. It just annoyed me so much. Let's move on to the bad guys now. Dr. Robotnik, one of the best cartoon villains of 16-bit era, and any era to be honest with you, with his just weird inventions. He gets progressively more difficult, and it's actually not a bad challenge. He does get progressively more difficult. It doesn't jump from really easy to really hard. It's pretty good. So all of his devices are different, all of its strategies for trying to kill Sonic are different, and I like that. It has proper imagination. Sega haven't skimped on the imagination for how these set pieces go, and it still remains pretty easy once you know what you're doing. There are a few areas where things get switched up, of course. I mean, here in the labyrinth, you don't fight Robotnik, he just runs away when he sees you coming, which is pretty funny in my view. You hit him once and then he's off and you have to chase him. That's it. No set piece there, which was quite a surprise when I first did it. But after that, it makes up for it by, I think, my favourite of all of the boss fights. Just launching his bombs back at him with his own seesaws. It's a lot of fun. And after that, we again find that we're just stuck. It's one of those oddities. The scrap brain zone is weird. You have to run around, and if you don't do it properly, you go back to the start of Scrap Brain Zone Act 3. And then if you do it properly, you get to jump straight to the final zone. It's like, yeah, okay, you're changing things up, I can understand that, that's fine. And then you get this. This is the final boss fight, and it's, I don't know, there's just something missing. I think it's the random factor of which of the tubes Robotnik is in that annoys me. I just didn't find this appealing. You get there eventually, and it's basically just smack him when you see him, but to me it was just something missing. I think it is the random factor of which tube he's in. If you're a really hardcore Sonic fan, you probably know these timings off by heart and it's not random or something like that, but to me it just always feels like he's just not there when I want him to be and there when I don't. So it annoyed me, but you get through it and then you get to the final set piece, which is all fun and games. You finally get to chase Robotnik into his little flying thing and then attack him once, and that's it. Bam! There you go. That's it. That's Sonic over with. So, all in all, I think actually it's a pretty good game. It's one of those where it suffers a little bit from being a reasonably early game. I mean, this is the 16-bit era. We were starting to know what games were like and what they should feel like and how they should play. And Sonic does it well to a certain extent, but there are still some annoyances. Like, I think it is the problem of the end game zones just don't quite cut it, in my view anyway. But for the most part, it's a really good game, and I think if you play it now, even if you come into it fresh now, I think you'd still enjoy it. There's a lot here to like about Sonic. It's still a definite classic, despite some of the problematic areas. Okay, there we are. It is a classic game. I think you'll all agree, putting aside all the bits where it really, really annoys, and also putting aside the fact that I really do think they had completely run out of ideas by the end of the game. It's just one of those things. The late game content in the early Sonic games isn't that good. Sorry guys. I really find the earlier levels where clearly they've put all of the polish and all the time in are far superior to the later bits where I don't think they'd expected many gamers to actually be able to get that far. But that's how it is anyway. That's the old style for you. No school like the old school, especially in terms of... Actually, no, now I might think about it. Most games are still like that. They don't expect gamers to get to the end and don't put as much effort into the finale. It's just one of those things. But kind of frustrates, especially when it's a game that's loved so much like Sonic is. I do love this game, especially the opening zones. The Green Hill Zone, of course, is a classic, but some of the other ones at the start of the game are still pretty good. I mean, Marble Zone I could do without that one, and Labyrinth, and oof. Oh. In fact, there's not many zones in this game that I actually like, which is probably why I like Generations, where I just went, Green Hill Zone. Anyway, we're getting off topic. We'll cover that one at a different day. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. My goodness, it's Sonic karaoke style. Probably good thing this isn't by Nintendo. They'd actually run with that kind of idea. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This week we're looking at another classic game. This is the first version of Sonic the Hedgehog that I ever actually played, and it's on the Game Gear, which is the handheld console that I adored. It's the one I had as a kid, and I love it still now. It's got a lot of great games. This is one of them. So let's take a look at Sonic the Hedgehog. So here we are with the famous Sega scream. Yep, it's not as good as the Mega Drive version, but what can we say? Sonic the Hedgehog on the Game Gear is a brilliant game, regardless of which format you're looking at it on. So let's have a look at how this fares up. It's a smaller game than on the Mega Drive. It starts with the Green Hill Zone and keeps going up the same area. You're all on one island. You go from Green Hill to Bridge to Jungle, and then we move on to the more interesting ones when it does a close-up on the top. We have the Labyrinth Zone, not one of my favourites, and you'll see why in a moment. And then we move on to the Scrap Brain Zone. So yes, we are going to get through this very quickly. It's a much smaller game than the Mega Drive equivalent. Because after that, Sky Base, and that's it. That's pretty much all that there is for the entire game. So, we're here in the Green Hill Zone, starting off the same way that the Mega Drive one does, and as you can see, the Game Gear is making the most of its colours. It looks wonderful. At first, if you were just having a glance, you wouldn't think, oh, that's a handheld console, because it looks so good. And it is good. It's very good. It's not the same as the Mega Drive. It's a platformer in the Mario style more than in the Sonic style, but it still works out and it's still great fun. Moving on, and we're coming into the Bridge Zone, where it's obvious that this is more of a platformer than the Mega Drive's Run Fast Simulator. It's got an awful lot more precision jumping, an awful lot more timed events for getting across certain parts and defeating certain enemies, but it's still great. And here you are on the Jungle Zone. Would you see this in the Mega Drive version? I mean, okay, the background is awful, and on the Game Gear screen it's actually quite eye-straining, but here we have precision jumping in a Sonic game, and you wouldn't see that on the Mega Drive. It's a very different beast here on the Game Gear, and here the time jump, it's just so different, but it works really, really well. I love this game. As I said, it's the first Sonic that I ever played, and I love it. It's such a good, fun game. So if you give it a try, I think you'll like it too. Now let's move on, and we're now in the Labyrinth Zone. You might have noticed that quick slide down there with the animation is pretty much just taken and shrunk down from the Mega Drive version, and so is the picking up the air bubbles to keep yourself going, and also the fact that this is an awful level and you shouldn't be underwater in a Sonic game. That's also come from the Mega Drive. Moving on to Scrap Brain Zone, this is the one that I hate the most, because you keep going round through these little portals and into various places. You can see how the game is laid out actually there, because the score wasn't on screen until we moved away from the door. Just the way the foreground and background elements mix together is quite interesting. But the game itself, this part of it, oh my goodness, I just hate it. If you hit the wrong bit, you have to go right back to the start and move around. You just easily get lost until you basically memorize the entire level, and it's not very good, and I'm glad when we get through it. Although then you see what's afterward, and here all the precision timing comes in again. You have to avoid these lightning conductors and avoid the enemies, and it's just awful. It's so slow as well. The Game Gear is being taxed beyond what it really should be doing at this point, because you can see a lot of slowdown. But once you get past that, you get back onto the Sky Blimp, Robotnik's Sky Blimp, and this is fun. This section I really enjoyed, even with these little explosive guys. I still enjoyed the game and the level. It's a nice end to the game. Then we come on to the bonus levels. Now these are very different to the Mega Drive versions, because they're essentially just Sonic Pinball. and you get the chance to grab a load of rings, and if you get 100 you get an extra life as usual, but it's also the chance to grab a continue. You will not find any Chaos Emeralds in the bonus levels, because they're not in the bonus levels, they're hidden on the main levels. If you played Sonic Mania recently, you'll know how that is. They're just hidden somewhere and you'll find them. Every time you come into the bonus stages, they're different. There's a load of these, and they're in the same order every time, so you get to know them. But it doesn't stop them being fun. Frustrating also, but fun. I really enjoy these bonus levels. There we are, we get a continue, and we can move on with our lives. You have to try and get out of here within the time limit, however. If you don't, you will not get anything that you've picked up. So, let's talk about the bosses. Robotnik here is very similar to his Mega Drive counterpart. You hit him several times, and then he explodes, then you run off to finish the level. However, all of the stages are essentially different. They're all different set pieces. They're all imaginative. Here we're just doing the basic thing where he floats backward and forward, then you headbutt him until he explodes. It's not much to it, but even so, it's a pretty decent introduction. It's the end of Green Hill Zone. Next stage we have is a tricky one, because you've got to time everything perfectly and dodge by ducking. If you dodge and duck at the wrong time, you will, because that ground is curved, float left and right, well, roll left and right, and get hit by his bullets. So try not to do that. Similar idea on the second proper fight with him, where he's rolling these bombs around. So just keep jumping, keep out of the way of the explosive, and bash him when you can. You get through it. It's not bad. Then we get the aquatic one, where suddenly you don't need to worry about breathing underwater, because it just keeps going until you finish. It's an imaginative fight. I actually like it, even though the rest of the level for the labyrinth is not very good. But it is pretty fun, it's pretty imaginative, and it's very easy to fall into one of those pits, so don't do it. However, here's the fun part. Even Dr. Robotnik doesn't like the Scrap Brain Zone, because he doesn't bother to fight you on it, he just runs away. So follow him on his lift, and that's it. It's not hard, but yeah, Scrap Brain's so bad, even the bad guy doesn't want to be involved in it. What can I say? And then the final stage up in the sky in his blimp, very reminiscent of the Mega Drive one, where he's in a capsule basically, and you just have to keep avoiding things and then smacking into him. Once you've smashed the glass and he realises that the game's up, he's going to run away into his teleporter. He thinks he's getting away, but just wait until he disappears, and then you can join him too, and oh my goodness, you teleport too. I wonder why you didn't think that was going to happen. So you chase after him, he's in his blimp again, he's in his little portable thing again, so you chase after him and then you smack into him, and that's the game. Why you appear in the air and he doesn't, I don't know, but it works out, and that's it. That's the whole game. Now we get to top up our score, and then that's it, back to the karaoke. All in all, this is a fantastic game. You can get through it in like an hour or so, or if you're as bad at it as I am, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's not a long game. You can defeat it within the Game Gear's battery life, which is always useful because it hasn't got that much. And then that's it. It's a fantastic handheld game, and I can't recommend it highly enough, especially since it's now out on GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and pretty much everything else on virtual consoles these days. Get a copy, I think you'll enjoy it. Okay, there you are. I think you'll agree that it is one of the classic games. It's definitely one of the best games on the Game Gear, and it's not really the same very fast, must go fast, speed affair that the Mega Drive was. It's not the powerhouse of technology and graphics and speed. It's more a traditional platformer, and there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. As this game demonstrates, there's a lot of life in that format, and it's very, very good when you do it properly, which this game, of course, does. So there you are, Sonic the Hedgehog, the original, on the Game Gear. We will be having a look at its sequel at some point, but not today. So for now, that's all we've really got time for. So I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you next time. Oh yeah, Steel Dragon. No, it's not the band from that weird Mark Wahlberg film from the 90s. It's a fantastic vertically scrolling shooter, so let's get straight into it. Now, as you can see, the graphics are amazing and that sound is, oh, it's superb. It feels like this is going to be a hell of a game, and you know what? You'd be right. I mean, look at this thing. It's the standard vertically scrolling arcade shooter. We just picked up the first power up there, an S which gives you extra speed on your weapons. It's also a P which increases the power of your weapons, and you're going to want to pick them up because there are 4 or 5 different power levels, and you want the highest because whenever you die, you will lose a power level. And also, here's another thing that's very cool. There are 3 different types of weapon. You've got the weird lightning bolt, which I personally don't like. You've got the missiles, and you've got the standard shooting laser beams. It's very cool, and each of them can be powered up. Personally, I would go for either the missiles or the laser beams. The electric looks cool, like we're seeing here, where it's going across every enemy on screen and electrocuting them, but the power is much lower on that than compared to the other ones. So when you get to a big boss, you really want to be using the missiles or the lasers because the electric just won't cut it. Speaking of bosses, we're going to get to them soon, and there are many of them and they're weird, but we want to talk about the levels first. Now, the levels are standard fare for a vertically scrolling shooter. You start off on the ground doing usual thing in a sort of semi-military kind of area, and then it progresses through various enemy bases until you end up in space. As we can see here, we're now in space and it looks amazing. The use of colours and the palettes that have been chosen are amazing. I adore the colour scheme on this game. It just works so well, and it means that all of the enemies stand out quite nicely. You don't have anything that creeps up on you. And once we get past space, we end up on an alien base and we have to fight a load of enemies there. And unfortunately, I can't tell you what happened after that because I'm not good enough at this game to progress past section 3 of level 7. There are 4 sections per level, and I just couldn't get past level 7. The game gets progressively harder and harder and harder, and yes, you can just keep putting in credits and going through the game, and eventually if I did that, after a couple of hours I'd have probably powered through the whole game, but it wouldn't have been right for giving you an impression of what the game is like. The game is hard, really hard, and that's the kind of thing that you want from a proper arcade style shooter. So I have no problem with it being hard, and I think given the way it's all set out and how well it plays, I think you'll be happy with it too, even though it is hard. So, speaking of hard, let's have a look at these bosses. Are they hard? Well, some of them are. This first one that we fight, it's sort of walking tank thing, it's not that difficult. Just avoid its shots, which are in clear patterns, and keep shooting it until it explodes. It's very simple. The second one is a giant plane, and yeah, if you've played any sort of shooter, you know what to do here. Just kill all of the guns and then kill the final central piece, and it'll explode in a huge amount of flames, and that's it. It's not difficult, it's just about the patterns and getting through the extra little gun turrets that it's got so that you don't get swamped and it doesn't turn into a bullet hell. Yeah, it's very simple and formulaic in that respect, but it won't matter because you're not here for very long, because after that you get this weird, I don't know what this is. It's got a definite pattern to its fire, but it looks like a squid monster. I have nothing against squid monsters, I think they work very well as bosses, but it's a bit weird. So after that, it tones it down a little bit with, oh my goodness, it's some sort of futuristic plane. Yeah, it's not. Fight the futuristic plane and a giant robot comes out of it and fights you. So yeah, it's very Japanese, isn't it? But the giant robot is pretty cool, and again, it looks a bit like a bullet hell, but the firepower that it's got is in very definite patterns. If you get past the giant robot, you have another giant robot, this time in space. This one has standard patterns as well, but it will attack you with its giant fists that are on some sort of spring system. And after that, another giant robot. They really like their giant robots with this game, don't they? My goodness. This one's difficult because its patterns change here and there, but once you've got the hang of it, you can kill it. It's not too bad. You will have to learn the pattern though. And that's as far as I could get. I can't get further because, again, like I said, level 7 really did kick my ass, but I don't mind because it's the type of game that I'm going to come back to anyway. Whether I beat it, whether I lost, I'm still going to come back because this is a fantastic game. It's reasonably well priced at the moment as well on PS2. I believe it is out on Saturn as well, although I couldn't tell you where to get it or whether it's even called Steel Dragon. I'm not sure it is. I've heard different names for that one. But if you get a chance, play Steel Dragon in whatever form, on whatever format, and with whichever name it's going by. Get this game, play it, you will love it, I loved it, I recommend it. I'll see you next time. Hey guys, and welcome back to another episode of GameHammer. It's horrible weather outside, I'm a bit under the weather, and as a result I'm feeling pretty nostalgic. So today we're going to have a look at a bundle of programs that I think anyone who had an Amstrad CPC from the mid-80s onward is probably quite familiar with. Let's have a look at the AmSoft 12-pack. If you bought an Amstrad CPC after 1986, there's a very good chance that it came bundled with the AmSoft 12-pack. This set of launch titles for the system demonstrates the range of uses the CPC could be put to and served as an excellent introduction to Amstrad computing. The pack contained a word processor, a couple of educational titles, and a few early games that were not only colourful, but also an excellent demonstration of the kind of games the CPC was really good at working with. Amstrad boasted that this pack represented over £100 of value. Did it really? I'll let you decide on that one. For my part, I never had the 12-pack. My first CPC was released too early to have been bundled with it, and so was its replacement. Even the modded 464/6128 hybrid that I still have now was an old-style high-key CPC, so when I bought it as a bundle in 1990, even it didn't come with the 12-pack. I had to rely on borrowing tapes from friends to see these games in action back in the day. So this week on GameHammer, we're going to take a look at all 12 of these classic titles. Do they stand up to the test of time, or are they just a bunch of crap that AmSoft couldn't sell without giving them away for free with the computer? Let's take each one in turn and find out. We'll start with Xanagrams, the crossword game. This piece of early educational software was made by Dean Software, whom I wouldn't be surprised to find you've never heard of outside of this program. After Xanagrams, they made very few programs for the CPC, mostly music software and bookkeeping utilities, so this is quite an outlier. Xanagrams was supposedly simple enough for a young child to get into, but also challenging enough to give adults a run for their money. Let's see if it's actually true. It's a simple game at heart. You can choose from 3 levels of difficulty, with 1 being the easiest and 3 being the hardest, but to be absolutely honest, it doesn't really change the game itself. The difficulty level instead selects from one of 3 word lists that the game can choose its words from. After that, you pick how many words you want to try to work out, from 1 word up to 5. The words link together like a crossword, but there the similarity ends. You get a list of possible letters down the right-hand side of the screen, and these determine what you can choose from for each position in the game. The fewer letters you get wrong when choosing, the higher your score at the end of the game, but if you're stuck, you can just go through each letter in sequence until you find the letter that the computer wants. There are no crossword clues, it's all just trying to find the right letter, and when you get the letter right, the game doesn't move the cursor either, you have to do that yourself. As a result, it gets tedious quickly, even when you know what word the game is wanting you to spell out, because you have to move the cursor in between each letter choice. All in all, it's a reasonable demonstration of the CPC's ability to handle a large number of possible words. The game boasts 4,000 that it can choose from, but aside from a sheer memory demonstration, there's very little here. Basic type-in games have more staying power than this, which is a shame. Let's move on. There are few things more sad than playing a virtual fruit machine. The only thing sadder that I can think of is actually paying money for a virtual fruit machine, because that way you're out of cash with no actual way to win it back. As games go, Fruit Machine demonstrates the CPC's ability to handle bold, colourful graphics and, well, that's about it. This is definitely the worst program in this pack, and when we see some of the stuff that's still to come, I think you'll understand that that's a very low bar indeed. There is literally nothing good that I can say about this game. The sound is next to non-existent, there's no gameplay, and without the possibility of actually winning money, there is literally no point to playing this game. If I had to squeeze something positive out of this, well, I suppose we can technically call it a game, then it would be that there's a counter of how much virtual money you've put into the machine compared to how much virtual money that you've supposedly got out of it. The in tally will vastly exceed the out tally, thus demonstrating how much of a money sink fruit machines really are. So there you go, it's a valuable life lesson. Let's move on. Oh good grief, it's Bridget. This is one of those 3 games by Epic Soft Egypt, a company that seems to have been formed simply to make a handful of launch titles for the Amstrad CPC. The other games they made include the infamous Roland on the Run, which we covered in our episode on the Roland games earlier this year, link in the description. Some people love this game, others hate it. I'm in the camp where I can play it for a while and kind of enjoy it. It's a simple premise. You have to lower bridges at the right time in order to let a bunch of men go from their house to their workplace. It's simple to get the hang of, but rather difficult to master. Graphically, it's very impressive. The bold colours and chunky sprites were very definitely a visual delight back at the start of the CPC's life. The music isn't great, it's a fugue of a football tune and a Christmas tune, which is very strange for a game that launched in the middle of the year alongside the CPC 464, but it's not too bad, and you can always turn the music off with a press of a key if you absolutely detest it. Bridget is a decent little game that won't keep you hooked for hours, but it only takes a couple of minutes to load and it's fun for 5 or 10 minutes a pop, so I'm going to put this one in the plus column. What home computer is complete without a word processor? None, that's what. For early adopters of the Amstrad CPC, the go-to program for writing letters, and I seriously doubt anyone was using it for more than that, just because it sucks when there's a lot of text in the memory, was Easy AmsWord. Programmed by Juniper Computing, who produced a small batch of early home office utilities for the CPC range, it was a basic introductory word processor, so let's see how it fares. On the whole, it is pretty basic. You get to choose between Mode 1, 40 columns, or Mode 2, 80 columns for the display, which is nice. Personally, I would only go for Mode 2 when writing in this, because the space on the screen in 40 column mode, as you're seeing here, is negligible, which means that you'll quickly end up having to scroll when typing in order to see what you've already written. The scrolling is slow. Going back up the screen is tedious, and so is deleting text. This is pretty basic stuff, but given that it's a launch title, that's to be expected. As with all launch software for the CPC, the people coding it had around 2 weeks with a demonstration machine in order to get the software together. At the end of that 2-week period, an Amstrad rep would arrive to collect the machine, and that was that. The point, from Amstrad's perspective, was to get as much software written as quickly as possible, because computers at that time lived and died on how much software was available for them. Amstrad didn't want the CPC to go the way of so many others, so they made sure that there was a large amount of software around, even if their means of doing so would reduce the quality of that initial lineup. Easy AmsWord isn't exactly up to TaskWord standards, but given the circumstances of its production, it's pretty effective. And nevertheless, it's an effective little program that doesn't take too much time to load and gives a reasonable output for what it is. Type-ins and many magazines will quickly outshine it, but as launch titles go, and especially as something that was bundled with so many CPCs, it's not all that bad. Now, as I've mentioned earlier, I already covered the Roland games in their own video, so I'm not planning to spend an awful lot of time on Roland on the ropes. Suffice to say, this is one of the 2 games that Induscomp created in order to win the contract to distribute the CPC in Spain. It's a very nice port of their classic ZX Spectrum game Fred, and it's a lot of fun to play. Personally, I prefer some of the later Roland games, but I can't fault this one in terms of gameplay. Well, I can. The screen flicker is annoying. Aside from that, however, it's a lot of fun, and you can still get a lot of enjoyment out of it even today. Next up, we have a game that needs very little introduction. If you've ever played a futile waste of time that we call 20 Questions, then you've played Animal Vegetable Mineral. It's one of the educational titles in the 12-pack, and it's basically here so that parents can be reassured that the computer that they just bought their little kids isn't simply there to rot their brains. Created by Bourne Educational Software, which is sadly no relation to the much more interesting Jason Bourne of the book and film series, AVM, as the game identifies itself when loading in, was one of several educational titles they produced for the Amstrad. They produced everything from word and number games through to physics revision and map reading. Perhaps they'll be worth revisiting one week for a special on their stuff? We'll see. For the moment, let's take a look at Animal Vegetable Mineral. As I said before, it's a game of 20 questions. I'm going to think of a mineral here, bauxite, and we'll see how long it takes the computer to guess it. Oh, it can't guess it. It gives up very quickly. Why is that? It's because we haven't loaded in a word list, I suppose. Oh well. The game learns quickly, however, and now it knows 7 words. My goodness. Do we want to play again? No, not really. Let's move on. Created by stalwart coders of fantastic games for the early CPC era, Gem Software, Oh Mummy is one of the standout titles in the 12-pack. There are few people from the CPC scene and beyond, as this title came out on several systems, who would have had a bad word to say about this classic game. The premise of the game is simple. Navigate the rudimentary maze, outlining each of the blocks with your footprints, so it will either turn into a different colour or open up to reveal a prize, or a mummy. When you've outlined every box, head to the exit to proceed to the next level. The only thing standing in your way is a horde of mummies who don't want you there. The number of mummies will increase with each level, and if you open the wrong area up on the map, another mummy will climb out to join them. Touch a mummy even for a fraction of a second, and you lose a life. Lose all your lives and it's game over. Sounds simple? Well, for the most part it is, and if you manage to get through all 5 levels, the game hands you an extra life and you go back to level 1 to keep on playing. Theoretically, it could run forever if you were so inclined. I doubt you'll manage to keep going with that music playing on a loop, however. It's not the best rendition of that famous tune that I've ever heard, but my goodness, it will stick in your head for a lot longer than you'll be playing this game. I love this game. It's a classic. If it had been released in arcades at the start of the 80s, it would very likely have been a big hit. As it stands, its legacy is being one of those games that most people my age will look at and say, "Oh yeah, I remember that game, I loved it. What was it called again?" Incidentally, if you're interested in seeing all the other versions of Oh Mummy for various old computers, Chinny Vision has put together a fantastic video comparing them all. There's a link to his video in the description. If you weren't a fan of Oh Mummy, you were probably a fan of Harrier Attack. Written by Jarrell Software, who now make bespoke financial applications and are apparently doing quite well out of it, the game was a scramble-like military action game set in the Falklands War. The game is around 9K in size and loads in under 3 minutes from tape, which is amazing. It looks like a Spectrum clone, which is an early sign of things to come for the CPC, but it plays exceptionally well for such an early game. One quirk of the game is the need to press the space bar to bomb things. Presumably this is a way of protecting against anyone using a one-button joystick or an ATARI controller, since they were compatible with the CPC. As a result, you need to keep one hand on the keyboard to be able to bomb the enemies, even when you're using a joystick. It's an odd setup, but it's not the only game that did this, so CPC users had to get used to it. Despite this quirk, Harrier Attack is one of the best early CPC games, and it's still a lot of fun to play even now. Whether you've got 5 minutes to spare for a quick blast, or you fancy settling in for an hour, I think you'll find Harrier Attack can keep you occupied. You have a limited number of rockets to fire, and a limited number of bombs to drop, as well as limited fuel. These all get replenished when you get to the end of the level and land back on your ship, providing you can make it that far. Ships will fire missiles at you. Other aircraft will fire rockets at you. There's flak in the sky everywhere, but thankfully that won't kill you if you hit it. Don't get too comfortable though, because pretty much everything else in this game will definitely kill you if you hit it. You've got to keep your wits about you in this game. Oh, and don't bomb your ship when you take off. You'll want to, because everyone does it at least once, but it doesn't end well for you if you do. Here's another title by Induscomp. This time it's a space shoot-'em-up in the arcade style. It's also very much maligned, although I can't for the life of me think why. Okay, sure, it's hard as nails, but the sound is good, the graphics are nice and bold, and there's even a custom font, which the majority of software at the launch of the CPC never bothered with. There's really a lot to like about this game. It loads in just under 3.5 minutes, so it's good for a quick blast of fun before your homework, and that's really all it was designed for. I like it. It's simple arcade action, and if you're willing to give it a chance, it really does grow on you. Speaking of the ridiculously hard games that grow on you, here's Roland in the Caves, the other Roland game written by Induscomp in order to win the Amstrad distribution contract for Spain. This one is a direct clone of their much-loved Spectrum title Bugaboo the Flea. Apparently, according to internet rumours anyway, the reason for the name change was a joke by Lord Sugar. When shown the game as a demonstration, he quipped that the character should be named after the CPC's lead designer, Roland Perry. Induscomp didn't get the joke and actually changed the name of the character both in this game and in Roland on the Ropes, thus Amstrad's mascot character was born. Is that a true story? I don't know. It's funny though. I've covered this one in my Roland series video as well, so I won't linger on it here. Suffice to say, it's incredibly hard, but it's a lot of fun, and there's a good reason why so many people consider both this and the Spectrum original to be absolute classics of early gaming. It's keyboard only, but when you see how sensitive it is on the controls, you'll understand why using a joystick with it would have been next to impossible. Give this one a try, it's a classic. The title screen music's cool too. Okay, Put your hand up if you could write a pseudo 3D game in under a fortnight. Keep your hand up if you could do it on a computer you've only just got your first real look at. Now, keep your hand up if you could do it in under 650 lines of BASIC. If you've still got your hand up, you must have worked for Gem Software back in the early 80s, and you probably coded Sultan's Maze. This is the second game from Gem Software in this bundle, the other being Oh Mummy. Gem were a company that got their start in 1981 coding for the ZX Spectrum, so they knew the Z80 CPU that also powered the CPC quite well, and it shows in the quality of the games that they were able to put out for this machine. Oh Mummy, Sultan's Maze, Roland in Time, Roland in Space, Doors of Doom and Kabbalah are all highly impressive entries for the early CPC. Gem certainly knew how to code something that would make people sit up and take notice, although I'll freely admit the games won't always hold your attention past the initial wow factor. This game is sometimes disregarded because it's rather slow to draw the screen, but given the circumstances, are you surprised? This thing is generating a 3D maze on an 8-bit computer on the fly, and it's doing it while compiling each line of basic code as it goes. Quite frankly, I'm more than impressed by what this thing is managing to pull off here, especially given that this is a launch title. Clearly Amstrad were impressed as well, since a few screens from Sultan's Maze are included in the CPC's welcome tape, the first thing that most new purchasers of the computer would have loaded up. Gameplay wise, it's not a lot to write home about. This is a basic maze game, no pun intended, where you'll do well to manage to get out alive, let alone collect some gems for your trouble. There's a ghost wandering around to fight you, but it doesn't seem to move in any set pattern, and you can go an entire game without seeing it. As impressive a programming feat as this game is, Sultan's Maze isn't one that you're going to come back to very often. It's fun for a while, but you'll quickly tire of it and move on to something else. Okay, here we are at the last of this mixed bag of tricks. It's Time Man 1, and it's another educational program from Born Educational Software. This time, it's about telling the time, so it's very different to the last program. I have to admit that this is the first time I've ever taken a look at Time Man 1. A couple of my friends had the Amsoft 12-pack when we were kids, and we played the games from it, but we never, and I do mean literally never here, loaded this program up. So even though I had access to it back in the CPC's heyday, I never felt compelled to give it a try. Trying it now doesn't make me feel like I was missing out. This is basic stuff, basic educational stuff that would have been right at home on the BBC Micro in a school classroom. It works, and I can't help but feel it was designed especially to be simple and easy enough for a very young child to understand, but there's nothing here for anyone who is old enough to load up this YouTube video on their own. The limited animation there is here is decent, although I have to question the length of the arms on the stick figure. Who is this guy, Slender Man? Also, the music is obnoxious, but that may just be because I didn't turn the sound down on CPC. Actually, no, it is just obnoxious music. Oh well, at least it gives children a horrible shock when they get their mutant stick figure to finally finish climbing that ladder to nowhere, and if that's not a metaphor for adult life, I don't know what is. So anyway, let's leave this alone and take a look at the Amsoft 12-pack as a whole. It's been a bit of a mixed bag really, but I think that was very much what Amsoft were going for. Alan Sugar wanted the CPC to be able to compete on every level, be it in schools, in offices or in the home. He wanted a computer that could do everything, and which could be seen to do everything. Under those circumstances, the Amsoft 12-pack definitely hits the mark. And now, okay, the word processor is slow and could definitely be improved upon, but as a demonstration of what the CPC could handle, it works. Amsoft sold better word processors, as well as a variety of other office tools such as spreadsheets, and there would be far superior entrance into all these fields very quickly after the CPC's launch. But you can't say Amstrad didn't launch their new all-in-one computer without having an office package right there from day one, and when the 12-pack started being bundled with the computer, Easy Amsword was right there from the moment that you opened the box. In that respect, it works to have this program in the pack-in, even though everyone knew that anyone who actually wanted to use their CPC as a word processor would be upgrading from this package pretty sharpish. Similarly, the educational packages serve a very clear purpose too. Amstrad wanted to get a bite of the educational market and break into a few schools and place the BBC Micro. It succeeded, and the educational software available was pretty decent for the time. It's not going to win any awards now, and quite frankly some of this stuff is pretty limited, but it did what it was supposed to do, and schools, parents and so forth could buy better software if they wanted it. So I can't fault their aim with any of these selections. They showed the CPC could handle itself in education, and that was clearly the aim. As for the games, you've got some absolute classics in here, with a few crap ones to pad the box out. While people can take Bridget or leave it, the two Roland games plus Harrier Attack and Oh Mummy make this selection a big hit in my view. I've bought commercially released compilations for less of a percentage of top titles than I found in this bundle. So on a gaming standpoint, I'm actually very impressed. There's a lot to like here. So all in all, the Amsoft 12-pack actually stands up rather well even under modern scrutiny. The purpose of the bundle was clear: showcase what Amstrad's new computer could do in each of the three key areas: business, home and education. And in that respect, I'd say it passes with flying colours. Well, there you are. It's one of those things where if you know what they were aiming for, it actually succeeds quite well at those aims. In terms of the average person wanting to play a game on their new computer, actually you did quite well too, because it had some good games. I mean, okay, there are a couple in there that a lot of people won't like, but that's how compilations are. So I think actually on the whole, Amsoft did quite well with this pack, and I'm actually very impressed. A lot of these games still hold up to the test of time. The educational stuff, not so much, and definitely Easy Am's Word is something that I will not be using to write my scripts for this show. But on the whole, I think they hit the mark with the little 12-pack that they had there. So I was actually quite impressed, and I think if you have a look at some of these games, you'll be impressed with how well they've held up too. Anyway, that's all I've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you next time. Welcome one and all to a festive special review. In the spirit of Christmas, I thought it would be a nice idea to take a look at a game made for charity. It's a simple game from a simpler time when all kids wanted for Christmas was the latest method of electronic death and destruction so that they could fight with their friends on the playgrounds of old about which system was best. Ah, the past. How similar to the present it is. Speaking of presents, Santa's going to need your help to deliver them this year. Why? Because a bunch of naughty elves, birds, planes and even clouds are trying to stop him. It's time to take a look at the official Father Christmas computer game on our favourite set of systems, the Amstrad CPC, ZX Spectrum and Commodore 64. Let's do it. The year is 1989. Fantasy World Dizzy has just been released. The GX4000 and Amstrad Plus machines are just around the corner, and Save the Children have just published a little budget price game called The Official Father Christmas. Not the official Father Christmas game, just the official Father Christmas. It's like they were trying to say this game itself is Father Christmas, and that it's official. If none of that makes any sense to you, don't worry. It makes no sense to anyone else either. Amstrad Action reviewed it in their January 1990 issue, which was released in December 1989 because why should any of this make any sense? They described the game as really designed for the younger kiddie and suggested it wouldn't be a challenge for anyone over the age of 8. Were they right? Let's find out. In a word, yes. The official Father Christmas on the Amstrad is a very simple game, if you can call it a game. It's more of a compilation, you see. The game is split into 3 mini-games. Here in the first minigame, you have to construct your sleigh by finding all the parts and carrying them out of Santa's grotto. The naughty elves that Santa hasn't kicked out for being a bunch of annoying gits for some reason are all trying to stop you, so you'll need to do your best to avoid them. If an elf touches you, they will steal the piece of sleigh that you're carrying and hide it somewhere else, then you have to go and find it again. The game won't tell you this, however, and there's no indication on the screen that you are or aren't carrying a piece of sleigh, so it's best to just avoid the elves as much as possible. This section is quite easy once you work out how to avoid the elves, and the graphics aren't anything to write home about. It's basically a specky port. So let's move on. In the second minigame, you get to choose which items you want to add to your Christmas list. At first, that seems absolutely pointless, but then the game moves you on to a new screen. Now the elves are throwing gifts at Santa from the top of the screen, and good old Father C has to grab as many of them as he can. The minigame ends when Santa has collected all the toys that you put on your Christmas list, so I hope you remembered which ones you chose. I know I didn't. But don't worry if you don't remember, because it's fairly easy to win just by running backward and forward in the hope that you collect everything that you need to. Eventually you will, and you'll be able to move on. So yeah, that's it. That's all there is to this part of the game. Again, the graphics are fairly simple, and again, it's still a specky port, but the game moves at a decent pace and it's not too hard to finish this section, so let's not dwell on it. Now we come to the third and final stage. You've got to deliver presents to children on 4 continents. America, depicted by a New York-style skyline. Africa, depicted by a load of huts and palm trees because this game is from the 80s and we were all terrible, terrible people back then. Asia, depicted by some architecture I would have described as Middle Eastern, but hey, maybe it's actually supposed to be India, like Taj Mahal style. And finally, Europe, which is depicted by a load of terraced houses. The gameplay in this section is obnoxious to say the least. You fly left and right and drop presents by pressing the fire button. You have to land a present on the small arrows that pop up here and there on the landscape, and I do mean land the present on the arrow. You need to be dead on or it won't count. Clouds will catch the presents and float them away. Birds will grab the present and fly off with it, because apparently birds want Christmas presents too. Also, jets will grab presents too, because, I don't know, maybe they're working with the birds or something. It's not very clear at all. What is clear is that nature does not want Santa to deliver his goods. There are a lot of obstacles, so landing a present is something of a game of chance rather than skill. Keep at it though, because you'll get there eventually, and it's highly unlikely that you'll run out of time. Oh, did I mention there's a time limit? Well, there is. Yeah, you have to finish all 3 mini-games before dawn, otherwise the elves that were stopping you doing your job earlier will have to step in and do it for you. Yeah, I don't know why they're suddenly on your side either. None of this makes sense. Once again, the graphics are serviceable, but it's a straight specky port again, and there's nothing really to write home about with it. The downside for this section, and it is a pretty annoying downside, is that there's no indication of which way you need to fly after delivering a present. The arrows can appear off to your left or to your right, and you won't know which one it is until you've flown in any given direction for a while and not seen an arrow. If you do that, turn around and fly back in the other direction until you find your next target. It really is the only way to find them. Now don't get me wrong, that's not a game-breaking design flaw, but it is pretty annoying, especially since the landscape seems to scroll on forever without looping around on itself. Now there's no particular sound in this game, it's really just bleeps and chirps whenever an event happens, such as successfully delivering a present or picking up a part of your sleigh. There's also no background tune, and that's a little bit of a downside because the title tune is actually pretty good. Well, I say pretty good. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. And I suppose it would get annoying after a while, so it's probably a good idea that it's actually not playing in the background constantly. Gameplay-wise, you'll probably complete this on your first try. I know I did, and I wasn't actually trying to do that. I wanted to try and record as much footage as I could because I want to be able to put some footage in here while I review it. But there you are, them's the breaks. All in all, I probably finished it in about 15 minutes, and that includes the 8 minutes that it took to load the game from tape. Now, Amstrad Action gave it 60% when they reviewed this game, and to be honest with you, I think they were probably on the mark with that score. It's not a great game, it's a decent game, and for a charity event thing, it's pretty good. So, now we've looked at the Amstrad version, how did it fare on the other systems? Well, since this was a specky port, I think it's only right that we now go and check out the ZX Spectrum version. The Spectrum version runs faster than the CPC version, which is to be expected given how the two machines process code and handle graphics. The sprites are pretty much the same, and they do look nice and chunky on both machines, which is great. I really do like the visual style that alternative software went for with this section. Gameplay-wise, the game is exactly like the CPC version, which you would expect, right down to where the pieces of the sleigh are likely to be found when the elves grab them off you, and how the elves move around on each screen. It was decent to play it on the Amstrad, and it's just as decent to play it here on the Spectrum. Once again, there's no background music and only the occasional beep when certain events happen. It's nothing to write home about in the sound department, but I expected that given that we had no music on the Amstrad either. In section 2, we once again decide the toys we want on our own personal Christmas list. You can try to remember them or not bother, and it won't make the slightest bit of difference in the long run. Just pick whatever you fancy and let's move into the game proper. Again, the nice and chunky graphics are a delight. I really do like the look and feel of Santa in this game. He's a decently drawn cartoon, and it makes the game fun to look at. There's still next to no gameplay here, however. You just run backward and forward until you've collected the gifts that you need to complete your list. Then we get to move on. And once again, we're delivering presents on 4 continents: America, Africa, Asia and Europe. Drop 6 presents on 6 targets in each continent, and then you're done. Well done, Santa. All the same problems from the CPC version are present here because this is exactly the same game. It runs smoothly, but it has the same annoyances as last time, and you'll probably finish it on your first go. The game is short, and there's probably enough here to only warrant you playing it once. But that's all to be expected because after playing the CPC version, we did know what we were getting into. Now it is a serviceable game, and like I said before, I'm not going to go too harsh on it because it is a charity thing. And as charity fundraisers go, it's actually pretty decent. But there is still one version to go, and to be honest with you, I think it's the development version. Why do I think that? Let's find out. Ah, the Commodore 64, that beige box with pastel colours and a lovely sound chip. It's being put to good use here because that title tune is definitely the best of the 3. But how does the game itself hold up in this comparison? Well, pretty well to be fair. The graphics don't look as cartoony here, but they are in full colour and they still look decent, albeit a little bit squashed. Santa isn't a chubby fellow here like he should be according to tradition, and the elves could have done with being a bit taller because at the height they are here it seems hardly a threat at all. But aside from those minor gripes, this is a decent looking game. It runs incredibly smoothly too. There's little here to fault, it's a very good version of the game. It is more difficult than the other 2 versions however. The elves are far more likely to gang up on you and grab the pieces of the sleigh, so be prepared for a lot of backtracking. The time also runs out much quicker, which isn't a big problem, but it does mean you'll find it a little bit harder to win on your first try. But I think we can all agree that's not necessarily a bad thing. In the second minigame, you'll find things a lot easier in this version. Once you pick up the gifts for your Christmas list, the falling toys will be highlighted if they're on your list. That makes remembering the list unnecessary, and you can simply concentrate on grabbing the items that you need in order to continue. The gifts fall really fast, however, which makes me think that there are a lot of children out there who are going to get broken toys from this Santa. Also, the background music is different on this level, which was a surprise. This game actually has background music, and it's pretty decent, as you would expect from a Commodore 64 game. There's a lot of polish gone into this version of the game, that's why it's definitely the lead version. Okay, here we are at the final stage. Once again, we're throwing presents at arrows in the vague hope of hitting the target. The game moves really fast this time, and the arrows are harder to see because instead of being above the houses, now they're at the bottom of the game area and they blend into the background more. It's annoying, but thankfully it's just about still on the good side of annoying, rather than being obnoxious and totally game-breaking. The music is different yet again, and surprisingly, so are some of the locations that you'll be visiting on your rounds. This time you need to go to, somewhere? I don't see a location being explained. It tells us at the end of the zone. Okay, that's a bit weird, but okay. So, we're starting in America, and then moving on to Europe, before Africa, the Antarctic, and Finland. Wait, what? Why are we going to Finland? Finland isn't a continent, it's a country. It's a country in Europe. We already covered Europe. Why are the Finnish children getting 2 sets of toys? Is this a reference to Santa's house sometimes being thought of as located in Lapland, which is part of Finland? I don't know. It just seems like the most logical answer, but if that's true, why didn't they just say he was going back to Lapland? I don't get it. What I do get, and this is something I've very much appreciated, is that the arrows now appear regardless of which direction you choose to fly in. If you hit a target and keep on going, you'll find the next arrow will be somewhere down the line in front of you. That's great. It stops you running out of time while hunting for the next house to deliver to. And you can run out of time on this version. I did on my first go, because I spent too long trying to avoid the elves back at the grotto. That's no bad thing. Replaying the game because you lost first time is much better than replaying the game because you won without trying but still need to record more footage. All in all, this is a lovely version of the game. It's definitely the lead format, and a lot more time and effort has gone into its production. I really like it. All in all, the official Father Christmas is a decent game, and I can see kids playing it once a year maybe, just to get themselves into the Christmas spirit, you know? I think that's pretty much what it's for. It's definitely not something that you can come back to time and time again, but I really do think it's not meant to be that. It's one of those things like the Santa Claus the movie or something like that. You watch it or you play it, you get into the Christmas festive spirit, and that's what you do. That's what it's for. I really do think under those circumstances, and with that in mind, this is a decent game, and it might become something of a tradition, you know? For retro gamers at least. And of course, it's also a fundraising item for Save the Children. And in that respect, I think actually parents who want to get their kids into the festive spirit, or older gamers who are coming back to it having had it as a kid, they'll think, well, it's not bad, and it gave money to a good cause, and all in all, it's pretty good. And that's really how I see it. I think it's alright. Nothing more I can say about it. It's one of those games, it's not gonna blow your socks off, but it's not gonna annoy you either. It's just nice. And at Christmas, I think that's what we need. Okay, thanks very much for watching. That really is all we've got time for this time. So thank you very much. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching the GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you next time. There's something fishy about that guy. Sometimes in retro gaming there's a title that I really want to cover here on GameHammer. Today's episode is all about one such title. It's a classic, and justifiably so, but it's also a Christmas game, so I've waited several months to be able to bring this to you. So today, let's look at the amazing James Pond 2 RoboCod. I first encountered this on the Mega Drive. A childhood friend of mine was playing it one school holiday when I popped round to visit him. A couple of friends were already there, and we all ended up crowded around his parents' TV, entranced by this fun game. It was bright, it was simple to get to grips with, it was fun. It was also hard as nails. I couldn't beat the game back then, and I still can't. There's a great deal of challenge here, and that's why I can always come back to it without feeling like I'm retreading old ground. I like playing it, it's like a classic arcade game. You always want to get that little bit further on. So what's the plot? Well, it's fairly simple. Dr. Maybe has kidnapped a bunch of penguins and all of Santa's presents, and the only person who can save Christmas is the famous Piscine spy James Pond. He's outfitted with a new cyborg body, and he's been given the codename RoboCod, hence the wonderful remix of the RoboCop theme tune that plays as the game's title theme. It's best if you get used to hearing that tune because it won't go away. I've got it playing in my head right now, and I've not been playing this game for hours by this point. It just doesn't go away. Anyway, back to the plot of the game. Why are you rescuing penguins? Well, it's simple. Penguin had a sponsorship deal with the game, and they actually have an advert in the intro sequence. I kid you not. Well, if Zool can advertise Chupa Chups lollies, anything goes in gaming. So, with that brash advert out of the way, how does the game play? Really well. James is easy to control, albeit a little slippery when trying to navigate small spaces. He has a little bit of momentum when you try to stop moving, like Mario, but only worse. It takes a little while to get used to that, but once you work him out, the game is a lot of fun. There are 5 main controls. Left and right to navigate the levels, a jump button, a stretch button that elongates James's body and makes it possible to reach very high places, and a drop attack button where James collapses inside his metal shell and lands heavily on enemies. That's how you defeat your foes in this game, by landing on them like an anvil. It's a typical platformer attack, but with a fun twist. Developed in only 9 months, around 4 months longer than the original game, and programmed first on the Amiga, James Pond 2 is an abstract, cartoony game that met with creator Chris Sorrell's view that realism in games during the 8 and 16-bit eras just didn't work very well. Hence James Pond is a cartoon rather than more realistic spy, This idea definitely worked, and James Bond stood up well against all the other cartoon mascots of the time. We're going to take a look at the Amiga version in a moment, but for now I want to focus on the Mega Drive incarnation because it's the version that I played as a kid. This version of the game wasn't coded by Sorel. Instead, the game was ported by a new recruit to the Millennium team using a custom modded Apple Mac that Millennium's founder Steve Back brought back to the UK after securing a Mega Drive publishing deal with Electronic Arts. This Mac was modded by EA to work as their own custom development kit for the Mega Drive and Genesis games, rather than using Sega-made development tools. So that's pretty cool, and also indicative of why EA was a company that you wanted to work with back then, rather than being a name to run away from as they are now. According to an interview with Chris Sorel on Sega 16, the Mega Drive version of the game was coded alongside his Amiga original by Simon Pashley, who had only 8 months to put the game together due to a shorter development schedule for the Mega Drive version. Sorel recalls that several corners had to be cut for the Mega Drive version, such as losing the extra month of development time that allowed the Amiga version to have custom sprites and copper gradient effects for its backgrounds. As a result, the Mega Drive version has palette-swapped sprites on its background textures, which personally I don't mind because it looks pretty decent, but does it hold up against the Amiga original? Well, we'll see about that later on. There are 50 levels to work your way through, most of them grouped into themed sets, such as teddy bears and sweeties, and you'll move between the levels by navigating your way around a giant mansion in the North Pole. It's in some of the rooms in this giant mansion that you'll have to battle giant bosses too, and I do mean giant. They really are huge. Take this teddy bear for example, he's using up most of the screen. And not just that, but he's animated fluidly. I love the way they've done this. The bright colours, fun gameplay and brilliant music make the game a delight to play. It's one of those games that, even though it's themed around Christmas, it doesn't feel like it's a game that you'll only want to play during the festive season. The Mega Drive version may not have had the extra month that the Amiga got to polish it properly, but it's still a solid game in its own right. As I said earlier, it's the first version of this game that I ever played, and I had just as much fun coming back to it now as I did back in the early 90s when I first got to give it a try. But how does its little cousin hold up? Which little cousin? Well, James Bond 2, like a lot of major games at the time, got ported to pretty much every single console on the market, so consequently there's a version of the game for the 8-bit console from Sega, the Master System. Let's give it a try now. The Master System is nowhere near as powerful a machine as its Mega Drive successor, but that doesn't mean it can't hold its own in the gaming department. James Bond 2 on the Master System demonstrates that beautifully. This is a brilliant port. It runs very fast, it's very responsive, and it looks beautiful. The palette swap backgrounds are gone from the levels, replaced with basic textures, and as a result, the game looks great. Everything is clear, and nothing gets hidden by the background. The main sprites look lovely, and the music is great too. It may lack a bit of the Mega Drive's pizzazz, but this is still a solid game that's a pleasure to play. I'm really impressed with this version. Now, okay, the number of levels is clearly cut down. There's only one zone behind the first door for a start, and each themed area has one, maybe two of the levels from the Mega Drive version, which as a result means it's a much quicker game to make your way through than its big brother. Now yeah, I realise the Master System carts don't hold as much data as the Mega Drive ones, and I'm impressed with the quality of what they managed to put into this game, but even so, losing so much of the game hurts. There's also one other quibble that I had with the game, and it's the replacement of Bertie Bassett with a generic gingerbread man. I dislike that mostly because the design just doesn't fit as well with the aesthetics of the game in my view, but aside from this little problem and the missing levels, the game is great, and if you're a fan of the Master System, this one is one to look out for. I wish I could say the same about the Game Gear version. If you watch previous episodes of GameHammer, you know I love my Game Gear. It was my first handheld console, and I adore it to this day. But James Bond 2 on the Game Gear does not do the console justice. The Game Gear is essentially a slightly enhanced Master System with a tiny screen stuck to it. Most games ported to the Game Gear therefore use the Master System as a basis for the port, and they try to code around the tiny screen. Sometimes coders make use of the Game Gear's enhanced graphics palette, but other times they don't. James Bond 2 is one of those that, unless I'm missing something here, doesn't enhance the colour palette. It's not a problem. The game is bright and cheerful already, and I love the graphics. It's the way that they've handled the small screen that's the problem. The coders here haven't shrunk the sprites, they're just as big as they were on the Master System. Instead, they've shrunk the visible area of the screen, and they haven't introduced a way of scrolling around to get an idea of what's going on just outside your very small field of vision. As a result, the game becomes a problem to play. Right from the first level, you have to navigate across a spike pit by holding onto the ceiling. When you grab the ceiling, the floor disappears off the bottom of the screen. Can you guess how far along you have to climb before you can drop down safely? I couldn't. On the Master System and the Mega Drive, you could see objects sitting on the floor which let you navigate this bit. It wasn't a problem. It was just an obstacle to get past. On the Game Gear, it's a guessing game. Problems like this persist throughout the game. It's a huge factor in how the game simply isn't anywhere near as much fun to play as the other Sega ports, and that's a big shame because without this issue, the game would have been a solid addition to the Game Gear's library. One thing the Game Gear does have over its Master System counterpart, however, is the levels. The Game Gear has more of the original levels from the Mega Drive version, so there's no one level then done in the first zone here. This was quite a surprise when playing this version. I wasn't expecting to see so much game crammed onto the Game Gear's little cartridge. So let's compare the different ports on the Sega systems. I think in the first place has to be the Mega Drive version. It's amazing! It's as close to the Amiga version as you're going to get, and it's a lot of fun to play. I loved it in the 90s and I love it now, but which system takes second place is quite a difficult choice. On the one hand, the Master System looks pretty good and it plays really well, but it's lacking a fair amount of levels, and that makes it a bit of a problem to try and pick that one. On the other hand, the Game Gear has the levels, but it has a very small screen area, and that makes it a lot more annoying to play. So in the end, what comes second depends on what you actually want from the game. Do you want to play all the levels in 8-bit form at the expense of some screen real estate? Or do you want to actually be able to see what's going on? It's up to you to decide at the end of the day. For my part, even though I love the Game Gear so much, I'm going to have to go with the Master System because, let's face it, being able to see what's going on, I'll take that over extra levels any day. So, with Sega out the way, let's see how the Nintendo ports held up. We'll start with the Game Boy. The Game Boy got around the screen real estate problem from the Game Gear by shrinking the sprites instead of the visible game area. As a result, we get a horrible, low-resolution mess. My Game Boy is a Game Boy Color, so I don't have the ghosting problem the original system had, but I can only imagine how difficult it must have been to try to play this game with these horrible-looking but fast-moving sprites on a screen filled with motion blur. I would not be surprised to hear that it was unplayable without having to stop every few minutes to check your bearings. The music, however, is amazing. Just listen to that soundtrack. Nintendo consoles always have amazing sound, and Super James Bond on the Game Boy shows that off very nicely. It's brilliant. The levels are all here, as far as I could tell. I couldn't play the game all the way through because the controls aren't quite right. They just don't feel as responsive as on the other systems. And there's an annoying change to the game mechanics where you seem to have to land on the snakes at just the right point, otherwise you can't kill them. It makes progressing in the game a bit more difficult when you're used to the other systems. Also, some of the items are in different locations in this version. It's not a big deal, and it certainly won't stop you from being able to play the game, but it's worth noting for completeness' sake. All in all, the Game Boy version is complete and it's decent when giving it a try, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you're not going to play it on the original dot matrix Game Boy, because I cannot for the life of me see this being enjoyable with motion blur. James Bond moves too fast, as do his enemies, for the screen on that system to be able to keep up. Play it on a later handheld or the Super Game Boy or something like that, it will make things a lot better. The Super Nintendo version is brilliant. Sometimes there seems to be a little bit of slowdown, or at least longer pauses when transitioning between levels, but on the whole it's a brilliant port of the game. I love the sound, it's fantastic, as you would expect from the SNES, and the graphics are lovely too. Okay, sometimes the bright and colourful backgrounds get in the way of the game by making important parts of the level a bit difficult to notice, such as when the blue roof blocks that you can grab onto are essentially invisible because the background blends into them. And the scrolling texture on the end of level score screen is a headache-inducing mess, but aside from that, it's a wonderfully vibrant game. It sometimes feels like the levels are a little zoomed in, however, most notably on occasions where you're hanging from the ceiling and you can no longer see the floor, which of course makes dropping back down into the level a case of taking your life in your own hands. It's not Game Gear levels are problematic, but it is noticeable. This also made the teddy bear boss battle a bit more hit and miss because on the SNES, the boss disappears off the top of the screen on occasion, which makes working out where he'll strike next a more tedious hassle. Some of the level design is also slightly different on this version compared to the other ports. This was most apparent to me in the latter teddy bear level, where there are wall cannons firing at you as you navigate a vertical maze. On most versions, getting through the drops is a hassle because there are 3 cannons per drop. On the SNES, there's only 1. It makes that part of the game far less tricky and therefore far more fun, which is nice. Some of the collectibles are in different places throughout the game, and several enemies are redesigned, the most noticeable of course being Bertie Bassett now being a generic gingerbread man. But these don't change the way the game plays, they're just something that I've noticed while I was playing each port back to back. On the whole, the SNES has a brilliant, highly polished and thoroughly enjoyable port. I really like this one, and if you have a SNES, I recommend you give this version a try. So which version from the Nintendo stable would I recommend? Well, that's easy, the SNES version. There's absolutely no question about it, it is the best one. If you absolutely have to play it on the Game Boy, then go ahead, there's no problem with that. But if you want a good version of the game, it has to be the SNES. Now you might be wondering why there's no version for Nintendo's original console. Sega's 8-bit machine got a version, so why shouldn't Nintendo? Well, the answer to that is simple. James Bond 2 was coded in the UK, and here in the UK, the NES didn't do very well. As a result, it wouldn't make economic sense to have spent all that time and money coding a version for the NES. Sorry NES fans, I'm sure it would have been a wonderful version of the game because after all, the Master System version was pretty good, but as I say, them's the breaks. Okay, on that bad news, let's move on and check out the home computer versions. Back in the late 8-bit and early into mid 16-bit era, there are a vast number of home computers available. Many publishers spread their nets far and wide during this era to try and reach as many consumers as possible, and with James Bond 2, that was no exception. I'm going to start by taking a look at the Commodore 64 version. It's the last of the 8-bit versions that I'm going to be covering because it's the only home computer port for the 8-bit systems as far as I can tell. The C64 fared fairly poorly with this port. The controls are horrendous, with James Bond being almost uncontrollable for most of the game. The reason for this is simple. The C64 had to take into account gamers with one-button joysticks, so either jump or stretch had to be mapped to a joystick direction instead of a button. The developers chose to map jump to the up direction, which means it's very easy to keep jumping when you just want to move left or right. Consequently, it's a massive pain in the neck to be able to play the game on the C64, and the awful graphics don't help matters. This really does look like someone just coloured in the Game Boy version, shrank it in the wash so all the levels had to scroll vertically, and then slapped it on a cassette to upset Commodore owners. The sprites are ridiculously small, the controls are terrible, the screen scrolling makes the game annoying to play, and it's just not fun. It sounds decent though, I'll give it that. Let's move on. The first thing you'll notice when loading up the PC version is that it looks great. This is from the era of PC gaming when VGA graphics were starting to show what the IBM compatibles were capable of. PC gaming was coming into its own, and in a few years' time, the PC would start to push the Amiga off its pedestal. For now, however, the Amiga stood tall, and PC games bided their time with lovely displays like this one. That's not to say the game plays all that well, however. This is still a PC game from the early days of decent graphics. The raw processor power was still lagging behind, even on most 386 machines. As a result, James Bond 2 on PC looks great, but plays slowly. James just doesn't quite move right. There's a definite, noticeable lag to him. There's also no sound on my version, although that may be because I've messed up my settings. I can get sound on most games, and at this point, most games supported both the PC speaker and ad-lib sound cards at the very least, but this one didn't want to play along. A quick check on YouTube tells me that there should be sound, and it's actually pretty good sound too, but it's a sign of the times this game was made in that if you don't have your settings just right on your PC, you don't get any sound. It sucks, but that's how PCs were back in the day. The PC version contains extra levels, like this first one, which serves as an introduction to the basic movement systems in the game. Don't get your hopes up, however, as this is the best of the additional levels that I was able to reach. They aren't good, and they stick out from the proper levels like a sore thumb. So let's just put that aside and get to something else. If you're in your 30s or maybe early 40s and you went to school in the UK, you'll remember the Acorn Archimedes. These were the high-end RISC-based computers that schools used instead of jumping into all the problems associated with PCs in the early 90s. I liked them back in the day. They were really cool machines. Anyway, the Acorn Archimedes got a port of James Pond 2. It's pretty much a port of the PC version, from what I can tell, right down to the obnoxious extra levels. Now, I don't have an Archimedes myself, and I couldn't get an Archimedes emulator to run on my iMac. So all I can go off for this section is some YouTube footage on Stefan Lindberg's channel, link in the description below, but from what I saw, it looked nice and seemed to run smoothly, although every single level had to load individually from disk, so it's a bit of a pain. At least the PC version didn't have to do that. Since I can't actually run a copy of James Pond 2 on the Archimedes for you, I'm going to move on swiftly. Let's head back to a system that you are more likely to own if you dived into the 16-bit home computer market back in the day. Ah, the Atari ST, pioneer of the MIDI-enhanced home computers, powerhouse of graphics and gaming. What a machine, what a system. One of my friends had an ST, and he loved it. Everyone else had either an Amiga, like most of my friends did, or a PC, like I did. But we all looked at the Atari ST and said the same thing. What the hell is that thing, and why does its mouse look so weird? I'm serious here, that mouse is weird. Look, it's got a shelf on the back of it. Anyway, we aren't here to talk about the aesthetics of mouse design, we're here to see how this game plays. Let's get on with it. The game plays pretty well, to be honest. It looks and runs about the same as the Archimedes version, only without the obnoxious extra levels that don't fit with the game proper. The gradient background isn't quite as good. In fact, it's not so much a gradient as simply a load of coloured bands stretching across the level. But the gameplay is all here, and James handles as well as he does on the other systems. So I'm really happy with this version. It's decent, and it's very enjoyable. The music is decent too, although it does seem to be lacking something. I think it's because it's running a little slower than on the console version, and I'm not sure why. What I am sure of is that I somehow managed to record this footage without recording any sound at all. And that's unfortunate. Sorry about that. So there we have it. All the ports. Both 8 and 16-bit. They're mostly pretty good. Which is really good news because James Pond is a really good game. And it's a real shame when you find a port of a great game that isn't done very well. But, although we've checked out all the ports, we're still not done here. James Pond 2, like the original game, was coded first on the Amiga, and then ported to pretty much everything that was under the sun. So, let's have a look at the original version. Oh baby, the Amiga, the powerhouse system that everyone wanted when I was a kid. Even I wanted one, despite having ultimately chosen the right side in the long run when I got my Mega PC. There's just something about the way the Amiga looks, how it handles, and how the games are so graphically stunning that makes you want one. Even now, I love the Amiga. So how does James Pond 2 handle on the Amiga, its original system? Well, you'll be happy to hear it's really good. The game is just so polished, so fun. Earlier on I mentioned that Chris Sorrell spent the extra month he had compared to the development time for the Mega Drive version, tweaking and polishing things like the backgrounds. You can see that time was well spent. The parallax scrolling is smooth. The backgrounds are sometimes textured, sometimes animated. Just look at that snowstorm outside the mansion. It's brilliant. Gameplay-wise, the controls are wonderfully responsive, and the game just works so well. The music is top-notch and has a warmth to it that I've not really heard outside the Super Nintendo port. Everything looks right. Everything feels right. It plays right. I'm immensely impressed with this one. As a lead version, it definitely sets the standard, and I can't fault it. And that's pretty much it for James Pond's second outing. All in all, it's a fantastic game, and if you want to relive some classic cartoon mascot action, then you can do far worse than give this one a try.
That's not all of them though, is it?
James, how long have you been standing there?
Long enough to know you've missed a game.
I have? No, surely not.
Oh yes you have, and it's right up your alley too.
James Pond on the PlayStation 2. I must play it. Many games from the earlier generations found their way onto the PlayStation 2. Sony's Behemoth was the dominant console of its generation, and everyone wanted a slice of that pie, no matter how well the game actually fit onto the system, or, as was often the case, didn't fit. This isn't just a straight port of the Amiga original, however. When Play It got the chance to re-release James Pond 2, they went all in. The game has 100 levels, double the original amount, and many of them are brilliant enhancements of the aesthetics of the original game. It's obvious to anyone who's played a lot of the original which levels are new, but if you're coming to the game fresh, you won't notice a difference. The boss battles make a welcome return, and they are still as much fun as they were before. Graphically, the game looks just as good as it did when it debuted on the Amiga, and the sound is wonderful too. Gone is the original level tune, to be replaced by a wonderful new track reminiscent of a spy drama. I love it. But don't worry, the brilliant RoboCop remix title tune is still here, which is great. There are some other changes too. The original marketing deal with penguins long over, so you're no longer rescuing penguins. Now there's a new intro that shows Dr. Maybe kidnapping Santa's elves and tying them to explosives. You have to rescue the elves now, not the penguins. It makes the game tie more closely to its original Christmas theme. When you rescue an elf, you're shown a number on screen that tells you how many that there are left to rescue. That's useful on a lot of the larger levels where there are lots of elves to rescue, and it's easy to miss one. It's a nice touch that adds to the game, and I like it. What I don't like is the new camera. Why does it have to follow James so closely that whenever he walks over a bump in the platforms, and there are a lot of bumps in platforms, the camera rocks up and down? Okay, you might get used to that, but some of us can't, and if you can't, it's nausea-inducing. Play this with a sick bag nearby if you get motion sickness. I'm not joking. Until you get used to that constant bobbing on the screen, it's awful, and if you can't get used to it, it's game-breaking. The original games didn't do this. This is a fault of the designers of this new port, and I cannot for the life of me explain why they would put that in there. The controls also seem a lot more slick. James is harder to control on this version than any other version I've played. It's easier to slide off the edge of a platform or miss the platform entirely when jumping. You'll get used to it eventually, but you shouldn't have to. It should have been fixed in the port. But these are the only issues I have with this game. The save function is a welcome addition, the 50 extra levels are a very welcome addition, the game looks huge and feels huge. It's a lot of fun to play, and it captures the essence of the original fantastically. And that's it. That's all the different versions of this game.
Not
It's
quite.
been... What?
Not quite.
What do you mean?
There's another one.
This better be good. Wow, it is. It really is. Released in 2005, the year before the PlayStation 2 iteration, James Pond 2 for the Nintendo DS is a wonderful homage to the classic game. Once again, there are new levels. Some were replicated in the PlayStation 2 version, while others are unique to this version of the game. The DS's dual screens are put to reasonable use here, with the upper screen showing production logos while the lower screen displays the intro sequence. This is exactly the same as the intro from the PlayStation 2 version, showing the new plotline of Dr. Maybe kidnapping elves. But oddly enough, the game then flips things around once you're into the game proper, as the upper screen takes precedence. The upper screen shows the game proper, while the lower screen shows you a basic map of the area you're in. It's not all that great because it doesn't show enemies, and it doesn't even show the whole level, but for a quick glance to get your bearings, it can be useful. It should have shown more of the whole level, however. That would have been far more useful. Gameplay-wise, this is essentially the same as the PS2 incarnation. James Pond doesn't quite jump as high here as he did on the PS2 version, which is most noticeable on the levels shared between the two versions, but other than that, it's a very good, fun game, and I enjoyed playing it a lot. The graphics are spectacular, and the game doesn't suffer the old problems of being on a handheld system. There's no zoom in here. The levels are presented at the size and viewing area that they were supposed to be. It's wonderful, I love it, and I think you'll love it too. So that's it, and I do mean it this time. 11 systems, 11 different versions of the game. And yes, I do know that I've missed out the CD32 and the AGA Amiga Enhanced versions, but sorry, you're gonna have to forgive me. It's Christmas, and I want to spend some time with my family. So I skipped the two versions that are basically just the Amiga one with a few tweaks. Although I will admit, I do like the music and the soundtrack on the CD32 version, it's really good. But it's still just an upgraded version of the Amiga original. And the same goes for the AGA Enhanced version. It's just the Amiga one, with better colours. So yeah, they're great games, but if you played the Amiga original, there's not really much to write home about here, so I thought it would be okay to just skip those ones. But anyway, that really is all we've got 11 systems, and it's great. Unless you're looking at the Game Gear or Game Boy versions, you're going to have a really good time. James Bond 2 is a fantastic game that you can come back to time and time again. It's one of those brilliant mascot platformers from an era of fantastic mascot platformers, and it still stands out. So I can't recommend this one highly enough. And I really do think if you give it a try and it's on one of the proper systems, not those original handhelds, but a proper system, you'll have a lot of fun with it too. Anyway, that's really all I've got time for today, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, and if you did, remember to click that like button. Share it with your friends so they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel, and I'll see you later. Hey guys, as you can see and probably hear, I'm not too well today, but given that it's the end of the year, I wanted to still make a GameHammer episode and finish the year properly. I wanted to make a very nice end of year best game thing, but I haven't had the time to finish that off. So instead, I want to do a retrospective and review on one of my favourite games from the 16-bit era. So let's get straight in with Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on the Mega Drive. Let's do it! When I was younger, during my formative years, the 16-bit era was in full swing. My friends all had Mega Drives. I wouldn't meet anyone who had a Super Nintendo until I was well into secondary school. And we all played Sonic the Hedgehog. I never had many games for my Mega PC. They were all far too expensive to be able to afford a lot of them, but I rented a game from our local video store on a regular basis. My favourite rentals were Desert Strike because it was awesome, and Sonic 2 because it was the best game I had ever played up to that point. Created in only 9 months, 2 months less than the originally pitched timescale that Sega executives turned down as too soon after Sonic 1's release, Sonic 2 was a powerhouse of graphics, sound and gameplay that absolutely blew away the slew of rival mascot platformers which dominated the 16-bit era. Being a sequel, it was important not only to be both bigger and better than the original, but also to fix the numerous problems that gamers had found with the classic first game. Gone is the speed cap that limited Sonic's running speed in the original game. Now he can move as fast as the Mega Drive could handle. The slowness PAL gamers had felt when playing Sonic 1 compared to their 60Hz counterparts in America and Japan was also tweaked, meaning Sonic 2 was a much faster game, albeit still not as fast as the NTSC versions. The levels are larger and far more rewarding if you're into exploring them rather than speedrunning, although that still remains a very rewarding way to play. Now there are multiple ways to complete levels, and each level is a delight to play, which can't be said of some of the later levels in the original game. I'm looking at you, Labyrinth and Scrap Brain Zones. All of this was possible because the Sonic 2 cartridge is 8 megabit, double the size of the original. Not all that extra space was used on extra levels, however. There aren't that many extra compared with the original, but instead it was used on making what is in each level bigger, better and far more polished. The result is a game that is an absolute visual and audio delight. You don't have to run back through a level to try and pick up momentum anymore either. Now, Sonic has a spin dash move that lets you zoom through levels without backtracking. This helps keep up the fast pace of the game and makes tricky areas far easier to navigate. And last, but certainly not least, we finally get multiplayer. Gone are the days when you had to take turns playing. Now one of you gets to be Sonic and the other plays as the exceptionally cute Miles Tails Prower, whom I personally preferred because he's so damn cute and I'm a sucker for cuteness in my gaming. So, with all that said, let's get down to the most important question. What does the sequel play like? Well, I'm happy to say the game is mostly a pleasure to play. That's not to say it's perfect, because it's not. The underwater sections are still as annoying as hell, and slowing Sonic down so much when he's underwater is still a stupid idea. Also, there are numerous bugs, such as here on the PS2 version, where falling debris in the aquatic ruin zone managed to push Sonic out of the level. This happened twice, by the way. It's an easily replicable bug. It's a flawed game at times, but the flaws are far less numerous than in the original and they don't ruin my enjoyment. There's a lot more polish to this sequel and a lot more obvious love for Sonic and his game world. The zones are brightly coloured and imaginative, as you would expect from a Sonic game of this era, and the music is fantastic throughout the game. When I think back on Sonic games from my childhood, the music I remember is always either the title tune, Green Hills Zone from Sonic 1, or more zones than I care to count from Sonic 2. The music on this sequel blows the original out of the water in my opinion. Speaking of zones, what have we got here? Well, they're varied, and if you don't know the background to the game's development, you could be forgiven for thinking that they were somewhat random. The original storyline for the game involved Dr. Robotnik having taken over the world, and Sonic having to travel back through time to undo the events that allowed that to happen. This time travel element was removed from the game by the end of its development, but did make a recurrence in Sonic CD. However, for the moment, we're going to leave it aside because, aside from setting up the way the levels are, it doesn't actually have any influence on the game. Consequently, we begin the game in the present with the Emerald Hill Zone, then move quickly onto Chemical Plant Zone, the first of the Bad Future Zones where Robotnik has taken over. The music here is some of the best gaming music ever as far as I'm concerned. Next we go back in time to the Aquatic Ruins Zone, before heading into the future again for Casino Night Zone, where Sonic will no doubt end up halting his time-travelling adventures for a while to act as a pinball. I do love this zone. Next we are back in either the past or the present, running through Hilltop Zone. You can be forgiven for thinking this is just Green Hill Zone or Emerald Hill Zone all over again, because yeah, it pretty much is. But I'll let it slide because we won't be here long and it's a decent set of levels that remind me a lot of the Game Gear version of Sonic 1. You'll hear that a lot during this review. Next up is Mystic Cave Zone and some more amazing music. I adore the music on this level, it's superb. Next we're back in the future to battle our way through Oil Ocean Zone. This is the zone I dislike the most, because it's not always clear where you need to go, and the jumps are far more fiddly than earlier in the game. Your mileage may vary, but for me it's the low point of the whole game. After that, we're off to Metropolis Zone, the first zone with 3 acts. In fact, the only zone with 3 acts. Every zone before it, and every zone after it, is either a 1 or 2 act thing, which made the game feel an awful lot quicker and an awful lot smaller than the original game when I was first playing it. Sonic 1 had 3 acts per zone, most of the time anyway. 2 proper levels plus a shortened level with a boss fight at the end. Sonic 2 instead just has 2 standard sized levels with a boss fight on the end of the second one. Not so here in Metropolis Zone, however. You have the old 3-act setup akin to the original game. Again, this one feels a little slower paced, and with all the platform jumping it reminds me a lot of the Game Gear version of Sonic 1. That's no bad thing, but it does make it stand out from the other zones. Anyway, now we're getting late into the game and it's time for the Sky Chase Zone, where Sonic takes some time out from his fast-paced action sequences to stand on top of a biplane and beat up flying turtles, as well as whatever the hell those weird propeller-headed things are supposed to be. It's a bit of a dull level to be honest, so I was happy to see it as a 1-act zone with no boss battle at the end. Instead, at the end, we're faced with the Winged Fortress Zone immediately afterward. Sonic and Tails, who is flying the biplane that Sonic has decided to stand on top of, rather than ride inside in relative safety, because he's an idiot, our Sonic, are under attack from intense laser fire from Robotnik's flying headquarters. The biplane will get hit by laser fire, and if you don't leap to safety at the right point, you and Tails will plummet to your deaths, so you best get jumping. If you remember the Sky Blimp Zone from Sonic 1 on the Game Gear, you'll know what to expect here. Yeah, it seems Sonic 2 on Mega Drive took an awful lot of inspiration from the Game Gear. That's no bad thing, of course. Personally, I loved the Game Gear version of Sonic 1, although the sequel leaves a lot to be desired. Winged Fortress is a tough zone, with a lot of precision platforming. It's well worth getting through, however, as the set piece at the end where Sonic is hanging onto the blimp for dear life is brilliant. Now we're coming to the cool late game content. Welcome to the one-on-one battle with Metal Sonic. I have to admit, I forgot he was in the game. For years I was sure Metal Sonic debuted in Sonic CD, but now here he is on the original Mega Drive in the Death Egg Zone. Metal Sonic is a tough boss battle, but once you work out his attack patterns, you can take him out fairly quickly. Then it's on to Giant Mecha Robotnik. This guy is tough too. I remember beating him a reasonable amount when I was a kid and I didn't have many games, so I ended up getting really good at the ones I did have. But these days I just rely on save states to make this a lot easier. Yeah, you heard me, I'm that kind of gamer and I don't care. As with Metal Sonic, Mecha Robotnik isn't too difficult once you know his attack pattern, although when you're learning it for the first time or trying to remember it from years ago, he's quite annoying. But once you beat him, that's the end of the game, however. The ending is a nice set piece of Sonic running through an exploding sky blimp, followed by a slideshow of still images, then Sonic and Tails fly off into the sunset on their biplane. You may notice the biplane scene is exactly like the one at the start of Sonic 3, but that is a story for another day. And of course, when you've defeated the levels and defeated the bosses, there are of course those infamous bonus stages. Now on the original Mega Drive, you had this cool spinning maze thing, but here it goes one step further. Now we've got pseudo 3D, where you're running through a half pipe essentially trying to collect rings. I love this. When I first saw it, playing on my old Mega PC, I thought it was an amazing feat of technological achievement. I'd never seen anything like it in a game before. It blew my mind. It's still a lot of fun. It doesn't seem like there's an awful lot of gameplay here, and certainly other Sonic games have certainly beaten it in that respect, but visually it's still a delight and I still love it to this day. All in all, Sonic 2 is one of my personal favourite Mega Drive games. It has its frustrating moments, sure. Some of the boss battles are annoying at times, but most of them are genuinely fun set pieces with some really imaginative villain designs. The levels don't outstay their welcome even when they slow the game down to precision platforming, and the music is outstanding. For a game put together in just 9 months, this is an amazing achievement and I cannot recommend it enough. Whether you try this on the original Mega Drive or on one of the many compilation discs it's found its way onto over the years, I think you'll find a lot here to like, and even if you've played it before, there are still hours of repeat gaming to be had out of it. Go and give it a try, it's a genuine classic. And there you are. It's one of those fantastic games that I think everyone who played it and remembers it from the time loves. And if you've come to it later on with the Mega Collection on GameCube, PlayStation 2 and Xbox, then you'll know how good this game is too. I love it. I recommend it. If you can play it in any form, go and give it a try. It's fantastic. It's one that I come back to time and time again, even though I've finished it countless times. It's just so much good fun. It's proper, pure gaming joy from the 16-bit era, and that's what counts. Okay, thanks very much for watching. Hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button. Share this with your friends so they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future, hopefully when I'm better and not full of cold. But until next time, I've been Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel, and I'll see you later. Bye. Hello and welcome to what should have been the last episode of GameHammer for 2017, although a very bad flu put a stop to that one. Since it was the final episode of 2017, I thought I would do what a lot of people are indulging in, and that's put together an annual Game of the Year show. And even though we're now in 2018, I'm still going to do it, because if I didn't, all of my game footage that I recorded would go to waste. This is an awards show with a difference, however, because we're not going to be looking at games that came out in 2017. We aren't even going to be looking at games that I reviewed in 2017, not specifically anyway. Instead, we're going back in time, back to 1985 to be exact, the year that I got my first home computer, and we're going to take a look at the top games of that year. The rules for the GameHammer Game of the Year for 1985 are simple. The game must have topped the charts in one of the 3 major magazines for the 3 major formats. And they must have done it in 1985. So, since we're in 1985, we're going to be looking at the major, most respected magazines for the major formats, which are the Amstrad CPC, the Commodore 64, and the mighty ZX Spectrum. Now, that could end up with us reviewing 36 games, and that's not going to happen. I'm sorry, but I do not have time to review 36 games one after the other. For a start, I haven't got the footage on my camera, so we're going to make a few extra rules. The rules are simple. I'm going to compile all of the #1 hit games from each of the magazines, and if there was any of those games that were #1 for more than 1 month, those games go through to the next round. And it's that round, with that shorter list, hopefully it is shorter, will be the one that determines which game is the #1 game for the year. And I'll only be reviewing the game on the format that it got to the #1 spot in. So if a game was #1 for 4 months on the Spectrum, but only 1 month on the Commodore, we'll only be reviewing the Spectrum version. And those rules mean we'll only be seeing multi-format comparisons where a game got to the top of the charts on more than one computer. Because the idea here is that I want to compare the games based on which were the best ones on that system. I'm not interested in whether a game was great on one system but not so great on another. I want to compare the games based on other good games for that system. This is a peer-to-peer comparison, at least for this round. Once we know the top game from each system, then those games will go head-to-head. Then we'll have one from the Spectrum, one from the Commodore, one from the Amstrad, and those 3 will go head-to-head to decide which game is the best game of 1985. So let's get started. We're going to start with the ZX Spectrum because it was the major system for the time, and because it's the most respected magazine for the format, we're going to be looking at Crash as the charts provider for the Spectrum. So let's get started. Crash began in February 1984, and by the start of 1985 it had already established itself as a major force in Spectrum gaming. It's well respected to this day, and that's why I've chosen it to represent the ZX Spectrum in the GameHammer Awards. Crash opened the year with a game everyone who's spent any time in retro circles should have heard of, Saberwolf by Ultimate. Saberwolf topped the charts in both the January and February issues of Crash, which gives it a spot in our contest. Next we have Nightlaw, also by Ultimate. This reached the #1 spot in March and stayed there through to May. It was knocked off the top spot in June by Everyone's a Wally, but that game only managed to stay in first place for 1 month, so while Nightlaw goes through to the next round, Wally Week's second outing sadly doesn't make the grade. Everyone's a Wally was replaced at #1 by Alien 8 in July, but that was quickly pushed aside by Beyond Software's Shadowfire in August. Shadowfire was then knocked off the top spot by Spy Hunter, but in an interesting twist, Spy Hunter was replaced by Shadowfire in the October issue, so Shadowfire goes through to the next round. November and December round out the year with 2 titles managing to claim the #1 spot. November saw Ocean's Hypersports hitting #1, but the Christmas top spot was taken by Melbourne House's Way of the Exploding Fist. Because these 2 titles only managed 1 #1 spot each, they miss out on a chance at the next stage. So, from the Crash charts, we have 3 games that are going forward to be contenders for GameHammer's Best Game of 1985. Those games are Saberwolf from Ultimate, Nightlaw, also from Ultimate, and Beyond Software's Shadowfire. This should be an interesting contest from the Spectrum camp. Next up, we'll be looking at the Commodore 64, since it was the second system for pretty much all of the 8-bit era here in the UK at least. And given the amount of love that was shown to this magazine, I had to choose Zap 64 as the Commodore's magazine of choice for chart information. So, what topped the charts for the Commodore 64 in 1985? Let's have a look. Choosing Zap as the magazine of choice presented me with a few problems. It's the major, most influential magazine for the Commodore 64 in the UK, so it had to be this magazine I went with according to the rules. But there was a downside to that choice. Zap launched in May 1985, so what was there to do? Well, the thing about Zap 64 is that its charts aren't based on sales figures, they're based on reader choice. So to some extent it wouldn't matter that there hadn't been a full year's worth of chart information, because the good games would get to the top regardless. Take Impossible Mission for example. The game was published in 1984, but it's the first game to top the chart twice, taking the #1 spot in both June and July of 1985 after knocking Boulder Dash off the top. So I'm going to just go with the chart information that's available, because it should give us some good games to put into the next round. After Impossible Mission was knocked off #1 by Elite, Firebird's port of the BBC Micro Classic only managed to hold the top spot for August and September. Way of the Exploding Fist toppled Elite's crown in October, but it couldn't hold on to it. November and December 1985 both rounded out the year with Summer Games 2 at #1. An odd choice for the winter months, but that's readers' polls for you. So, that gives us another 3 games from the Commodore camp, all vying to be GameHammer's best game of 1985. Leading the charge for Team Commodore are Impossible Mission, Elite, and, strangely enough, Summer Games 2. That's quite a diverse selection of titles, so it's going to be a very interesting contest from the Commodore side. Now, let's take a look at the Amstrad CPC to round out our trinity of big hitters. For this system, as with all of the others, there really was only one choice to decide which magazine would represent the Amstrad. So, let's see which games topped the charts for the mighty Amstrad CPC in 1985 by looking at Amstrad Action. Oh dear, Amstrad Action launched in October 1985, making it the youngest of the major magazines for our 3 systems. As a result, even if we simply took the 3 highest selling games according to Amstrad Action's charts in order to get the 3 CPC games to go forward, we would still have a second major stumbling block. There's no chart in the first issue. So what are we to do? The answer is simple. Choose another magazine. But which one? Well, there's really only one choice. Let's take a look at the charts in Amstrad Computer User, the official magazine for the Amstrad CPC, and the magazine that Amstrad Action would soon come to stomp all over. It'll be useful for now. Oh, for goodness sake! As it turns out, Amstrad Computer User doesn't carry a chart every month. There's one in issue 4, which covers March 1985, and which references the positions of games in issue 3 as well, which does at least let us determine which games would be in the top spot for the charts of the first 3 months of the year, since issue 3 covered both January and February, what with ACU only going monthly from issue 4 onwards. However, after that there's no chart until issue 7. What's even more annoying is that it's a brand new chart and it doesn't list any previous positions for games. Oh well, we'll just have to go with what we have available, I suppose. Roland in the Caves starts the year off with a bang, having occupied the top of the charts for both January and February. This may have been due to the quirk of the magazine being bi-monthly, but since we have some issues with the charts with the CPC in 1985, I'll make an exception here. It goes through to the next round. In March, Roland in Time usurps the number 1 spot, but after that we have no chart until June, and by then Sorcery has taken the top of the charts by storm, so sadly Roland in Time won't be joining us in the next stage. Neither will Sorcery, by the way, because in July, Night Law takes the number 1 spot, and it will keep it right through until the end of September, because in the October 1985 issue, Ultimate's much-loved game is knocked from the top spot by way of the Exploding Fist. This game has appeared in the charts for every format, but here on the CPC, it finally makes it through to the next round, having sat at the top of the chart in October, November, and December. Apparently the end of 1985 was a good time to be a fighting game on the CPC. So, once again, surprisingly enough, we have 3 games making it to the next round. And those games, of course, are Way of the Exploding Fist, Night Law, and Roland in the Caves. Now this is interesting because it's the first time that a first-party game has actually managed to get it into the contending section. I'm surprised by that, but Roland in the Caves is pretty good, so yeah, okay, we'll let it through. Will it take the prize, however? Well, we're still going to find out. Let's move on to the next round. So we have 3 games from each system to review, which is all nice and neat. I can't imagine this is going to be the same case for every year, but I'll enjoy it while it lasts. Competing for the ZX Spectrum we have Saberwolf, Night Law, and Shadowfire. For the Commodore 64 we have Impossible Mission, Elite, and Summer Games 2. And for the Amstrad CPC we have Roland in the Caves, Night Law, and Way of the Exploding Fist. And since the ZX Spectrum is the top machine for the 1985 period, in fact, for the entire 8-bit period here in the UK, we'll start with that. And since Saberwolf was the top of its charts first, we'll start with Saberwolf. Let's take a look at how it goes. So let's start with Saberwolf, since it's the first of the 2 Ultimate games that take place in the same series. You play as Saberman, and your mission is to collect the pieces of an amulet that let you pass by the Guardian at the end of the game. Sounds simple, right? Well, think again. This game is damn hard. There are 256 rooms to explore, and almost all of them will be full to the brim with enormous monsters that seek to knock you about a bit. And I do mean knock you about. You'll get thrown across the screen like a rag doll if you're not careful. You've got a saber to defend yourself with, and the fighting animation here is really well done. The graphics are large and chunky, and while the sound is nothing to write home about, it's effective in getting the job done for such an early Spectrum game. It's not hard to see how this one became such a much-loved title. It took me a while to get the hang of Saberwolf, because I was initially playing it on keyboard like a doofus. Don't play it on keyboard, well, not unless you're intimately familiar with the way early Spectrum games avoided the standard OP, QA and space controls like the plague. This game has all its controls laid out in a straight line essentially, which means that you will forever be pressing the wrong key to move unless you force yourself to become familiar with the old, non-standard layout. Don't bother, use a joystick instead. It's much easier and it makes the game a lot of fun. And it is fun! Saberwolf is an absolute classic. I love it and I recommend you give it a try. It's a game I can easily see myself coming back to time and time again. Next up we have Nightlaw, a game that I can't decide whether it's better to play on keyboard or joystick. Why? Because its controls are abysmal. I'm serious. To turn left, yes, turn, not move, you press Z, C, B or M. To turn right, you press X, V, N or symbol shift. I'm going to stick to Z and X for my gameplay because it's just a mangled mess if you try to go any further. You move forward by pressing A, S, D, F or any other key on that row. There is no key for moving backward, although you will quickly end up stuck in a situation where you really wish there was a back key. If you select directional controls from the main menu and also play on joystick, you can thankfully play the game like you would expect, like a normal person. Pushing the stick in any direction causes the character to move in that direction. Apparently common sense is an optional extra here. It doesn't work if you're playing on keyboard, however, so don't bother playing on keyboard. But if you do decide to jump in with the keyboard, you can jump with any key on the QWERTY line and get or drop items with the number keys. Essentially, your keys are everything down the left-hand side of the keyboard, but you can kind of bend your hands into a workable two-handed control system if you do it carefully. It's a mess though. Ultimate really need to get to grips with OP, QA and space. Joystick controls suck. The game is far too quick to spin you around if you do anything other than lightly tap the joystick left or right. Also, if you have a one-button joystick, and you probably do, then you're screwed if you want to try and pick up or drop an item without having to press a button on the keyboard. Good luck with that. But all these gripes about the controls aside, what is the game actually like? Well, it's groundbreaking, and I think we all know that. When Nightlaw came out, it revolutionized gaming in a big way. Isometric 3D hadn't been tried an awful lot before this game arrived, and it had certainly not looked this amazing. I love the graphics, they're brilliant. I'm just not so keen on the gameplay. I've never been the biggest fan of this style of isometric 3D graphic adventure. I played Batman a lot back in the 80s, but the isometric projection made precision platforming a pain in the neck. The random movement of the enemies always irks me because it means you can't learn the patterns and progress properly like you could in any other game. It makes gameplay tiresome and too random for me to enjoy. My opinion on these flaws has not mellowed with age. I still find these problems irksome, although thankfully I can look past them to some extent. Thankfully, playing on keyboard is far better than playing on joystick, and once you get used to the ridiculous controls, the game is decent enough to keep you going. However, it is by no means my favourite in the genre it spawned. Now I realise a lot of you may be annoyed by my take on Nightlaw. It's a game that tops many lists of great games. But maybe, for me, it's the Seinfeld effect. So many things aped its style that the original no longer seems all that great. I don't know. What I do know is that I came to games like Batman and Monster Max before I ever played this one, and as a result, I don't see the appeal of Nightlaw. Sorry guys, it's just not grabbing me. Now, Shadowfire should be a game that's right up my street. When I switched from the CPC to the PC in the early 90s, I flocked to the point-and-click adventure genre. I had adored text adventures during my 8-bit days, and I had adored graphic adventures such as Dizzy just as much. Combining the immediacy of graphic adventures with the puzzles of text adventures was just my cup of tea. Shadowfire is an early attempt to do just that. It's a point-and-click adventure game, or at least it's trying to be. Its marketing claimed it was the first text-adventure game without text. It's not exactly true, since there is a space on the screen reserved for scrolling text, but it's a nice way of explaining how the game works. Essentially, you move a cursor around the lower half of the screen, clicking on icons in order to accomplish certain tasks. You'll need to consult the instructions to work out what each icon is supposed to be, however, since the game itself doesn't bother to tell you. In some instances, I got the feeling while playing the game that it was actively doing this. It's a frustrating game, and I can't say I was all that pleased playing it. The game itself takes place in real time, which adds a sense of immediacy to proceedings. According to the instructions, you have 100 minutes to complete the game. That means 100 minutes to locate the ambassador that you've been sent to rescue, to capture the guy who kidnapped him, and to take control or destroy a spaceship. You can apparently do any of these in any order, and you have 6 characters to use in order to do it. The instructions then tell you the first thing you need to do is use a droid to beam down some or all of your team. And that's where I got stuck. Yes, that's right, I got stuck right at the start of the game. The reason for that is the icon system. I just don't know what any of these crude icons is supposed to be or what they're meant to do at any given time. Yes, the instructions give some basic descriptions, but it's not enough, not by a long shot. Later games pulled this icon-driven system off far better, both by severely restricting the icon set to basics such as get, drop, use, say, etc., or by dispensing with icons entirely and actually writing down what every option was, a la Monkey Island. This went for a complex series of icons that aren't well drawn enough to really show what they're supposed to do, and as a result, it's just not good. I managed to find a character selection screen, but that was pretty much just by clicking on anything that would highlight on the screen, because not all icons are active at once. But I couldn't proceed any further than that. Based on its icon-driven adventure system and the way it plays out with attacks constantly in the moment that you arrive on the enemy ship, perhaps a better comparison isn't a text adventure or a graphic adventure. Perhaps a better comparison is Laser Squad or Space Crusade, something like that. Either way, it still doesn't rival those games because it's not quite there. It's still missing something, and I'm not sure why it is, but it's definitely missing it. I like the idea of this game, but it feels like it needs a lot more playtesting and polishing to make it actually enjoyable to play. And that's a real shame, because this genre is my favourite kind of game. It's a massive disappointment. So the Spectrum didn't come off very well in this one, I'm sorry to say. We've got 2 very early attempts at new genres of gameplay, and that's to be commended. I really am impressed with how the Spectrum basically gave birth to modern gaming with a lot of key developments. But that doesn't mean the early games are always great. Sabre Wulf is brilliant. I loved it, and I was able to get into it right away. Night Law was acceptable despite its many flaws, and I think anyone who hasn't played the games that took what it was doing and did them better would find it a decent game. I can't do that, however, because those later games have laid Night Law's flaws bare to me. Sorry guys, that's just how it is. Shadowfire is in the same situation. I've seen what it was attempting done far, far better many times over. It may have been a pioneer, but now I just can't get to grips with it, and as a result, I can't recommend it. The Spectrum's title of GameHammer Top Game of 1985 therefore has to go to Sabre Wulf. So it goes through to the next round. Well done, Sabre Wulf. Now, what does the C64 have to offer us? I played Impossible Mission on my CPC a lot back in the 80s, and I do mean a lot. I never really managed to get anywhere with it, but I enjoyed its colourful look and its fun gameplay. The Dalek-inspired enemies are a particularly fond memory for me. Impossible Mission on the C64 is the original version, and it's obvious even at first glance. The game is bright, very nicely animated, and runs exceptionally well. This is a game that's a delight to play, and I don't mind recommending it to anyone who likes a good puzzle platformer, even if it's still a game that I can't beat. Some of the enemies are frustrating, as are some of the puzzles, but I never got the impression that it was designed to be impossible to complete, despite the name of the game. You play as a secret agent who has 6 hours to stop an evil mastermind from destroying the world, or something like that. He's apparently been tampering with national security computers, and that's bad, so go and tell him to stop it. In order to get to the evil genius, you need to decrypt his control room password. The pieces to that password are scattered around his evil lair, and you start the game having already made your way inside, so at least that's all sorted. Now you just need to get past all of his Daleks, search all of his shelves and sofas and toilets apparently for the 9 pieces of the password, reassemble the password in the right order, and reach the control room. Simple. Every time you die, and you will, because this game is bastard hard, 10 minutes is knocked off your time. So that means you effectively have 35 lives at most, because if you die a 36th time, you'll be out of time. You know, I'm pretty sure I could die that many times in one room. This is a brilliant game, with a simple premise and a lot of great design. I can't recommend it enough. Speaking of games I can't recommend enough, let's take a look at Elite. Now, I never played Elite back on the BBC, its original system. I never even played it back on my beloved CPC because it came out on the Amstrad Action cover tape only a few months after I'd stopped reading the magazine. But I played Elite Plus on my PC for years before jumping to Frontier Elite 2, Frontier First Encounters, and then, many years later, Elite Dangerous. So you could say I quite like this series. I've spent weeks of my life playing Elite, if you count up all the hours I've spent playing the various versions of the game over the years. It's one of the greatest franchises ever created, and it all comes from a very simple premise. What's the premise? Simple. Here's a spaceship. Here's a giant open-ended galaxy to do what you want in it. Have fun. That's it. Whether you decide to make money by trading, or decide to become a bounty hunter, or maybe a pirate, or simply head off to explore the galaxy, it's all up to you. There's no real end point to the game, although if you do decide to attempt to become rated elite, the game will reward you for doing so, but even then it doesn't end. So there's actually nothing stopping you becoming great at doing everything possible in this game, and I know that many people have done just that, and they no doubt had a lot of fun in the process. I certainly did. So how does the Commodore 64 version of this absolute classic game fare? In a word, brilliantly. Okay, it's not as fast as the PC version that I know and love, but let's be fair, it was never going to be. It's a faithful recreation of the BBC original, and it plays to the Commodore's strengths. Okay, it slows down here and there, especially when there's a lot going on in the space around you, and yes, there's a lot of problems with controlling the thing unless you have the manual to hand, or the wiki, but aside from those small points, Elite is one of the best space games ever made, and the C64 version stands tall beside the original. If you haven't played it already, stop what you're doing and go give it a try. You owe it to yourself to play this game. When I was a kid, we had a game for the Amstrad CPC that was colloquially known as Daley Thompson's Joystick Breaker. It was an exceptionally stupid game whose only gameplay involved hammering keys repeatedly or waggling your joystick left and right so quickly that it broke. Summer Games 2 on the C64 is Daley Thompson's Joystick Breaker for the Commodore 64. It's pretty much the same game with the same pathetic 4 gameplay. I'm sorry if you're a fan of this old school sports title, but I am no fan of this. It's dull, it's uninspired, it has literally all been done before, and it brings nothing new to the table. How this game got to be a top seller is beyond me. It's crap. Also, it's a multi-loader, because of course it is. Every event is loaded separately, even the first one, which apparently couldn't fit into memory alongside the title screen. There is absolutely no part of this game that is worth playing. Save your time, save your joysticks, play something else. So, 2 decent games on the Commodore 64, accompanied by one pile of absolute garbage. It's tough to decide between Impossible Mission and Elite, because they are both brilliant games. Summer Games 2 isn't even in the running compared to those two. On the whole, I'm going to have to go with Elite as the C64's winner. Impossible Mission is an absolute gem and I really loved playing it, but I'm sorry, how could I not choose Elite? It's a game that you can literally play forever if you so desire, and some people have been. To lose out to such a powerhouse of a game is no bad thing, so Impossible Mission fans shouldn't feel too bad about it. Okay, onto our final system. Let's take a look at the Amstrad's offerings. Now you might be wondering how a first-party title, and a launch title at that, from a widely disregarded publishing house could compete with the likes of Ultimate or even Melbourne House, who, let's face it, didn't exactly have a stellar track record of their own. Well, the truth is, if it were many of the other titles in Amsoft's lineup, this would be a two-horse race. But it's not. We aren't talking about any old title here, we're talking about Roland in the Caves, one of the greatest titles from the early years of the Amstrad CPC. It's a well-made game with a lot of staying power. It's still widely regarded even today, and I've already reviewed it twice on GameHammer, so I'm not going to go into too much detail about it here. Suffice to say, this is a classic and it holds up strongly even after 33 years. This is a contender for the top spot on the list of CPC games for 1985, and it's a reminder that you shouldn't write off Amsoft just because it's Amsoft. In the Amstrad version of Nightlaw, you have the same problems that you had in the Spectrum version, only more slowly. It's a very basic specky port, and as a result, there's very little to say about it. If you like the genre, you may like this game. If you like the Spectrum version, you'll like this version. If you didn't like the specky version, you won't find anything here to make you change your mind. I didn't like the specky version. I didn't like this version. I think the game was good for starting off on a genre that other games perfected, and for that I'm grateful, but that really is the sum total of what I have to say here. I'm sorry. Let's move on. I first encountered Way of the Exploding Fist one afternoon after school. My dad had bought it at some point during the day and he'd been playing it ever since. This was a big surprise to me because he hardly ever paid attention to the family computer back then. He still doesn't even now. His interest basically extends to writing his novels and, on occasion, playing every single James Bond game ever created. Each to their own. Way of the Exploding Fist is one of the first entries into the 2D fighting genre, and it's one of those occasions where the early entries set a high bar for everything that came after. You play as one of two karate students, and your goal is to progress up the ranks of the dojo until you master the Way of the Exploding Fist. At least, that's the theory. In practice, you'll get a few rounds into the game before your opponent becomes too quick for you, and he beats your ass back to the high score table. There are no special moves in this game. It all comes down to who can make contact with who first. Each time one of you lands a blow, the round is over and you reset to your starting positions, ready to kick ass once more. You need to land 4 blows successfully before your opponent does, which is easier said than done at the later stages of the game. It's a skilled game, and a well-executed one. Movement is via the joystick, player 2 is keyboard control, but it's best to play with the joystick. And you have 8 movement options, some of which advance or retreat your character, while others block incoming attacks. All attacks are also via joystick, and are executed by holding the fire button while moving the joystick in one of 8 directions. There are kicks, punches, roundhouse kicks, jump kicks, the usual. The move list is basic, and as I said earlier, there are no special moves to make the characters differ from one another. It's basic karate, and it's actually not bad. I used to play this game a lot as a kid because I was really into karate and studied it for many years. That's how I'm aware that most of the skill level progression is missing from the game. But to be fair, it wouldn't actually change anything if all the various coloured belts were included. The game isn't all that fast, but that's a good thing as well because it better replicates real karate sparring at a dojo. Like I said, I used to play this game a lot and even my dad liked it, which makes it a standout game in my book because he isn't a gamer and he rarely showed interest in games. So I would recommend this one, especially if you're a one-on-one fighting fan with an interest in the early days of the genre. So it all comes down to this: Roland in the Caves, Nightlaw, or Way of the Exploding Fist. A launch title, a game that launched an entire genre, and an early contender in a genre that is still much loved to this day. It's a tough choice. Roland in the Caves is a brilliant game. It's an oft-acknowledged classic and a firm favourite of many CPC aficionados. Similarly, Nightlaw launched a plethora of classic games that are still much loved to this day. But for me, the title has to go to Way of the Exploding Fist. This game is brilliant. It brings in people who wouldn't normally play games, like my dad, and it's a delight to play even today. Its simple controls and simple mechanics mask a skillful, yet delightfully easy to get to grips with game. I'm a big fan, and that's why it's going to take the CPC slot in the next round. So, Here we are at the end. It's been a long haul with many games to play, but at last we have reached the final round. One game from each system has made it through this far. One challenger which will hold the torch for its format. Step forward, contenders. Representing the ZX Spectrum, we have Saberwolf. For the Commodore 64, we have Elite. And for Team Amstrad, we have Way of the Exploding Fist. Now, these are all fine games, and if you play them, you'll see why they are so well regarded. This is a tough decision, and it's not one that I've made lightly. Saberwolf is an absolute delight to play. It's fast-paced, it's action-heavy, it's graphically impressive, especially for the time, and I love it to bits. I'll probably go and play it after I've finished making this video. Way of the Exploding Fist is an essential game to play if you're a fan of the fighting genre. It may not be able to hold up against something like Street Fighter 2, but for this time in gaming, and on the 8-bit systems as well, it's a brilliant game and a worthy addition to any collection. And Elite is a classic that stands above other classics. It's the godfather of the open world games, an early perfecter of the first-person combat sim, and a game that you will never have to stop playing because if you're willing to let it, it will go on forever. But we can only have one winner, so let's make our decision. In third place, taking the bronze, we have Way of the Exploding Fist. It's a classic. It's a brilliant and skillful game, but sadly it can't quite match the other two. In second place, taking home the silver, it's Saberwolf, a superb arcade action game that's a little different every time you play, and consequently it has a lot of replay value. Which means that first place and the gold must go to Elite. The classic of classics takes our first GameHammer Game of the Year award. Well done, Elite. Take a bow. That was a tough one. 9 games on 3 systems, all whittled down to one winner. It's been a lot of tough work making this episode, but I hope you have enjoyed it. And I hope that you understand that although we did generate the list of candidates by looking at the charts of the past, what really came down to it in the end was whether the game still stood up to the test of time and whether it played well now. I have tried to be as honest and open-minded as I could with these games. They all deserved a fair shot and I did that to the best of my ability. But in the end, it came down to 3 classics. And I had to choose one of those, and that means disappointing a few people, I know that. It's just the way of things. It's the nature of the beast with this kind of award. But anyway, whether you agree with the final result or not, I hope you did enjoy the episode. And if you did, remember to click that like button, share this with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it. Do subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knobmouse channel, and I'll see you next time. But for now, I'm going off to play the GameHammer Game of the Year 1985, Elite. See you later. Dizzy, what ingredients do we need again?
Check in the recipe book. It's on the table.
Fringli McGranafel Cthulhu Rie Gnafel Kafetagen? Dizzy, you know, I'm not sure this is... Dizzy? Oh, it's a spell book. Not again. Bloody Necronomicon, always masquerading as a cookbook and getting me sucked into a portal to hell. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Well, since you're here, shall we review a game? It will come as no surprise to anyone who's seen this show before that I am a massive fan of the Dizzy games. The Egg Adventurer was a mainstay on my CPC years, and I sought out every game he was in. Well, except for Crystal Kingdom Dizzy, because Amstrad Action didn't give it all that great a write-up thanks to its increased price. And anyway, no shop around me ever actually sold it, because it came out near the end of the CPC's life, and all the shops had moved on. I'd only recently started reading Amstrad Action on a regular monthly basis when Spellbound Dizzy was announced as part of the Dizzy's Excellent Adventures box set. I already had the Dizzy collection, the original box set, and that's how I got most of his original adventures. So the idea of a new set with even more games was perfect in my view. I kept my Christmas money to one side and eagerly awaited its eventual release. I picked up the set as soon as it was available and stuffed Spellbound Dizzy into my cassette deck. It was new, it was massive, bigger than Fantasy World and Magic Land put together. It was a bit of a disappointment really. Let's take a look at the Amstrad CPC version of Spellbound Dizzy and we'll see what I'm on about. The first thing you'll notice is that the music is brilliant. I can't fault it at all. It's one of Dizzy's finest tunes. You'll also notice that good old Dizzy has finally ditched that green tint that he's always had on the CPC version, for reasons best known to someone other than me. Now, he always looks clean, well drawn and absolutely lovely. This is by far the best incarnation of Dizzy on the CPC. He's also very nicely animated in this outing. I can't fault how he moves or any of the lovely animations that he has when he eats, falls, jumps or anything else. He's brilliantly drawn, so is every other character you'll meet, whether it's the massive Theo the Wizard or any of the Yoke Folk. This game is full of beautiful art. I mean, look at that bear. It's full of character and it's just standing there. The game is beautiful. I can't fault it one bit. It's lovely to look at and it plays really well. So what's the problem? Because you know there is going to be a problem. Well, it's partly in the size of the adventure and partly in the way that all the puzzles are laid out. Let's switch to the ZX Spectrum version, I'll show you what I mean. The first thing to note is that you will be seeing this handful of screens a lot. Dropping into the pit and moving the trampette so that you can get back out is a tedious chore that you will have to do time and time again. Most of the game takes place underground, deep down a hole that you can only access if you are carrying one or more rocks. These rocks are located in a quarry on the other side of the deep pit to the hole that you need to use them in. To get back out the hole, you have to drop the rocks. The rocks smash when you drop them, so you have to keep going back and forth across the pit to collect more rocks. It's dull, and even the slightest miscalculation in where you land or where you put the trampette is going to result in Dizzy getting hurt. You get hurt enough, and you die. Now, that is frustrating, but when I was a kid, I spent a while working out the exact point to place the trampette on each side of the pit to make sure you don't get hurt. And it's actually quite cunning, and I can only think that the game's developers did this on purpose. See those red dots on either side of the coders' names? Those are the markers to aim for. On the left side of the pit, place the trampette just to the right of the rightmost dot. On the right side of the pit, place the trampette just to the left of the leftmost dot. You will then always hit the trampette if you walk off the top of the pit, or walk, not jump, but walk off the cloud above the left side of the pit, or even bounce off the mushroom on the opening screen. But that doesn't remove all of the problems, of course. You can still miss jump, or miss time walking off the cloud, or any number of other issues in the game. And when you do, you will fall, miss the trampette, and get hurt. So the game design still sucks. It's ridiculous that Dizzy can get hurt by falling in this game. Why would anyone put that into the game? Goodness knows. He doesn't get hurt by falling in any of the other games. I used to make him leap out of trees in Fantasy World all the time, and in Magic Land he has to jump out of a castle window then leap down off a high monument. Dizzy shouldn't get hurt by falling, but in this outing, he does. Thankfully that was removed in later outings, but in this game, it's just tedious. Dizzy should not get hurt by falling. Let's move on to the Commodore version. The C64 version is apparently the first time Dizzy wasn't simply ported to the Commodore without putting any real effort in. It's a new game with a new Commodore-specific engine, but if I'm brutally honest, I can't see a difference between this and the other lazy Spectrum ports. However, that may be because of the version I was playing. Let me explain. There are two versions of Spellbound Dizzy on the C64. There's the obvious Specky port, complete with colour clash in the title images, and the bug-fixed version. If you want to play the game, try to get hold of that bug-fixed version. It was released separately to the Dizzy Excellent Adventures box set, and I couldn't find a copy of it, but apparently it is much better. The layout of the game on the C64 is different to the Amstrad and Spectrum versions. Again, that may be the rushed Specky port version only, but I can't say for sure because that's the only version that I could find that would actually load. So take what I say here with a grain of salt, because it may not apply to all versions. The differences are most notable in the opening run of the game where you'll meet Dylan. On the CPC and Spectrum, Dylan is trapped underground, but on the C64, he's behind a thin wall of rock. Dizzy still asks Dylan if he can hear him down there, however, on the Commodore version, which in my eyes makes no narrative sense. You're also able to launch a minecart from here, although I have no idea why that's necessary. I don't know why the game is laid out differently, but there we go. The standard problems with the C64 version are here from screen 1. It's far slower than it should be given the C64's capabilities, and it plays badly. The music is decent though. Avoid this one. Play the CPC or Spectrum versions. There is one good thing about the C64 version, however. It retains the opaque backgrounds on the captions and inventory screen that the Spectrum has, but which the Amstrad sadly lacks. I would have loved to have seen that on the Amstrad, but instead we got this simple black background to all of our text boxes and inventory screens, which doesn't quite have the same effect. Now, sure, I realise it makes reading the text easier on the Amstrad version, but given that we had special designed monitors for our computers, whereas C64 and Spectrum had a TV that might not always be tuned quite right, surely clarity of reading these things would have been more important on Spectrum and Commodore than on the Amstrad. It's a weird thing, but there you go. So anyway, let's take a look at our final version of this game on the Commodore Amiga. And yes, before you start leaving angry comments, I do realise there was a CD32 and an Atari ST version of this game, but I can't find a decent, reliable copy of either of those to actually try it, so we're going to have to stick with just on the Amiga for the 16 bits. By this point, the 16-bit era was ramping up. Dizzy's debut outing on the Mega Drive was just around the corner, and the Amiga had just picked up a huge amount of consumer support thanks to its Batman box the previous Christmas. So having a great version of Spellbound Dizzy on the now leading 16-bit home computer was essential. But Spellbound Dizzy was released in a 2-pack with Panic Dizzy, easily the worst of the Dizzy-themed arcade games. So that's not a good sign. Immediately, we can see that the same problems with the Amiga version as we saw back when we reviewed Prince of the Yokefolk are present in Spellbound Dizzy as well. That makes sense since they were programmed around the same time. The game world looks stretched out to fill the higher resolution screen. This is most evident in the deep pit, which takes more time to bounce out of now, and the deep hole, which takes an age to ascend or descend. As a result, the game feels even more stretched out than it did on the 8-bits. Dizzy remains well animated, although his jumping animation isn't as good as the tumbling effect on the 8-bits, but he's tiny compared to the scenery around him, and although everything looks great, it's lacking a lot of the charm that made Dizzy such a likeable character. At least they fixed the mushroom problem, however. Now you can walk past them without having to leap over, and thus the risk of being thrown off somewhere that you don't want to go is now gone. So there are pluses and minuses. Also, you can finally fall without damage. The animation is still there when you land, but the damage has been removed. This is a huge plus, and it makes the game an awful lot better to play. There are a lot of nice animation effects in this version as well, such as the stars launching into the sky when you collect them. Also, Dizzy looks cool when he's jumping. As I said earlier, it's nowhere near as nicely animated as on the CPC and Spectrum versions, but it's decent enough and it does the job. All the gameplay problems are still here, however, and that's what brings the game down in the end. On the plus side, the music is excellent and the graphics are lovely, although the C effect is now simply a raster rather than an animated set of waves, which makes this superior looking game look inferior in that respect. This is the first Dizzy game to not involve the Oliver twins, aside from signing off on it as producers. According to Amstrad Action, it's Big Red Software's chance to shine, and they've gone all out to make the game bigger and better. Now don't get me wrong, some things work, such as the new graphics and animation, but then again, a lot of things don't. And it's worth noting that in Prince of the Yokefolk, which is technically Dizzy's 6th outing according to the official chronology, every single development Big Red Software made has been rolled back. Gone is the falling damage. The new sprites? Gone. New locations? New graphics and animations? All gone. In my view, Prince of the Yokefolk is the mini-game that Big Red Software produced in order to show that they could continue the Dizzy saga. It feels an awful lot like what they did was they made that game in order to show they could do it, and then once they got the license, they went off and made Spellbound Dizzy with all of their own ideas, the new graphics engine and all of that. But the thing is, by being closer to the originals, Prince of the Yokefolk is actually the better game. Because it's much smaller and more concise, it doesn't have any of the issues that Spellbound Dizzy is plagued with. And that's the big problem, because Spellbound Dizzy on its own could have been a brilliant game. Its major flaw is the falling damage, which increases the game's difficulty to near Treasure Island Dizzy levels. Because you have to aim jump so perfectly, you will inevitably end up taking a lot of damage in Spellbound Dizzy. That means the risk of getting very far through the game and then dying because of a badly timed jump is very high. Then there's the problem with the length of the game. It takes about an hour and a half to complete if you know what you're doing, which sounds like great value for money since this would have been released at about £1.99 or £2.99, and in the Disney Excellent Adventures box set it was only £9.99 with 5 games in that box. But the problem is the huge amount of time that you spend backtracking. It becomes tedious, which of course means that you've got an increased chance of failing a jump due to a lack of concentration. Now, don't get me wrong, there is a lot to like about this game. The puzzles are great, they're logical, well, for the most part, and solving them really does feel rewarding. But we still come back to the backtracking and the risk of damage and the fact that if you do mistime something, it gets so immensely frustrating that chances are you may not want to continue. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry to say, the bad points do outweigh the good points, which makes it a bit of an issue because I really do want to like this game, I really do. With a couple of tweaks, it could have been a great game, and I can show you this because on the Amstrad, there is a version that was cracked, and it gives you infinite lives, and it immediately removes the problem of falling damage because now it doesn't matter. Fall to your heart's content, you're not going to lose all your lives and die. You'll still be able to continue with the game, and as a result, it's a much better game, it's more fun, it's more rewarding to play. I really want to be able to recommend this game, but I'm sorry, at the end of the day, there are too many issues. It's the first time I've ever been disappointed with a Dizzy game, and it's a big, big shame because there's so much here that's good. The graphics are much better, the sound is great, the puzzles are brilliant, the actual layout of the game, it's a bit of an annoyance, but the setting is brilliant. It's a shame that all of the bad points overweigh the good. And that, unfortunately, is where we're going to have to end this. Because there's nothing else to say. I'm going to have to just say, no, we did what we could with this one. And unfortunately, it's one of the lesser of the Dizzy games. Sorry guys, that's just how it is. Anyway, sadly, ending on that bad note, that is all we've got time for this week. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this, even though we did kind of just rag on one of the greatest egg adventurers ever. But if you did like this video, remember to click the like button. Share it with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you next time. Welcome to another episode of GameHammer. This week I want to take a break from all of those big name titles that we've been looking at lately and instead look at a small and often overlooked title that I really enjoyed as a kid. Boing was a budget game released by Atlantis Software in 1988. Retailing for just £1.99, I picked this up with some pocket money that I had saved up, mostly because the game was cheap, but also because the screenshots on the back of the cassette inlay made it look colourful and fun. The game was created by one person, Barry Jones. I have to admit I don't know much about this guy, and the only other game of his that I had ever heard of is 1987's Alpine Games, but he appears to have been active from around 1984 to about 1988, with 1986 being his most prolific time on the Amstrad CPC. All of Barry's games were bright and colourful, which makes him one of those few programmers who actually use the CPC to its full extent, and Boing is no exception in that regard, so let's take a look at it. Well, the loading screen isn't starting us off well. It's not the best art I've seen, but then again, it's actually not the worst. So let's not focus on that too much. How does the game play? Pretty well, all things considered. Boing is a game with a simple concept. You have a guy in a cap and a scarf who has no legs because someone's retrofitted him with a giant spring. He has to bounce from platform to platform, going from a starting position all the way to the exit. There's an enemy, called a nasty according to the inlay, in your way, and it's rather nicely animated, and usually looks pretty cool too. Your character, who has no name as far as I can tell, will lose spring tension if you hit the enemy, as demonstrated by the dotted line on the right hand side of the screen. Lose enough tension and the game is over. Don't worry though, losing spring tension won't actually change how well you jump, it's just there for determining how many more chances you get to finish the game. Your jump distance is instead determined by holding down the left or right key until you've got the right amount of power that you want for your leap. It's the same control scheme as Bugaboo the Flea, also known as Roland in the Caves. There's also a time limit to complete each screen in. If you run out of time, it's game over regardless of how much spring tension you've got left. There are 20 screens in total to try to make your way through. Personally, I found it damn hard to get to even screen 5, and that was when I was playing on easy mode. It's a tough game, but that's part of why I love it so much. Yeah, it's simple. And yeah, it's not the best game ever made. Yes, the nasties are animated, but the main character isn't. Aside from that crouching animation that you get, well, it's not really even an animation, it's just a change of sprite, and you'll see it when you crouch down to try and build up the power to make you jump. But here's the thing, when you're playing, none of that matters. Speaking of leap power, you have to be really careful with both the amount of power you build up and your timing for each leap. Put in too much power and you'll overleap your target platform. Put in too little and you could miss the platform altogether, falling either onto a different platform that will make reaching the exit all that much harder, or simply plummeting off the screen to your death. If you hit an enemy, either while leaping or while stood on the platform, your little spring guy will shout, "Ah!" There's no sound effect for this, it just says it in a speech bubble. I love it, it's part of the game's quirky charm. This game has what a lot of games lack, simplistic fun. It doesn't take that long to load and there aren't very many sound effects or bells and whistles in general, but what it lacks in polish it makes up for in a lot of good gameplay. Personally, I love it. It's simple, but that means that anyone can pick it up and play it, no matter how old you are. The rules are simple, but you won't be able to master it on your first attempt. You can get into it on your first attempt though, and that's what counts. It's easy to get into, hard to master, and you'll want to keep coming back. That's why I like it so much. Boing was only released on the Amstrad CPC as far as I can tell. It's one of those fun little exclusive titles from the Amstrad's middle period, and although it was overlooked, I think that if you take the time and judge it for what it is, you'll have a lot of fun playing it. If you're a fan of Roland in the Caves, you'll be right at home with this one too. The mechanics are the same, but there's enough of a difference here to make the game a fun experience in its own right. I used to play this game an awful lot when I was a kid, not just because at the time I didn't have a huge amount of games to actually choose from. It's one of those examples where a one-person bedroom coder could stand alongside the larger titles and compete on a reasonably level playing field. It's one of those one-person projects that has a quirky style all of its own, and although, yeah, sure, it's never going to actually win any best game titles or awards or anything like that, it is enough of an interesting game to keep you coming back, and it'll entertain you for 10 minutes or so, and to be honest with you, at £1.99 that's really all you can judge it for. So in my opinion, it actually works out really well. Anyway, that's really all we've got time for this week. It's been a bit of a short one, but I think after some of our larger episodes lately, I think we can have a breather. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you did like this look at a quirky title from the Amstrad's history. And if you did, remember to click that like button, share this with your friends so they'll know a good game too when they see it, and do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. Back in the early 2000s, the PlayStation 2 was the insurmountable king of the console world. Naturally, this meant that a boatload of shovelware developers came out with all of those games that you just find everywhere, like in bargain bins or remained in stock, things like that, because they were so keen to get some of that sweet, sweet PS2 coin that they just churned out title after title after title, like this one. In 2003, D3 publisher brought out Simple 2000 Ultimate Volume 8, Gekitu Mearu King, which was translated for the English-speaking world a year later as Maze Action. It's a simple game with a simple premise. You're competing with the 3 other members of Hero Academy to win the single graduation spot available. To win, you must battle your way through 3 mazes, collecting 3 keys of the same colour, and then reaching the correct exit point to win the level. There are 2 exit points, and 1 corresponds to each colour of key, so you've got to stay alert. You start each maze holding 1 key, and your opponent is holding another, of a different colour. 4 more keys are hidden in the maze. You'll see the location of 2 of them on your map, but they will be the 2 corresponding to the colour that your opponent is carrying. So if you want to collect those, you will have to fight the opponent for their key. To fight, you can push and punch your opponent, or use a weapon that you'll find in the maze. On the first level, you'll start with a gun loaded with 6 bullets, but don't get too complacent with that, since the bullets do surprisingly little damage, and in later levels, you won't start with any weapons at all. As I said earlier, there are 3 opponents to fight, which corresponds to 3 levels in the game. It's a very small, very straightforward game, but since there are 4 characters to play as, you'll have some replayability value there. Also, there are varying costumes to unlock, which adds some level of customizability to the game. The shortness of the game gave me pause for thought a bit at first, but after playing for a while, I actually kinda like it. The game feels more like a 3D puzzle version of a one-on-one fighter, and those games, if taken from the point of view of story mode, are incredibly short to play, but they do hold a lot of replay value, and I appreciate them for their succinctness in that respect. There's something that you can pick up and play for a while and finish in one sitting, then come back later for another session. I get the impression that Maze Action was going for that style of game, something simple to play for a short burst, then maybe come back to it later. But it's not a game you're expected to settle into for a prolonged gaming session. But did it hit the mark? Sadly, no. There are too many problems with it for that to work. For a start, the controls are awful. If this had been on the 3DO, or maybe even an early Saturn or PS1 title, I could have accepted the controls, because back then, developers were still finding the best control method for the new 3D arena. But it's not. This was made 3 years into the PS2's lifetime. By that point, the optimal control method for a 3D game was already known. So I can't accept that there's no ability to swing the camera around with the right thumbstick, or in fact, any ability to move the camera at all. I also can't accept that turning your character is so damn slow, or that sometimes the game will randomly slow down for no apparent reason, or that to jump you have to take your hand off the left thumbstick altogether and then press forward on the D-pad while pressing the X button and hoping for the best. Jumping sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. When it does work, it's usually because you're nowhere near anything that you need to jump over, like a set of spikes on the ground. When it doesn't work, expect to get hurt badly because of the same spikes. Jump! Speaking of getting hurt, let's talk about the opponents. There's 1 per maze, so you take on each of the characters that you decided not to play in turn. The opponent AI isn't all that bad. They run around trying to find and collect the keys in much the same way as you do, and while it's often possible to predict where the opponent will go next, sometimes they will do something that will surprise you. But the way combat between you and your opponent is handled really irks me. This isn't a case of gradual difficulty increases, it's more like a severe jump between levels. The first opponent will be relatively easy to best in a fight, but the opponent in a Maze 2 will kick your ass from the first encounter, unless you know for certain where they are and what they're going to do. Now, that is okay because you do see where they are on the map, but it's not always clear what they're going to do. And also, if you're unarmed from level 2 onward, you better hope you do get the drop on the other character, otherwise you're entering a world of hurt. When you are hurt, you'll lie prone on the ground. I waited to see how long you would lie there, since time is a premium in this game, because you're essentially racing to collect the keys and get to the exit after all. I don't know if you ever actually get up automatically, because I lost patience and hammered the O key until my character finally decided to get back into the action. And that pretty much sums up this game, to be honest with you. Everything takes far too long. Turning, dropping an item, which you'll likely have to do because you'll inevitably end up carrying at least 1 key of the wrong colour, getting back on your feet after getting hurt. It all slows the game down, and it stops being the fast-paced fun it needs to be in order to be actually fun to play. The levels themselves are moderately acceptable. I've seen better level design for the mazes before, but then again, I've also seen far worse. The range of weapons and items is decent, and if the selection had been in a more polished game, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid at them. Overall, it's a decent game that hasn't had enough time spent on it to make it shine. The whole thing feels like it was thrown together in a long weekend, which is a shame because it's pretty close to fulfilling the idea that I think it was actually going for. Something short and fun to spend half an hour on with a lot of replayability as a result. But because it lacks that polish, it just misses the mark. Ooh. It's not fun enough to keep you coming back, although I will admit I eventually found myself actually getting into it when I played it for this review. It's not bad, but it's not good either. So there you have it. It's not the best game ever, but it's nowhere near the worst. It has its moments, but it's mostly a forgettable and short budget title. So that really is all we've got time for this week. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this. And if you did, remember to click that like button, share this with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, or in this case, know a moderately acceptable game when they see it. And do subscribe for future videos because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson. You've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later. Hey guys, it's a rainy day, so what better thing could we do than play a theme park game where we can get all of the benefits of going to the theme park without having to stand in line in the cold, stand around and get wet while we're waiting to get on the ride, get miserable and disappointed by a very short ride in a very cold condition, and generally we'll get all of the benefits of going to the park without any of the downsides. I'm going to choose to play Universal Studios Theme Park Adventure on the GameCube because I'm sure that is going to give us everything we're looking for and more. Let's take a look at it. Universal Studios Theme Park Adventure sounds like a great idea on paper. The game starts with the famous spinning globe logo and quickly descends into a visual spectacle, with the DeLorean from Back to the Future flying through the park. This intro makes the game look like a real visual delight. I was impressed. The feeling did not last. After choosing which of several bland-looking kids I wanted to play as, sadly none of the above is not an option, I was dumped into a bland-looking recreation of the park. There are no tips or hints about what to do presented to you. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but in this case it's a nuisance because the game is so obnoxious. You'll quickly find that these oversaturated visuals are seen via fixed camera, which means your little kid will easily get lost in the mass of NPCs wandering around. Sometimes the NPCs can be talked to and sometimes they can't. But you'll soon find there's no reason to bother talking to them anyway, because they all repeat the same generic lines, of which there are maybe 5. Save for one woman who randomly asks you to find her lost phone. Now, I know what you're thinking, ooh, a quest. But no, it's really not. It's a fetch quest at best, and to be honest, it hardly even counts as that. But what makes it even more galling is that when you find the phone, she phones you on it from her other phone. Who designed this thing? Who thought that was a good idea? Probably the same person who decided that there needed to be a map in the game, but who wouldn't give you it when you started out. Oh no, you've got to go and get that map yourself, and you won't know that until you randomly come across an NPC inside the park who tells you to go all the way back to the entrance to pick it up. But that's not all. Here's the best part. The map is next to useless. When trying to navigate this mess of a layout, you'll often have to check the map. The problem is, the map doesn't seem to correspond to the layout of the park all that well. Sometimes, walking off the screen will make you jump a reasonable distance on the map. Other times, you seem to just be around the corner from where you were. But the best part of it all is this. It's incredibly easy to get turned around in the game and think you're going in one direction, say toward a ride that you want to try out, when in fact you are going in the opposite direction. And the map will not explain any of that. The amount of times I found myself stood outside the Jurassic Park ride when I was trying to get back to the entrance, or ended up going in a circle in the Wild West zone, is far too high to make any of this enjoyable. The game is a mess, and that's before we've even got to the problem of the rides. There are 6 rides in total, although you'll notice that after each ride you get to check your stamp collection, and there are clearly 8 squares for stamps. Woody Woodpecker, who is pretty much the best part of the game by the way, will tell you early on that there's a stamp collecting competition going on in the park. The rides are Jaws, The Wild West, E.T., Back to the Future, Jurassic Park and Backdraft. There's also a Waterworld show, a quiz that's far too obnoxious for its own good, a longer quiz because hell, they've got to fill this mini DVD up somehow, and a Match 2 game that you can find on any generic collection of crap. Jaws was the first ride I went on, but only because it was the first ride I'd managed to actually navigate my way to. It's a poor mini-game, but then again they all are, where you slowly walk around a boat that's under attack from a vicious shark. The aim is to hurt the shark enough that it will go away, and you do that by throwing barrels and crates at it when it's about to strike. Do that enough and you'll win. Miss enough and the shark will destroy your boat, causing a game over. Aiming is terrible. You need to be right on point with the direction that you're facing. But the minimap won't help you with that. You can't see the shark until it's the last second, so you'll miss a lot. You'll also walk very slowly, and the hitbox around the obstacles on the boat is massive, so you'll keep getting stuck on the scenery. It's annoying as all hell, and I can't recommend it. The Wild West show suffers from very similar control problems. It's a target shooting game that would be enjoyable if it wasn't for the pixel-perfect targets, the awfully slow controls that only affect you because the computer-controlled opponents are dead quick, and the fact that you have to do 3 rounds of this crap if you want the stamp. Lose 1 round, and you will, because the controls are pathetic, and that's it, game over. This might be fun with a light gun, but it's not with a light gun, it's with the controller, and it sucks. E.T. is a generic side-scrolling race where you have to avoid obstacles and make a few jumps in order to get E.T. back onto his ship. It's not bad, but it's not great. There's next to nothing to this game, but you have to keep the A button pressed, or you won't pedal. What's the point of that? I'm serious, what is the point of that? Did the developers genuinely believe there was anyone who would load up this game and then decide not to pedal the bike? Having a button for the brakes is understandable, even though I never actually encountered a situation where you would need to slow down, but a button to pedal in a game that's specifically about pedaling? That's just stupid. Back to the Future is another one that has a similar problem. You have to keep the A button pressed for no good reason. You're chasing Biff, who somehow has another flying DeLorean, in an on-rails chase game. Now, okay, I can understand that there are some situations where you'll need to slow down in this minigame, but then you get back to the ET issue of just needing a button to brake. This should auto-accelerate. Don't demand that we press the A button just so a handful of people might be tricked into thinking that they're actually taking part in this crap. Anyway, the point of this is to ram Biff's DeLorean until it's too broken to keep flying. Basically, this is Chase HQ through time. I would play that game. I don't want to play this one. It's visually impressive in a few sections, but there's literally nothing of substance to anything on this. Another on-rails game is Jurassic Park. It's an on-rails shooter, where you blast dinosaurs with your magic laser gun that doesn't feature in any of the films. It's a decent shooter all things considered. I mean, it's no Panzer Dragoon, which the attack patterns on the laser reminded me of, but it is decent enough. This is probably the best of all the mini-games. The final game is Backdraft. At 15 minutes long, this is by far the longest of the games. You have to Super Mario Sunshine your way through a burning building, rescuing people and putting out all the fires. There are some decent set pieces involved, and if there was a little more to it than walk to location A, put out fire B, walk over to person C and rescue them, then rinse and repeat, then I think this will be a decent bit of fun. The problem is, it quickly gets dull and repetitive, and the camera is so awkward it's possible to get turned around on yourself far too easily. Speaking of getting turned around, the controls literally flip when the camera switches direction. At more than one point, I was pressing up on the thumbstick to walk forward. The camera switched to look behind me, and now all of a sudden, up on the thumbstick means walk back the way you came. Now, that is inexcusable in a timed mission, but it happens all the damn time in this game. So there we have it, 6 mini-games, with only a couple really being worth your time. But there are 8 squares on the stamp card, so what are the other 2 squares for? Well, that would be the 2 extra games that you can only access by completing Winnie Woodpecker's quiz. The quiz is 10 questions long, although good luck finding that out until you complete it. There are over 730 questions in the game, so many that even supposedly complete answer lists available online are not actually complete. The quiz requires such an encyclopedic knowledge of Universal Studios films that even I, a card-carrying film buff who has adored films all her life, didn't know the answers to the overwhelming majority of these questions. Did you know the budget of Waterworld without looking it up? How about the exact voltage of the electric fence in Jurassic Park? How about answering a load of questions about early Universal films? Who is this quiz aimed at? This game is barely playable by children, but the quiz is clearly aimed at a specific kind of nerdy adult. There's no way kids are going to know all the answers to all these questions, and no way an adult is going to find this game any fun. So who is this for? Seriously, please, someone tell me, who is this supposed to be for? But if you somehow manage to get 10 questions right, and I'll admit that I grabbed one of those incomplete answer lists off the internet and just kept trying until I got enough answerable questions in a row, then you get to see the post-quiz bonus games. What are the games? Another bloody quiz and a tile matching game. The tile matching game is exactly what you think it is. Pick 2 random tiles and see if they match. If they do, you win. If they don't, you get to try again. Woohoo! The quiz is just a longer quiz. It's 15 obnoxious questions instead of 10. Good luck with that. So what is the point of all this? What is the reason for all those extra mini games? Well, here's the thing. You need all 8 stamps to win the game. Without them, the Waterworld ride will close about halfway through the game and won't open again until you've completed the stamp book. Is it worth it? This is the Waterworld ride. All of it. Did you enjoy it? I know I didn't. the damn thing can stay closed for all I care.
You should check out Waterworld before it's dark.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't. I'll admit it, I gave up at this point. The rides are just generic mini-games that you can probably find better versions of on any Flash game site, for free. You get to try one, maybe two of them before all the rides somehow become full up and you won't be able to get on them anymore. And there are two ways around this. The first way is to do random side quests like the phone fetching quest that I mentioned earlier. This will give you a pass to get on one of the rides, so that's one way to do it. The other is by collecting enough points to buy the specific hat that you need for the ride, which gives you unlimited access to that ride. The passes that you get for doing quests can only give you access once. Getting points can be done in a number of ways. You get points by playing the mini-games on the rides. This happens whether you beat the mini-game or not, which is useful. You also get points by completing the side quests. There are several mascots scattered at random around the park, and you get points when you shake hands with them. But the main way to get points is to pick up litter and put it in a bin. The bins are rarely found, but the litter is everywhere. It's possible to rack up points very quickly that way. That's how I bought all the hats, and I did it in about 45 minutes of wandering around the park. You don't need to find a bin after each piece of litter, so just grab it all while you're on the way to a bin, and you'll find you have a few hundred points by the time you get there. I've seen a lot of people talk about this game as if it's a litter picking simulator, when the truth is, it's not. It is possible to earn enough points to get all the hats in a pretty short amount of time, especially once you have enough points to buy your first hat, which will only mean shaking hands with a couple of mascots, or doing one or two side quests. You get points for pretty much everything you do, after all. But the criticism of the litter picking is valid in another sense, because it shouldn't be part of the game. There is literally no reason why litter picking is in this game. It doesn't add anything. It makes it seem like Universal Studios theme park is full of litter, when I'm sure it's actually not. And it raises the question of why they would put this in their game. The game is unfocused, and it doesn't know what it wants to be. That's the only explanation I can give you for the litter, and also for the complete lack of substance to any of the ride mini-games. This isn't a game that I'm going to come back to, I'll tell you that. It was interesting to give it a try, but there's nothing here to keep me going, and I don't think you'll find anything worthwhile either. But anyway, that's really all we've got time for this week, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you liked this, and if you did, remember to click that like button, share this with your friends so that they'll know a good game when they see it, or in this case, not a very good game at all, but something one to watch out for. And do remember to subscribe for future videos, because there will be more in the future. But until next time, I've been Zoe Kirk-Robinson, you've been watching GameHammer on the Knob Mouse channel, and I'll see you later.
How are you feeling? Still no memory? I found this key in your pocket. Ever heard of Winslow Bank?
Can't say I have. Have you ever heard of not going and answering the door to gunmen? Apparently not. Hello and welcome to another episode of GameHammer. At the moment I'm quite ill, got a bit of a blood clot in my lungs, so can't really go into the kind of GameHammer reviews I want to do with the scripted, fun stuff and all of the wild productions and things like that. So instead I want to talk about something that's a bit interesting and special. It's the PlayStation 2 13 exclusive pre-order demo. Now, I didn't know this existed. Back in the day, I just had a copy of 13. I bought it from Amazon, I think it was. Or I might have picked it up from Electronics Boutique. That's how far back this goes. And I loved the game. I played it to death on my Xbox. Got to the final boss. Couldn't kill him because I'd used up too much ammo earlier on. And never really got to see the ending. But when Jen found this in a branch of CEX, she picked it up for 50p. And I think it's definitely worth it. It's a very interesting piece of history, basically, gaming history. One of those things, Ubisoft used to apparently put these out with a lot of their larger productions. It's not the only one that's kicking around online for certain. There should be a soundtrack CD with it. Well, apparently there should, but I just have the disc and the box. But we're going to have a look at what's on the disc today. It's quite an interesting disc. There's not a huge amount on it. There's a multiplayer, which is amazing, and I think a lot of people are going to spend most of the time when they pre-ordered the game playing the multiplayer when they got this disc. I don't know whether you can get much out of it in terms of gameplay these days, but I certainly had a lot of fun just playing it. It reminded me an awful lot of playing Quake 3 against bots when I was practicing before going online with my PC, and I think you can get a lot of fun out of it still. It's very easy to get into, very much a fun, very rapid fire bot match, and I enjoyed it. But that's not really what we really want from this, is it? I think it is what people will come back to the disc a lot for, especially in the build-up to getting the game itself. But we want to talk about the game, don't we? So how much of the game is actually on the demo? Not an awful lot. 2 levels, 2 zones even. There's the original opening with the getting away from the beach, and after that there's a military base, and that's it. That's all you're going to get from that. There is a trailer as well, and the trailer is pretty good. Makes you really want to play the game. But then again, if you've got the pre-ordered demo disc, you've already pre-ordered the game, so I think it's just there to fill up space and, like, as a quick thanks, here's the trailer for the game that you want, and keep you really psyched for the game because we know you want it. But let's have a look at the levels. Are they any different to the final game? Well, that would be the interesting thing if they were, wouldn't it? There's one other thing. I have a load of demo discs from back in the day where there are little things where they're different and you get to play games that there was a demo and then did it ever come out? I don't know. Little things like that. So what's on here? Is the demo any different? As far as I can tell, no. The beach level, the opening of the game, plays out pretty much as I remember it from when I played the first time round. Now, admittedly, that's not a bad thing because it is a fun level. I had a lot of fun with it. It's one of the more memorable aspects of the game. And the military base area, it's pretty good too, but I think it's mainly here so it can lend itself to the maps for the multiplayer. It's a fun level, but it doesn't really stick with me as much as the beach level where you're trying to get away from the guys and they're on the cliffs, they're on the beach, they're on the everywhere. It doesn't have as much to it as maybe it could have for this demo, but you never know. Maybe these were the ones that were definitely finished and they were the ones that were definitely going to be in the game, so they're put onto the disc and then the rest of it was being tweaked. I don't know. But either way, this is actually quite a nice, fun addition to the collection, and I think it's a good way of getting into the game. I like the idea of this. These days you don't seem to see much about that because of course you're pre-ordering and you get all the tchotchkes as they call them these days, and other bits of crap basically. Have a model, have, in one case wasn't it a packet of condoms? An Italian release had condoms as its pre-order bonus. Or if you pre-order now you'll get a new costume to wear while you're playing the game. Nothing like this where you get to play a bit of the game. That I prefer. That's a good pre-order bonus. Actually getting to play a bit of the game. Put that back into your things. You want a pre-order? Well, here's a download of the first opening bit. I'd go for that. Right, as you can probably tell from my voice, I'm not exactly 100%. I'm having a lot of trouble, so I'm going to go now. I just didn't want to miss another week, you know, because I want to keep up talking about the games that I love, and this was a nice way of talking about 13 without having to go into too much detail. I'm going to be back soon. I hope that I'll be back next week with the first of the proper episodes again, and I'll see you later. But for now, thanks very much, guys. Hope you understand why I've had to do something quick, quite short, and I'll see you later.
Come in, come in.
Hello?
Ah, come in, come in.
I have a really bad feeling about this.
No, don't worry. I'm 100% professional, and I didn't even buy my qualifications off the internet. 100% genuine, Doctor. Come this way.
What are you doing?
Beginning the operation, of course.
But you don't even know what's wrong with me yet.
Well, duh. That's why they call it exploratory surgery. Now hold still so I can begin.
But what do you mean? You're not even holding that knife properly.
Well, what do you mean? I always attack my victims, other patients like this.
Well, then you're doing it wrong, aren't you? I mean, look, watch this. It'll explain everything.
Trying to show me weird cartoon porn?
It's a video game. Part surgeon simulator, part visual novel.
Visual novel? As opposed to a non-visual one? Do you read many invisible books?
Yes.
Oh, really?
No. So you're Derek Stiles, a cretin who somehow managed to get through medical school and his residency without remembering how to perform even the most basic of surgeries. He's constantly walked through every procedure by a nurse who leaves at the first opportunity, only to be replaced by a far younger nurse who still knows more than Derek does. This new nurse, Angie, is obnoxious and entirely unlikable. She's late on her first day, has no ability to speak to people with even the remotest sense of decency, and she berates Derek for doing exactly the same things as she is doing. I would call her Nurse Asshole if it wasn't for the fact that she actually knows how to do her job. The nurses hold Derek's hand as he meanders his way through surgery after surgery, saving people's lives using revolutionary medical procedures until the point where you, the player, inevitably hit a snag and kill someone. Get used to the screen, you'll see it a lot.
Just like real life. No, you didn't hear that, honest.
You play by moving the point of light on the screen using the Wiimote, which is actually rather intuitive, and selecting the surgical tool that you want by pushing a nunchuck thumbstick to one of the cardinal compass points. It's a pretty decent control method, and it allows you a lot of variation in gameplay. Although you will inevitably end up thumbing the stick slightly wrong, which selects the wrong implement and causes you to lose your combo bonus. The difficulty ramps quickly, which is frustrating as hell. I got through the first story in one sitting because it wasn't too bad, but immediately on starting chapter 2, I was presented with this. It's a tower defense game, essentially. You have to stop these blockages getting into the bloodstream, a medical condition I can very much sympathise with right now. The problem is, they don't stop coming, and each one that gets through will damage the patient. If enough get through, which can happen in a few seconds if you're unlucky because the speed and number of the blockages is random, then the patient dies and it's game over again. I admit I consulted a walkthrough at this point because it wasn't clear how I was supposed to stop these thromby blockages from killing the patient. As it turns out, the game actually had told me what to do. The only problem was that I hadn't seen the subtitles that explained the procedure to me because they don't stay on screen a lot of the time. It's one of the few times that the game doesn't bother to stop time so that you can talk to the nurse in peace and there's no voiceover.
Yes, I hate it when people's thoughts just float at the bottom of this bit eyeline rather than appearing in my brain too.
What? As it turns out, this is one of those situations where you just have to survive until the plot kicks in. After about 10 thrombi have been stopped, and good luck with that, Derek's magical special Doctor of Destiny powers will kick in and the game suddenly becomes simple again. This happens at various points in the game, and in my view, totally breaks the spirit of what we've been playing so far. So far, this has been mostly a story about a guy who has coasted through life but is starting to realise the importance of the job that he's doing. He begins to work hard and take better care with his responsibilities, and his end goal of becoming a better doctor as well as a better person in general. We didn't need all this crap about mystical powers to do that, and in many respects it makes the impact of the game's story less effective. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. I've thoroughly enjoyed playing it, and I would happily recommend it, but the problem is, the way the story progresses makes me annoyed because it veers wildly off the mark. Speaking of stories, there's a second one that becomes accessible as you work your way through the main storyline. This is 1/3 of the additional material that was added to the game when it was ported over from the DS. The other additional material being Chapter 6 of the main storyline and the Chapter X missions that are tacked on once you finish the rest of the game. Anyway, we're here in the side missions. We follow the career of Dr. Naomi Weaver, who is apparently Japanese, but you wouldn't know it from the anime art style, her name, or her voice actress. Naomi has a dark past that is kept secret from her colleagues at the hospital she is now working at after she transferred to America from Japan. Why does she have a dark past? Because the magical powers of our main protagonist weren't stereotypical enough. It's a visual novel, and there are quarters, damn it!
Well, it's not hitting the quota of smut!
Oh, how many times do I have to tell you? It's not porn!
Well, it should be! How else am I supposed to keep interested in this melodramatic crap?
I give up.
Oh, goody! Now we can start the operation. I'll just lie back. This will all be over soon. Would you be liking anesthetic?
Yes, please.
Good. I'll just get the hammer, and then we'll begin.
Hammer? What? What are you talking about?
Well, how else am I supposed to knock you out?
You've learned nothing from this review. Nothing!
Well, of course not. Now lie still, otherwise this is going to hurt more than it needs to. Let's begin the operation.
I can't believe I got away from that mad doctor. I just need to get to the game room. Need games. Games will restore me. Oh no, I meant a good game. No choice. Must play a terrible game. The first thing you notice about the Game Gear version of Sonic 2 is the intense colour choice. This game is seriously in your face about its colours, and not always in a good way. Sonic has a weird bright outline to him this time around, which clashes with the background for most of the game. The crab monsters in the first couple of acts are a weird dual colour, which looks ridiculous and doesn't fit with the Sonic aesthetic at all. And the whole thing looks a bit of a mess. Sonic remains a large, decently animated sprite, which is good, but you'll quickly notice that Tails is missing, even though he's right there on the cover, the game label, the title screen, and the pictures on each act's individual title screens. That's because Sonic 2 on the Game Gear is only borrowing some of the trappings of its Mega Drive cousin. It's a game unto itself, and it takes a lot of liberties as a result. Gameplay-wise, this is a terrible implementation of Sonic 2. It's clear from the start that the visible screen space is severely limited, and as a result, it's next to impossible in many situations to actually see what's going on. The earliest example of this is the first boss battle. Having already had to make a leap of faith in order to reach the battle itself, you are then presented with a situation where cannonballs bounce down the screen, but you have next to no space to avoid them. The result is a look-based boss fight that destroys any lingering enjoyment you may have clung onto. It's awful, and it should have been obvious from the start of development. I don't know what Sega were thinking when they threw this mess together. And if you do somehow manage to get past that first boss, you are presented with this utter failure of a level. Here, Sonic is trying to fly a glider, but it's next to impossible to do so. You see, you have to be able to reach the top of the screen, and then glide above it in order to gain enough height to get you to the raised platform that you need to hit in order to continue with the game. Naturally, the top of the screen is now a hard-coded barrier, so reaching the required height is a matter of glitching through the game's ceiling. That's right, it's a 2-in-a-row look-based mission. For 20 years, I've fought this mess of a title. For 20 years, I've never seen the level after this appalling mess of a glider mission. The game, it's killing me. It's so awful. What were they thinking? Were they even thinking at all? I need a good game. But there's no game here at all. How did Sega let this happen? As it turns out, they didn't. The 8-bit versions of Sonic the Hedgehog 2 were not created by Sega. Instead, Sega outsourced development to Aspect, who would later go on to develop Sonic Triple Trouble, Sonic Blast, and Sonic Chaos for the Master System and the Game Gear. Sonic 2 is one of Aspect's earliest titles for the Game Gear under Sega, and development must have been quite tight. Sonic 2 on the Mega Drive had a 9-month development time with some of Sega's most qualified Sonic developers behind it. So to compare that prime team's output against relative newcomers isn't really fair. Nevertheless, that is the situation that we find ourselves in. My aims have failed me. Is there nothing that can help me now?
I thought this might help.
The Game Gear has a reputation for playing host to nothing more than retooled Master System games, and sometimes that's undeserved. Sonic 2 is one of those situations. Where the Game Gear version is cramped and next to impossible to play in parts, the Master System gives gamers a slightly easier time. The screen area is much larger, meaning it's far more in keeping with what we expect from a Sonic game. As a result, the boss battles are now a test of skill rather than luck, because you have room to maneuver and you can see what's going on. And you can also catch enough lift when using the glider to actually reach your destination. But still, not all plain sailing. There's still a fundamental flaw with the game, and it still sucks the life out of you. Now the play area is visible, and the various gimmicks like the glider control a little better. It's possible to see the poor level design. I fully believe that several sections of this game were not actually play tested. And as a result, it's possible to render the entire game unwinnable by accident. Take this stage for example. You'll see a mass of pipes that send you flying around the level, so naturally you'll assume it's a maze of some kind that you have to find your way through. But if you stick at it, you'll eventually reach the goal, right? Wrong. It's possible to take a wrong turn early on in the level and end up in a section where there are no correct paths to the exit. You can end up stuck in an endless loop between two sections where there's a way in but no way out. The game betrayed me. For 20 years I fought it. For 20 years I never got past that glider. And now it all comes down to this. I couldn't finish it. It fought too hard. Nothing can defeat the power of atrocious games. Sonic, you broke my heart.
Oh no. Maybe I should have tried bringing a decent game instead.
Now.